Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless, his mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to say for a moment, but he still didn't believe what Yin Qiufeng said. Yin Qiufeng didn't care about this at all. He just looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with sympathy and ridicule, and said slowly, "You gave up your position as the commander of the temple and chose to betray the temple, abandon this saint's son, and join the so-called alien King Niu. You thought you were tied to a big tree, but you didn't expect this so-called big tree turned out to be your mortal enemy. So, what do you think should this saint's son sympathize with you?" Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi's body trembled, and then he looked at Yin Qiufeng, gritted his teeth, and said ferociously, "Yin Qiufeng, don't try to sow discord. How could King Niu be Ye Bufan, the bastard born to Ye Tianshang? To sow discord?" Yin Qiufeng sneered, "Do you think it is necessary for this saint's son to sow discord? Since you are not willing to give up, then this saint's son will let you see the truth." After saying that, Yin Qiufeng looked directly at the city lord's mansion in front of him and shouted, "Ye Bufan, do you still plan to continue hiding in the city lord's mansion? I'm telling you, it's useless. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. Report." As soon as Yin Qiufeng finished speaking, several temple deacons came hurriedly from a distance. "What is it?" Looking at several temple deacons, Yin Qiufeng asked directly. "Reporting to His Royal Highness, the eastern district of the City of Heaven is empty. Reporting to His Royal Highness, the south district is also deserted, not a single person is seen. Reporting to His Majesty, the west district is the same. Reporting to His Majesty, there is no one in the east district either." "What?" As soon as the four temple deacons finished speaking, Yin Qiufeng exclaimed, "Brush." The next second, his spiritual sense spread out, directly covering the entire city lord's mansion. It's a pity that the city lord's mansion was also empty. Bang! But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi's body trembled and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were lifeless and he looked completely distraught. In just a few hours, the city of Tian was deserted, but at this moment Yin Qiufeng came in anger. What does this mean? This means King Niu knew that Yin Qiufeng would come, so he had already evacuated Tiancheng in advance. But that's not the point. The point is, from all indications, what Yin Qiufeng said is very likely to be true. King Niu and Ye Bufan are actually the same person, and the ones who want to kill him the most. Not only did he not know it, but he actually joined him, hoping to rise to fame overnight and become successful. It's ridiculous. It's just pathetic. Just stupid. Send a sheep into the tiger's mouth. You are courting your own death. Bang! Before Xuanyuan Wudi could think about it, Yin Qiufeng stepped on him to the ground, stared at him, and shouted angrily, "Tell me, where did the man surnamed Ye go?" Chapter 12:26. This saint is still lacking a watchdog. Tell me, where did Mr. Ye go? Yin Qiufeng shouted angrily, instantly waking up Xuanyuan Wudi. The next second, Xuanyuan Wudi didn't hesitate at all. He immediately rolled and crawled in front of Yin Qiufeng, hugged Yin Qiufeng's legs and begged bitterly, "Your Highness, I know I was wrong. Please, please give me another chance. From now on, I am willing to follow your Highness's lead, no matter how hard it takes, I will never delay." Xuanyuan Wudi knew that he had offended Yin Qiufeng deeply in order to join Ye Bufan. If he could not get Yin Qiufeng's forgiveness, now, he would have no choice but to die. For this reason, he could only beg Yin Qiufeng for mercy. As for the fact that King Niu was Ye Bufan, although Xuanyuan Wudi was angry, he was no longer in the mood to think about it. After all, what was the point of thinking about it if he had lost his life? Snort. Unfortunately, facing Xuanyuan Wudi's pleas for mercy, Yin Qiufeng simply ignored him. He just snorted coldly, then kicked Xuanyuan Wudi to the ground with a bang, stared at him, and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, tell me, where did the surname Ye go?" I don't know. Xuanyuan Wudi said with a bitter look on his face. "You do not know." Yin Qiufeng's face darkened and he scolded coldly. Feeling the chill in Yin Qiufeng's words and the murderous intent in his eyes, Xuanyuan Wudi shuddered violently, and then said anxiously, "Your Highness, your subordinate, really don't know where that damn Ye Bufan has gone. When I returned to Tianji City, this place was already deserted." Originally, Yin Qiufeng came to Tianji City to take revenge on Ye Bufan, but now Ye Bufan is nowhere to be found. He is so angry that he has no place to vent it, so he can only take it out on Xuanyuan Wudi. Immediately, he frowned and said, "So, you are no longer valuable." Boom. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi's heart trembled. No value anymore. Without value, you become a useless person. Since I am a useless person, why would Yin Chofeng keep me? No. With this thought, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately said, Your Highness, I am still valuable. Oh. Yin Chofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with a playful look on his face. Then tell me, what value do you have to this saint's son? I can be your highness's thug. You, give me, as a thug. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, Wudi is willing to follow your highness, let him be a sharp sword in your highness's hand. Whoever your highness tells me to kill, Wudi will kill him. With you being a mere initial stage demigod, who do you think you can kill? What's more, do you think this saint is short of men? Yin Chofeng said with a sneer. Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but be stunned. Yin Chofeng sneered, Why, even you don't know what use you have. No, I am useful. I am still useful. Xuanyuan Wudi said anxiously, Your Highness, I have the cultivation method of the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation in my hands. I can help your highness train your army. 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation. Yin Chofeng raised his eyebrows. Yes, yes, yes. Xuanyuan Wudi responded repeatedly. Bang! But at this moment, behind Xuanyuan Wudi, a member of the Red Snake Army suddenly knelt on one knee. He faced Yin Chofeng, clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, I also know the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation, and I am willing to dedicate the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation to your highness unconditionally. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as this member of the Red Snake Army finished speaking, more members of the Red Snake Army knelt down one after another. Your Majesty, I am willing to unconditionally dedicate the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation to you. I wish you great success and prosperity for generations to come. Your Majesty, I am willing to unconditionally dedicate the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon Battle Formation to you. I wish you great success and prosperity for generations to come. I will kill you while you are sick. The 3,000 Chilean soldiers who had already surrendered to Ye Bufan spoke up one after another. The sudden change stunned the remaining members of the Chilean army. They looked at each other, but then one by one knelt down in front of Yin Chofeng to express their loyalty. In an instant, all 8,000 Red Snake Army soldiers surrendered. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi became furious and angry. Puff! Then, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Yin Chofeng laughed and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, Commander Xuanyuan, it seems this 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation also belongs to me. What do you think we should do? Suddenly, Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless. Yin Chofeng said, Well, this saint's son has a good suggestion, but I don't know if Commander Xuanyuan can accept it. What suggestions? Xuanyuan Wudi said instinctively. Yin Chofeng smiled slightly. It's like this saint's son has everything now, except a watchdog. As he spoke, Yin Chofeng looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, I wonder whether Commander Xuanyuan is willing to be a watchdog for this saint's son. Watchdog? Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. He was furious and even more angry. Let him, a demigod-level temple commander, be a watchdog. This is simply humiliating him. This is simply trampling on his dignity. Why, you don't want to? Before Xuanyuan Wudi could think more, Yin Chofeng spoke again. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and speechless. Promise. Once he agrees, he, Xuanyuan Wudi, will become the laughingstock of everyone in the entire TianYTN, and he will have no face left from now on. But what if you don't agree? Xuanyuan Wudi had no doubt that if he did not agree, Yin Chofeng would definitely take his life immediately. Dignity, life. Between the two, Xuanyuan Wudi directly chose the latter. I do. Looking at Yin Chofeng, Xuanyuan Wudi said while gritting his teeth. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Yin Chofeng laughed out loud towards the sky. Brush. Then, he looked at Xuanyuan Wudi again and said in a cold voice, Xuanyuan Wudi, since you want to be a dog of this saint's son, then you must be prepared to be a dog. Now, this holy son commands you to immediately break your hands and feet. From now on, you cannot walk standing up, but must crawl on your stomach. What? When Yin Chofeng said this, Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. Then, he gritted his teeth, looked at Yin Chofeng with hatred and said, Yin Chofeng, don't go too far. Too much bullying. Yin Chofeng sneered, this saint's son is bullying you, what can you do? You. Xuanyuan Wudi was furious. Yin Qiufeng ignored him, his face darkened, and he shouted coldly. If you dare to betray me, you will pay the price. Now, I will give you 3 seconds to consider whether you will cut off your own limbs or I will have someone do it for you. Chapter 12:27 Yin Qiufeng's Conspiracy. If you dare to betray me, you will pay the price. Now, I will give you 3 seconds to consider whether you will cut off your own limbs or I will have someone do it for you. After Yin Qiufeng finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, and everyone was silent. A dog that has lost its home is no different from this. But no one sympathized with him, and no one pitied him. As Yin Qiufeng said, since Xuanyuan Wudi chose to betray, then he must be responsible for his choice and his betrayal. Now, King Niu's situation is over. The winner becomes a king and the loser becomes a bandit. As a subordinate, Xuanyuan Wudi naturally had to pay the price for his previous choice. Everyone was silent, including Xuanyuan Wudi. Cut off your own hands and feet. For Xuanyuan Wudi, once he cuts off his own hands and feet, even if he is a demigod, he will become a useless waste from then on. This is something Xuanyuan Wudi cannot accept at all. But what if you don't accept it? Your Highness, do you really have to do this? Looking at Yin Qiufeng, Xuanyuan Wudi felt a little unwilling, a little lonely, and even a little helpless. What do you think? Yin Qiufeng had no intention of backing down, and even less of sympathy. The time has come, tell me your choice, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want this saint son to have someone do it for you? Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll do it myself. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Yes, Xuanyuan Wudi responded and then lowered his head. The winner becomes a king, and the loser becomes a bandit. This was indeed true, but he was somewhat unwilling to let Xuanyuan Wudi just surrender and cut off his own hands and feet. That is why, the moment Xuanyuan Wudi lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Bang! The next second, Xuanyuan Wudi slapped him with his palm. However, his palm did not hit his body, but fell on the ground. The earth trembled. Xuanyuan Wudi suddenly stood up and rushed directly into the air. Everything happens in a flash. After escaping into the air, Xuanyuan Wudi didn't hesitate at all. He flew directly into the distance. Needless to say, he wanted to run. However, although this scene happened suddenly, there was someone who was faster than Xuanyuan Wudi. Almost at the moment when Xuanyuan Wudi flew out, several peak demigod realm powerhouses around Yin Qiufeng had already blocked Xuanyuan Wudi. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and his body stopped instantly. At this time, more than 10 demigod realm warriors flew up and directly surrounded Xuanyuan Wudi. Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi who was surrounded by nearly 20 demigod warriors in midair, Yin Qiufeng smiled slightly, with a playful and amusing look on his face. Run, why don't you run? Have you always been on guard against me? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi glanced at Yin Qiufeng, gritted his teeth, and said with a ferocious look. You're not that stupid. Yin Qiufeng smiled indifferently. The next second, his face darkened, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted sternly, what are you waiting for? Break his hands and feet for me, now, immediately, right now. Yes, Your Highness. Nearly 20 demigods responded and then rushed directly towards Xuanyuan Wudi. What does 20 demigods mean? Xuanyuan Wudi was only at the initial stage of the demigod realm. What's more, among these nearly 20 demigods, more than half were at the peak of the demigod realm, and even the rest were at the high-level demigod realm. When sheep encounter a pack of wolves, how do they fight back? Xuanyuan Wudi looked as pale as death, and he even forgot to resist. But these demigods will show no mercy. Bang! A muffled sound. Snap! Then, a sound of bones breaking was heard, and a powerful demigod came in front of Xuanyuan Wudi. He attacked with the force of thunder, and instantly shattered the bones of Xuanyuan Wudi's right arm. Xuanyuan Wudi let out a scream, heart-wrenching. However, the demigods had no sympathy, let alone mercy and indifference. Bang! 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 Ka ka ka! In an instant, they broke Xuanyuan Wudi's hands and feet. Bang! Xuanyuan Wudi's body fell directly from midair and fell to the ground. His body kept rolling and at the same time, painful groans kept coming out of his mouth. Yin Qiufeng didn't care about this. Take away. After he said these 2 words, he stood up and left. After all, the city of heaven is deserted and there is no trace of Ye Bufan. There is no point for him to stay here. However, Yin Chofeng will never give up. Everything has just begun. In the first heaven, in the Divine Emperor City, there is an inn. You are Xiaofan. In the backyard, Qian Duoduo and Filong, who had just returned, looked at the ordinary-looking girl in blue brought back by Qian Yu with a messy face. Qian Duoduo asked with a twitching mouth. Although they knew that the person in front of them was Ye Bufan, both Qian Duoduo and Filong still found it hard to accept in their hearts and were even speechless. You said, it's okay for you to transform into another man, but now you have turned yourself into a woman. Fortunately, Ye Bufan only transformed into an ordinary girl. If he transformed into a peerless beauty who could charm everyone, what kind of scene would it be? What kind of picture would it be? Just thinking about it, Qian Duoduo and Filong couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. So disgusting and perverted. Of course, they both knew that Ye Bufan was doing this to hide his identity more effectively. After all, although the matter of the City of Heaven had not yet been leaked, they had already received the news. If King Niu's identity was exposed, it meant that Ye Bufan's ability to transform into other people had also been exposed. But who would have thought that this guy could not only transform into a man, but also into a woman? The temple can check all suspicious men in Tianyi, but it will never check those women. After all, there is an essential difference between changing one's appearance and changing one's gender. It can only be said that Tianyi is too powerful. No, it should be said that Tianyi is too powerful after evolving into a half-step magical power. After all, before evolving into a half-step magical power, Tianyi was unable to change her gender. Uncle Qian, Uncle Long, long time no see. Ignoring Qian Duoduo and Filong's strange expressions, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Nima. That smile, that voice. Qian Duoduo and Filong couldn't help but tremble. They felt a chill all over their bodies. Qian Duoduo immediately said, Xiao Fan, you'd better change back quickly. No problem. Ye Bufan responded and immediately transformed into his original form. Call. Seeing Ye Bufan transformed into his original form, Qian Duoduo and Filong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, Qian Duoduo calmed down and looked at Ye Bufan with emotion and said, Xiao Fan, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you have already advanced to become a demigod, and you have made such a big fuss in just a few months since you came to Tianyi. I'm just trying to get your attention, Uncle Qian. Ye Bufan said this, and then said with a look of regret, it's a pity. I only need one step to rescue the old man and the others. Now I can only think of a long-term plan and find another way. I'm afraid we don't have much time. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo frowned and said solemnly. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. But he soon understood the meaning of Qian Duoduo's words. Beating the grass has already scared the snake. With the identity of King Niu exposed, even if their side wants to plan slowly, the temple will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death. They will definitely take the initiative to attack. This is also true. Temple of the Sun. After returning from Tianji City, Yin Chofeng's anger increased instead of decreased. After all, to him, Ye Bufan, whose identity was exposed, was just an ant. But, this ant just ran away and is still missing. Yin Chofeng could not accept this no matter what. Someone come. In the hall, Yin Chofeng thought for a moment and then shouted loudly, then said sternly, pass my order, inform Tianwei, let everyone know that in 7 days, Yi Tianxiang will be tortured to death in the temple square. Chapter 1228, Strong Challenge, Bloodbath in Tianwei. Pass on my order and inform the heaven beyond heaven, letting everyone know that in 7 days, Yi Tianxiang will be tortured to death in the temple square. Inside the Tianyi heaven, with Yin Chofeng's order, the news that Yi Tianxiang and old man Yi would be tortured to death 7 days later spread out of the temple as if it had wings, and then continued to spread outward. The 5th heaven, the 4th heaven, the 3rd heaven. In less than half a day, the news that the temple would execute Yi Tianxiang and old man Yi by slow slicing in 7 days had spread throughout Tianyi, and everyone in Tianyi knew about it. At the same time, everyone was stunned. Execute Yi Tianxiang. What's going on? Didn't the temple want to use Yi Tianxiang as an example to remind everyone of the consequences of betraying the human race? Why are they killing him now? Good kill. Traitors like this should have been killed long ago. What a pity for such a powerful warrior of our human race. What a pity. He is just a traitor of the human race and a lackey of the demon clan. Keeping him alive will only cause trouble. Killing him will save us trouble. I just can't understand, if they want to execute Yi Tianxiang and that old man, why did they have to wait until 7 days later? Of course, if Yi Tianxiang was killed directly, who would know about this? If no one knows, naturally there will be no influence. The temple is doing this now, just taking advantage of the issue, and wants to use Yi Tianxiang's death to warn all human members not to betray the human race, otherwise, Yi Tianxiang's today will be there tomorrow. Maybe. Most people think so because they don't know the truth of the matter, but a small number of people know clearly why the temple did this. These people were the ones who evacuated Tiancheng City with Ye Bufan. Was it because Yi Tianxiang deserved to die that Yi Tianxiang was tortured to death 7 days later? No. In their view, nothing could be further from the truth. City of Heaven, King Bull. Shenwu Continent, Ye Bufan. Nowadays, these people all know very well that the King Niu of Tiancheng City is Ye Bufan, the son of Yi Tianxiang in Shenwu Continent. Ye Bufan knew that his identity was exposed and had already fled. Not long after Ye Bufan escaped, the temple was going to execute Yi Tianxiang. There is no such coincidence in the world. It is obvious that the temple's execution of Yi Tianxiang was fake, and the real intention was to use Yi Tianxiang to lure out Ye Bufan. This is clearly an open conspiracy. This is clearly the temple's attempt to lure the snake out of its hole. Of course, although these people knew the true purpose of the temple, they did not dare to say much, let alone leak a single word to the outside world. After all, trouble comes from the mouth. As the leader of the human race, the temple is not someone they can offend. What's more, this matter has nothing to do with them. If it's none of your business, just ignore it. It is better to have less things to do than more. As the news of the temple's execution of Yi Tianxiang came out, there were many different opinions among the human race. In the first heaven, there is an inn. Uncle Qian, you are right. We don't have much time left. There are only 7 days left. In the backyard, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo with a serious expression. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rush into the temple and rescue Big Brother. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feilong suddenly stood up and said with an extremely determined look. No, no. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo directly refused. Why? Feilong glanced at the two of them and said with some dissatisfaction, are we just going to watch our big brother being tortured by those bastards? Yi Tianlong, you are anxious, but aren't we anxious too? Qian Duoduo rebuked him and said, but this is clearly a conspiracy of the temple. They want to lure us to rescue people. Once we really do this, not only will Yi Tianxiang not be able to be rescued, but we will also be implicated. Get in and rescue. Feilong said angrily. Anyway, I must save this man. No matter if he is plotting something or not, the worst that can happen is that he will die. What happens after you die? As soon as Feilong finished speaking, Qian Duoduo suddenly asked. Hearing this, Feilong was stunned. Qian Duoduo continued, even if you die, Yi Tianxiang will still be in the hands of the temple. He still can't escape the fate of being tortured by the temple. In this case, what's the point of your death? What should we do? Are we just going to do nothing and watch our brother die? Who said we can't save them? Then tell me, how can we save him? This. Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment, then said, wait for me to think about it. Saving people can't be done in a hurry. We have to take a long-term view. Wait, I've been waiting for you for more than a year, but have you figured out a solution? Also, there are only 7 days left for Big Brother. Can we wait for that long? Big Brother, can we wait for that long? Feilong was furious. Qian Duoduo was also speechless. 7 days. Yi Tianxiang really doesn't have much time left. But at this moment, Ye Bufan, who had remained silent, suddenly said, Uncle Qian, Uncle Long, I have an idea. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo frowned, then looked at Ye Bufan. Xiao Fan, what can we do? Feilong looked directly at Ye Bufan and asked. Ye Bufan, it's just a preliminary idea for now. There are still many deficiencies and omissions. I need Uncle Qian and Uncle Long to help improve it. Tell me about it. Qian Duoduo spoke directly. Ye Bufan nodded and said, my idea is this. Since we don't have much time left and it's not realistic to charge directly into the temple, then we might as well go straight in and force the temple to release the people. Force the temple to release them. Qian Duoduo and Feilong were stunned. How? Then Qian Duoduo asked with a frown. Murder, arson, and robbery. Ye Bufan's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said in a cold voice. Murder, arson, robbery. Philong and Qian Duoduo were stunned again. That's right. Ye Bufan responded and continued, doesn't the temple claim to be the leader of the human race? Then we will use the safety of the entire human race to force them to submit. I'm afraid it won't work at all. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo said something, then frowned and said, don't forget, your mother did the same thing before, but what was the result? No, it's different. What's the difference? She directly killed people and massacred the whole city, but we can't do that. For us, killing is just a means, while arson and looting are the goals. Is there any difference? Of course. What's the difference? Take the Divine Emperor city where we are now. Uncle Qian, what do you think will happen to the people in this city if we directly rob all the property in the city and then destroy the Divine Emperor city? Homeless. Penniless. That's right. But what's the use of this? Of course it works. After responding, Ye Bufan continued, Uncle Qian, if I robbed your money and destroyed your family, how would you treat me? Or, what would you think? Of course I hate you to the core and want to kill you as soon as possible. Qian Duoduo said instinctively. But do you know where I am? Ye Bufan asked back. Forehead. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and continued, if they can't find me and don't know where I am, how can they kill me and hurry up? Since they can't do anything to me, then the anger, unhappiness, and hatred in these people's hearts must have nowhere to vent. At this time, if we use Linglong Chamber of Commerce to expose the truth about Yi Tianxiang's betrayal of the human race, and then instigate and guide them, what do you think these people whose property was robbed and whose homes were destroyed will choose? Suddenly, Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up. You want to use these people to put pressure on the temple. That's right. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and said, if it's just 1,000 or 10,000 people, the temple may not care, but what if it's people from 100 cities or 1,000 cities? Can the temple just sit back and do nothing? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, and he who loses the hearts of the people loses the world. It is impossible for the temple to not understand this principle. What's more, in the eyes of the temple, we have nothing in the outer heaven, but they are different. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They simply don't dare to waste time with us like this, and they can't afford it. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo frowned and said, even so, the temple may not release us. On the contrary, it may even anger them even more. This possibility does exist, and the probability of it existing is very high, but I never thought that they would release him directly because of this. Then you still do this. Uncle Qian, if you were the master of the temple and encountered this situation, what would you do? Yes, with millions of people putting pressure on you, and the culprit is nowhere to be found, and most importantly, you can't delay any further, what choice will you make? Take advantage of the situation, pretend to compromise, and then lure the snake out of its hole, surround and kill it. Since Uncle Qian thinks so, then I think the temple will do the same, right? But what's the use of this? By then, even if we rescue Yi Tianxiang and the old man, we won't be able to escape, right? Who said that? Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Uncle Qian, don't forget that I still have the 2 trump cards of the Heaven Burial Palace and the Cemetery of Gods and Demons in my hands. No one can stop me from leaving at any time and any place. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan continued, of course, a plan is just a plan after all. Once it is implemented, there will definitely be many problems and variables. Therefore, we must plan for the long term and take all the possible problems into consideration. After all, there is only one chance, and we must strike it right away. Qian Duoduo nodded. Next, Ye Bufan, Qian Duoduo, and Philong began to discuss the specific implementation plan. Qian Duoduo even called over the vice president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and dozens of Chamber of Commerce managers who were good at planning. Not only that, Ye Bufan also transferred dozens of people from Shenwu continent to participate. This was a plan and layout involving more than 100 people. Half a day later, Ye Bufan issued a statement to the temple and the entire Tianweishan through the Linglong Chamber of Commerce lurking in Tianweishan. If the temple does not release Yi Tianxiang and Old Master Yi within 7 days, he will lead the 7 killing hall to massacre Tianweishan. Chapter 1229. No massacre in the city, only robbery. If the temple does not release Yi Tianxiang and Old Master Yi within 7 days, this major general will lead the 7 Killings Hall to massacre the heaven outer heaven. Linglong Chamber of Commerce is a giant lurking in TianYTN. Before the people in TianYTN could figure out what was going on, Ye Bufan's declaration had already spread throughout the entire TianYTN. Even no one knew where the news came from, as if it appeared out of thin air. For a moment, the entire TianYTN was in an uproar and boiling in an instant. Openly challenging and threatening the temple. Looking back over thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, such a thing has never happened before, not even once. It is simply crazy and unbelievable. Crazy, he actually dared to openly threaten the temple. Who is this guy? Who? Use your brain, please. This guy's last name is Yi, and he wants the temple to release Yi Tianxiang, so he must be Yi Tianxiang's family member. Yi Tianxiang's family. Nima, this guy is even more awesome than the Bull King. Bullshit, can he compare with the Bull King? That is to say, King Niu is a fierce man who dares to hunt down even the holy son of the temple. This guy surnamed Yi just threatened the temple. Compared with King Niu, he is nothing. He won't really massacre Tianwaitian. Bloodbath in TianYTN. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think the temple is just for show? If he really has the ability to bloodbath in TianYTN, he wouldn't use this method to force the temple to release the people. 2. Compared to this, I'd rather know how the temple will respond to him. How else can I respond? I'll just ignore it. After Ye Bufan's declaration was made, almost everyone in TianYTN was talking about him. At the same time, most people's attention was focused on the temple, waiting for the temple's response. Temple of the Sun. After receiving the report from his subordinates and learning that Ye Bufan was openly threatening the temple, Yin Chofeng did not get angry but laughed instead, with a look of amusement and mockery on his face. Bloodbath in Tianwaitian. Is this a desperate move? Your Highness, what should we do? After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the Holy Sun's personal guard who came to report the news suddenly asked in front of him. What to do? Yin Chofeng smiled calmly. Don't worry about it. The Holy Sun's personal guard was slightly stunned and said, Your Highness, if we leave it alone, what should we do if he really massacres the heaven beyond heaven? Then let him kill it. Yin Chofeng narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. Let him kill. The Holy Sun's personal guards were stunned again. Any questions? Yin Chofeng asked back, even if this Saint Sun lets him kill, how many people can he kill in 7 days? 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. They are just a bunch of ants. Living is a waste of resources. It would be better if they died. Do you want to use them to threaten me and force me to submit? It's simply wishful thinking. Not to mention, after a pause, Yin Chofeng sneered and continued, the more he kills, the more the people in TianYTN will be afraid of him and the more they will hate him. If we kill him at that time, wouldn't it be better to rally the people's hearts? If so, why not do it? Buzz. After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the Holy Sun's personal guard in front of him couldn't help but tremble. Ignore the lives and deaths of hundreds of millions of people. I have to say that this Holy Sun is truly ruthless. But Yin Chofeng didn't care at all. To him, the lives of the weak were like grass. As long as he could achieve his goal, what was wrong with sacrificing some people? Okay, you can leave now. Without waiting for the Holy Sun's personal guard to think more, Yin Chofeng waved his hand and said, Yes. The Holy Sun's personal guard responded and left. Ye Bufan. After the Holy Sun's guards left, Yin Chofeng groaned and said with a smile, You are just a clown. Without the skin of the alien, you are nothing. In the heaven beyond heaven, this Holy Sun can play you to pieces in a minute. Yin Chofeng didn't care about Ye Bufan's threat and simply chose to ignore it, but Ye Bufan had already started to act. The first heaven, Qingyu City. On the teleportation array, Ye Bufan took a step forward and flew directly into the air. No one cared about this at all. After all, in TianYTN, except for the City of Heaven, there was no other city that prohibited flying. In midair, Ye Bufan stood with his hands behind his back. Boom. The next second, his semi-god level pressure suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire Qingyu City in an instant. The sudden change made everyone in Qingyu City stunned. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone instinctively looked at Ye Bufan. In midair, Ye Bufan waved his right hand. Call out. The Heaven Burial Palace appeared out of nowhere. Bang. The next second, the palace door opened instantly. Then, Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures flew out of the Burial Heaven Palace and instantly flew to various places in Qingyu City. East of the city, Long Xiaobao. South of the city, lots of money. West of the city, Flying Dragon. North of the city, Yi Fu. The 4 demigods were guarding 4 directions. They stood proudly in the air. The powerful and terrifying demigod aura was released instantly, sweeping across the entire Qingyu City and shocking the entire Qingyu City. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. The sudden change and the terrifying aura of the 5 demigods including Ye Bufan made everyone in Qingyu City unable to help but be shocked. They were shocked, they were stunned, and they were extremely scared. However, everything has just begun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Long Xiaobao and his 4 companions, more figures flew out from the Burial Heaven Palace. They followed one after another, like a swarm of carp swimming in the river. 10 minutes later, behind Ye Bufan, millions of people stood proudly in the void. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone in Qingyu City couldn't help but gasp, and then the entire Qingyu City fell into deathly silence. 1 million people or nothing. After all, the population of the huge Qingyu City is more than 1 million. But the million people in front of us are not ordinary million people, but each of them has the cultivation level of divine martial realm. In Tianyi, the divine martial realm is nothing, but what if 1 million divine martial realm people gathered together? What kind of picture is that? What kind of scene is that? What kind of impact is that? Shocked, horrified, trembling. At this moment, everyone in Qingyu City even had difficulty breathing. First, the 5 demigods, and then the millions of divine warriors. Who were these people? What exactly did they want to do? Before the people in Qingyu City could think about it, Ye Bufan had already looked down at the entire city and said suddenly, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Ye Bufan." Ye Bufan. Hearing this, everyone in Qingyu City was stunned. Why does this name sound so familiar? Yeah, it feels very familiar to me too, as if I've heard of it somewhere. Ye Bufan, Ye Bufan, Ye Bufan, I remember now. He is the one who threatened the temple and said that he would massacre the outer heaven with blood. What? Never stop until your words are shocking. When these words came out, the whole city was shaken. If it were a few hours ago, no one in Qingyu City might know who Ye Bufan is, or they might not even have heard of him, but now it is different. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. As Ye Bufan's declaration spread throughout Tianyi, just ask, who in Tianyi now doesn't know who Ye Bufan is? Is he Ye Bufan? What is he doing in Qingyu City? Isn't he here to massacre the city? Thinking in their hearts, everyone looked at Ye Bufan in midair, their minds and even souls couldn't help but tremble. They were shaking, they were afraid, they were even more scared. At this time, Ye Bufan in midair spoke again. Very good, it seems that you already know who I am. In this case, I will not say anything more, let's get straight to the point. First of all, you can rest assured that I am not here to massacre the city. Aren't you here to massacre the city? Call. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I hope you're not here to massacre the city. Ye Bufan continued, although I won't massacre the whole city, I will confiscate most of the property in Qingyu City. Of course, I won't care about the ordinary people's money. As for the big families and those wealthy people, you can think of me as robbing them. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Chapter 1230. Not killing you is already a mercy. Although I won't massacre the whole city, I will confiscate most of the property in Qingyu City. Of course, I won't care about the ordinary people. I don't even look at your money. As for the big families and those wealthy people, you can think of me as robbing them. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Boom. In Qingyu City, all the major families and wealthy people could not help but tremble in their hearts after hearing Ye Bufan's words. Their eyes were bloodshot and their fists were clenched. No massacre in the city, just robbed money. For them, strength is the foundation of their existence, but wealth is essential for their development. Once their wealth is plundered by the other party, how can they develop in the future? Angry, hateful, and furious. There was a cold light in the eyes of every family member when they looked at Ye Bufan. If looks could kill, Ye Bufan would have been killed no less than 100 times in that instant. However, unlike the major families and those wealthy and powerful people, the ordinary residents in Qingyu City were stunned at first and then overjoyed when they heard Ye Bufan's words. No massacre in the city, only robbery. Don't rob them, just rob the noble families. This is a good thing. As long as they are fine. In a brief moment, before anyone in Qingyu City could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. Now, everyone, go back to your homes. Remember, you only have 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I will start to act. If you are still on the street at that time, you will be regarded as a rebel and will be killed on the spot. In addition, anyone who dares to harbor someone who is not from our family will also be considered a rebel and will be killed on the spot. Start the timer now. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the people in Qingyu City couldn't help but tremble again. After 2 minutes, anyone outside will be killed on the spot. Run. In an instant, everyone in Qingyu City who was outside, whether they were from major families or ordinary residents, rushed back home. Regardless of anything else, the most important thing is to save your life. Mr. Yi, please don't go too far. But at this moment, in Qingyu City, in the city lord's mansion, an angry roar suddenly sounded, and then a figure soared into the sky. A middle-aged man at the peak of the Fatian realm stood proudly above the city lord's mansion, looking at Ye Bufan in the distance and gritting his teeth and said, "We have no grudges against you, why are you doing this? Presumptuous." As soon as the man finished speaking, before Ye Bufan could speak, or even look at him, an angry shout was heard from the east direction of the city. In midair, Long Xiaobao took a step forward. Base. The next second, the divine weapon, time, was instantly unsheathed in Long Xiaobao's hand. Then, Long Xiaobao swung out with a sword. In an instant, the sharp sword energy turned into a cold light, separated from the sword body, pierced through the void, and headed straight for the man at the peak of the flying sky realm in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, because of Long Xiaobao's angry shout, the middle-aged man turned around instinctively. But he didn't expect that Long Xiaobao's sword energy was already close to him. Seeing the scene in front of him, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Without waiting for him to think or react, the sword energy ruthlessly penetrated his body. The middle-aged man trembled. A tiny bloodstain instantly appeared on his body. Puff. The next second, bright red blood spurted out from the bloodstains on the middle-aged man's body. His body was directly split into 2 halves. Huff huff. The 2 halves of the body fell from midair. Bang, bang. The body fell to the ground and the earth shook. The peak of flying fell. The middle-aged man didn't know what had happened until he died. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. A peak Fatian realm master was killed with 1 sword, and there was a dead silence in Qingyu City. Everyone was shocked and trembling in their hearts. Base. At this time, Long Xiaobao put his sword back into its sheath. Ye Bufan looked down at the entire city and suddenly said, "You're going too far. I'm already being merciful by not killing you. If anyone refuses to accept this, just stand up." Autocratic, domineering, and unreasonable. Hearing this, everyone in Qingyu City was startled again. If you don't agree, stand up. The best expert in Qingyu City was killed instantly by you with 1 sword. Who would dare to disobey? Even if they don't obey, who would stand up and who would dare to stand up? If you stand up, you're seeking death. Be angry and bear it. Be angry and bear it. Even if you hate someone, you have to endure it. Even if you can't bear it anymore, you have to endure it. If you can't bear it, you will die. You have 1 minute and 27 seconds. Without paying attention to anyone's thoughts, Ye Bufan spoke directly. Buzz. Everyone's body couldn't help but tremble again. 1 minute and 27 seconds left. Run. The originally dead silent Qingyu City fell into chaos again. Everyone goes back to their own homes and tries to protect themselves. This time, no one said anything, and no one stood up to resist. Be patient and everything will remain calm. Take a step back and the world will be broader. In this world, nothing is more important than your own life. After all, if a person is already dead, what is the point of keeping others? 2 minutes later, there was deathly silence in Qingyu City. No one could be seen in the streets and alleys. It seemed as if the entire Qingyu City had turned into a dead city. Do it. In the center of the city, above the teleportation array, Ye Bufan spoke directly. Yes. Millions of 7 Killing Hall members responded in unison and then flew into Qingyu City. Don't come, don't come, don't come. My Shen family is small, so we shouldn't be considered rich, right? Ha ha ha, fortunately my Chu family didn't build a mansion like other noble families. Instead, we lived like ordinary families, with each branch of the family scattered in different places and living independently. This Ye family member would definitely not be able to find us. What should I do? What should I do? Hurry, 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 hide all the valuables. Seeing the millions of members of the 7 Killing Hall approaching, all the major families and those wealthy people in Qingyu City were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They were nervous and worried. They either prayed that Ye Bufan had missed them, or hurriedly hid their belongings to minimize the losses they would suffer. It's a pity that all this is in vain. Why? It's very simple, because Ye Bufan has a list in his hand. This list records all the noble families and those wealthy people in Qingyu City. It even records how much wealth each family has. Although it may not be a 100% match, the difference will definitely not be too big. As for where this list came from, it naturally came from Qian Duoduo and Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Although Ye Bufan didn't know how Qian Duoduo knew all this, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was able to find out all the financial situations of the major families. This was definitely not something that everyone could do. After all, the major families definitely understood the principle of not revealing wealth to others. What's more, it was even more difficult to find out the situations of the major families without being discovered by them. As for why Qian Duoduo did this, it couldn't be simpler. It is obvious that Qian Duoduo has been coveting these people's property for a long time. It was like this in the Shenwu continent before, and it is still like this now in TianYTN. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. To put it in Qian Duoduo's words, if I don't know how much wealth these people have, how can I make money from them? It's a pity that these noble families don't know that Qian Duoduo has already figured out their situation clearly, and he's almost set a trap for them. Now, it's convenient for Ye Bufan. Hidden wealth. How can you hide it if people know your financial situation? Grab it now. Chapter 1231. 107 cities were robbed in one day. In Qingyu City, 1 million members of the 7 Killing Hall went to various major families in batches to search and rob according to the list provided by the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Whenever a family was visited by the members of the 7 Killing Hall, their family treasury was directly emptied. Not only that, even the Sumeru ring in the hands of every family member was not spared by the members of the 7 Killing Hall. It was like a swarm of locusts passing through the city, leaving nothing behind. In this regard, although the major families were angry and resentful, they could only watch helplessly. They dared not say anything about the robbery of the 7 Killing Hall. After all, the previous peak warrior of the Flying Sky Realm had already given them the most profound warning. If you resist, you will die. As for escaping, looking at the 4 demigod masters standing guard in 4 directions above Qingyu City, the major families simply gave up on this idea. After all, with their strength, it was simply a pipe dream to break through the 4 demigods and escape from the City of Heaven. Since I can't fight and I can't escape, I can only endure it all silently. After all, money is important, but life is more important. Just think of it as losing money to avoid disaster. Time passed by minute by minute. In Qingyu City, everyone held their breath, not daring to even breathe. The members of the 7 Killing Hall were plundering the property of the major families unscrupulously. 10 minutes later, 1 million members of the 7 Killing Hall swept through all the major families and returned one after another. Then they all entered the Heaven Burial Palace. 3 minutes later, all the 1 million members of the 7 Killing Hall returned. Walk. As soon as Ye Bufan's name was spoken, Long Xiaobao and the other 3 immediately flew into the Burial Heaven Palace. Afterwards, Ye Bufan directly put away the Burial Heaven Palace and landed on the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, Ye Bufan had left Qingyu City and his whereabouts were unknown. However, the fact could not be changed. In less than 20 minutes, all the major families in Qingyu City were killed and all their property was looted. Call. Seeing Ye Bufan leave, everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, the anger in the hearts of the major families could no longer be suppressed and completely exploded. Mr. Yi, my Wang family and you are irreconcilable. This is too much, this is too much. Damn you Ye Bufan, I curse you to die a miserable death. For today's humiliation, one day my Shen family will make you pay it back 1,000 times, 10,000 times. In Qingyu City, the major families seemed like rampaging beasts. Curses and insults rose one after another, blending into one, causing the entire Qingyu City to fall into a state of unrest in an instant. It's a pity that Ye Bufan could neither hear nor see anything. Of course, even if he could not hear or see anything, all this was within Ye Bufan's expectations, and this was exactly what Ye Bufan wanted. Shang Zhuang dances with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong. It looked like a robbery, but in fact it was to provoke these noble families, and then divert the trouble to others and use them to put pressure on the temple. Of course, to achieve this, it is not enough to rely on only the noble families in Qingyu City. Moreover, with their strength, they would never dare to provoke the temple, let alone put pressure on it. So all this has just begun. Ye Bufan still needs more main cities and more aristocratic families. The first heaven, Yulong City. After Ye Bufan left Qingyu City, he came here directly through the teleportation array. Afterwards, just like when he was in Qingyu City, Ye Bufan directly summoned the Zhengtian Palace. Then Long Xiaobao and the other four blocked the four sides of Yulong City, and the 1 million members of the 7 Killing Hall frantically looted the property of the major families in the city. You can't live without being crazy. After Yulong City, there were Tianxin City, Wanghai City, Yunlong City. In less than a day, Ye Bufan led 1 million members of the 7 Killing Hall to sweep across the first heaven and captured 107 cities in a row. There was resentment everywhere in the first heaven, and everyone felt in danger. Not only that, what happened in the first heaven quickly spread like wings to the second heaven, the third heaven, the fourth heaven, and finally everyone in the entire heaven outer heaven knew about it. For a moment, the entire Tianyi was in an uproar. Looting 107 cities in one day. Although this was not a big deal, after all, there were no demigod-level strongmen in the first heaven, and it was not difficult to do this. However, what everyone cared about was not the 107 cities that were looted, but the matter itself. Why did Ye Bufan do this? It was obvious that he was challenging and threatening the temple. After all, Ye Bufan's previous declaration had made it very clear that if your temple did not release us, I would massacre everyone in Tianyi. Now, looting 107 cities in one day is probably just the beginning, just a warning. Originally everyone thought that Ye Bufan was just talking casually, but unexpectedly, he actually put it into action. Young and frivolous. I have to say, this is extremely courageous. But it doesn't matter anymore. Now that Yi Tianxiang has taken action, how will the temple respond? For a moment, everyone focused their attention on the temple again. Temple of the Sun. Yin Qiufeng sat on the throne of the Son of God. Below him, in addition to the 3 deputy hall masters, there were more than 20 temple deacons, and these more than 20 temple deacons were all at the peak of the semi-god realm. At this moment, the group was discussing Ye Bufan's looting of the 107 cities in the first heaven. Your Highness, if it were you, I would say just let Yi Tianxiang go. He is now a useless person anyway. Even if we let him go, it will not have any impact on us. What do you mean by no impact? If we release Yi Tianxiang now, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling everyone that our temple has compromised with that kid named Yi? At that time, where is the face of our temple? Where is the dignity? That's right, you absolutely can't let it go. If you ask me, we should just kill Yi Tianxiang and see what that guy can do. No, that's right, Yi Tianxiang must not be killed now. Why can't he be killed? Are you really afraid that he will be desperate and massacre Tianwei? Even if he really has this idea, does he have the ability to do it? Deacon Hong, have you forgotten about Lin Luoyan? Lin Luoyan. Back then, Lin Luoyan alone had already made us extremely anxious. Now, not only is that guy a demigod himself, but there are already 7 demigods known to us around him, including Lin Luoyan. Add to that the 1 million divine martial lords. If we really piss this guy off, he will surely cause chaos in the entire heaven beyond heaven. There are only 7 demigods. Just kill them directly. As for the 1 million divine warriors, they are not worth mentioning. Ants are just ants after all. What kind of waves can they cause? Kill him. How do you kill him? Do you know where he is? The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If he keeps hiding and doesn't fight us head on, what can we do to him? The most important thing is that we are all human beings. We should join forces to fight against the demons instead of fighting among ourselves. Join hands to fight against the demons. Don't forget why Yi Tianxiang was dismissed from his position as deputy commander in the first place. If my father betrays the clan, will my son definitely betray the clan as well? Once unfaithful, never again. Humph, I think you are getting old and confused. If our human race continues to fight among itself, we will be wiped out by the demons sooner or later. That's enough. But at this moment, Yin Chofeng shouted angrily, then looked at the deacon and said, Deacon Tai, please be careful with your words. Can my human race survive without him? After a pause, Yin Chofeng continued, also, this Saint Son invited you here not to discuss whether to release him, but to ask you to come up with a plan on how to deal with this kid. Remember, this Holy Son will never let you go. The temple will not compromise with anyone. The deacons were stunned. Report. But at this moment, a personal guard of the Holy Son ran in hurriedly. What is it? Looking at the personal guard, Yin Chofeng asked directly. The Holy Son's personal guard clasped his fists and said, reporting to your highness, there is news from the Shui family in Louis City of the second heaven that Ye Bufan has arrived in Louis City, and the Shui family requested reinforcements from the temple. Chapter 1232 Everyone is in danger. The Shui family of Louis City ranks 106th among the 108 ancient city families. Although the Shui family is at the bottom of the 108 ancient city families, it is still one of the 108 ancient city families after all. There are semi-god realm strongmen in the family. In addition, there are flying realm warriors in the Shui family and other families in Louis City. Yin Chofeng believes that the Shui family will be able to hold back Ye Bufan and his party. Let's go to Fallen Leaf City. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Chofeng disappeared from the spot. Rescuing the Shui family is only secondary. The key point is to surround and kill Ye Bufan. After Yin Chofeng left, the 3 deputy temple masters and more than 20 demigod peak deacons also left and rushed to the second heaven Louis City. For them, as long as they can successfully surround and kill Ye Bufan, all problems will be solved. For this reason, Yin Chofeng and his party set out from the temple without any stops. When they entered the second heaven and landed in Louis City, it was only more than 10 minutes since they left the temple. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Ye Bufan had already left. Where are the people? Looking at the members of the Shui family and the Flying and Soul Fusion Realm warriors from the major families in Louis City who were gathered outside the city lord's mansion, Yin Chofeng asked directly. Leave. Someone from the Shui family said unhappily. Gone. Yin Chofeng was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, you bunch of rubbish, can't you delay for a while and wait until we arrive? Drag. How? As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, someone immediately said in dissatisfaction, do you think we don't want to delay time? But they came to Louis City and took action directly. What can we do? Won't you resist? Resist? Haha, that's easy to say, but what's the reality? As the only demigod realm expert in Louis City, Shui Lao just opened his mouth and was beaten half to death without even a chance to resist or explain. How can we, the warriors in the Fatian and Fusion Soul realms, resist? Are we going to die? Yin Chofeng couldn't help but be stunned again. The major families were feeling aggrieved and angry, and they started to complain. If you ask me, this is still the responsibility of your temple. If you had come earlier, wouldn't there be nothing wrong? That's right. And there's Yi Tianshang. If you hadn't locked him up, would that kid with the surname Yi have taken his anger out on us and come to rob us? In the final analysis, it's still the responsibility of your temple. The fire at the city gate affected all the innocent people. The temple must give us an explanation for this matter. Right. That's right. Why should we be the ones to atone for the mistakes made by your temple? If it were any other time, no family outside of the 108 ancient city families would dare to face the temple like this, and no family would dare to speak to Yin Chofeng like this. However, now they were all holding their breath, and this matter was originally caused by the temple, so they dared to be so presumptuous. Shut up. Suddenly, Yin Chofeng shouted angrily, scanning the entire audience and asked, do you want to rebel? Everyone was stunned and fell silent. Yin Chofeng continued, the temple will give you an explanation for this matter, but not now. Now, you'd better wait patiently. Let's go. After leaving a few words, Yin Chofeng just turned around and left. The 3 deputy temple masters and more than 20 peak demigod deacons who were accompanying them also did not stay any longer. Son of the temple, what is that? You bastard, if you have the guts, just catch that guy named Yi. Why are you trying to bully us? A dog takes advantage of his master. An explanation. I want to see what kind of explanation your temple will give us in the end. This matter we will never give up. That's right, we will never give up. Why should we be the ones to atone for the trouble caused by the temple? Everyone, why don't we unite all the families that were previously robbed by that kid named Yi, and then go to the temple to ask for an explanation. What do you think? Good idea. Agree. The law cannot punish everyone. Let's see what the temple will do when the time comes. As soon as Yin Chofeng and his party left, all the major families in Louis City started to curse them, and even at the suggestion of someone with ulterior motives, they were ready to join forces to put pressure on the temple. Yin Chofeng was completely unaware of this. Not long after leaving Louis City, the temple once again received a request for help from the ancient city's family. Unfortunately, when Yin Chofeng and his men arrived, Ye Bufan had already left. After that, every time when Yin Chofeng received a call for help and rushed over, Ye Bufan had already left before him. Of course, this was not Yin Chofeng's fault, nor was it because he was slow, but after entering the second heaven, Ye Bufan knew that those ancient city families would never surrender easily, so every time he entered a city with an ancient city family, the first thing Ye Bufan did was no nonsense, just suppress them forcefully. That was why Yin Chofeng could only pass by Ye Bufan. It happened once, twice, and 3 times. Yin Chofeng felt like he was going crazy. After all, these ancient city families have demigods in charge and are the backbone of the human race. The temple can ignore those small families, but it cannot ignore the 108 ancient city families. During this period, the temple also thought about ambushing in a city in advance and waiting for Ye Bufan's arrival. They even took action, but unfortunately they failed in the end. It was as if Ye Bufan knew their whereabouts. As long as there was an ambush by the temple, Ye Bufan would never enter it no matter what. Yin Chofeng was annoyed and even more surprised by this. He even doubted whether Ye Bufan had the ability to predict danger, otherwise why didn't he fall into the ambush of the temple? Yin Chofeng didn't know that the reason why Ye Bufan was able to avoid the temple's ambush in major cities was not because of his ability to predict danger, but because of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It was because Ye Bufan gradually got to know Linglong Chamber of Commerce that he realized how powerful and terrifying Linglong Chamber of Commerce is today. Qian Duoduo has plans all over the world, and his presence is omnipresent. In Qian Duoduo's words, in today's Tianwaishan, almost every city and every family has people from his Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Except for a few special families, other people, as long as it is not too secretive, will definitely not be able to hide it from him. In this case, how could Yin Chofeng ambush Ye Bufan? For this reason, with the help of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Ye Bufan was like a fish in water, coming and going freely in Tianwai Tiandi and robbing people at will. On the first day, Ye Bufan plundered the 107 cities in the first heaven. On the second day, Ye Bufan plundered 36 cities in the second heaven, 27 cities in the third heaven, and 31 cities in the fourth heaven, including as many as 18 ancient city families. On the third day, Ye Bufan plundered 16 cities in the second heaven, 49 cities in the third heaven, 23 cities in the fourth heaven, including 21 ancient city families. In 3 days, Ye Bufan went from the first heaven to the fourth heaven, plundering 289 cities, countless families of all sizes, and 39 ancient city families. It can be said that in 3 days, Ye Bufan's record was so outstanding that it was a bit crazy. However, all the major families in Tianwai Tian were in danger, even those ancient city families were no exception. Everyone was afraid that Ye Bufan's next target would be them. On the third day, at night, at Tan Tai's house, Yi Tianshang's son, Ye Bufan. In the small building in the middle of the lake, Tan Tai Yan looked at Ye Bufan in front of him, who had caused panic and danger to the entire Tianwai Tian, and confirmed it. Exactly. Ye Bufan nodded. Tan Tai Yan frowned. I don't know, my Tianyi is now. He's fine. Just as Tan Tai Yan opened his mouth, Ye Bufan interrupted him and said, in 1 or 2 months at the fastest, or half a year at the longest, Tianyi should be able to return to Tianwai Tian. That's good. Tan Tai Yan just responded, and did not ask what Tan Tai Tianyi was doing in Shenwu continent. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan and changed the subject. I wonder why young Master Yi came to my Tan Tai family this time. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. I would like to ask the old man for a favor. Chapter 1233 Conspiracy. Help. Tan Tai Yan glanced at Ye Bufan, then frowned. Although he didn't know what Ye Bufan wanted the Tan Tai family to do, in Tan Tai Yan's opinion, what Ye Bufan wanted the Tan Tai family to do was definitely not simple. However, with a grateful heart, Tan Tai Yan did not intend to refuse, so he said, I wonder what can my Tan Tai family do for young Master Yi. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. It's very simple. I want the old gentleman to put pressure on the temple for me. Buzz. Hearing this, Tan Tai Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Ye Bufan with eyes full of astonishment. He knew that the help Ye Bufan asked him to do would not be simple, but he didn't expect it to reach this extent. Young Master Yi, if it were any other matter, I would definitely not refuse, but this matter, excuse me for being frank, my Tan Tai family is really powerless to help. After a pause, Tan Tai Yan continued, it's not that I'm trying to evade young Master Yi, it's really my Tan Tai family simply doesn't have the ability to do this. What is the temple? That is the leader of the human race, the most powerful one in the universe. What about the Tan Tai family? At most, they are just the 108 ancient city families in TianYTN. Compared with the two, there is a huge gap between them in terms of status, strength, and background. In this case, how can the Tan Tai family put pressure on the temple? Even if the Tan Tai family puts pressure on the temple, what does it matter? It will not have any effect at all. Old sir, I understand your concerns, but I did not say that the Tan Tai family should put pressure on the temple. After Tan Tai Yan finished speaking, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Tan Tai Yan frowned. What do you mean, Master Yi? Did you convince other families? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. I wonder if the old gentleman still remembers the Battle of Wangshu City. The Battle of Wangshu City. Of course I remember that. The great King Niu of Tianji City kidnapped dozens of demigods in Wangshu City. This incident is now known to everyone in the outer world. Wait, you can't really be that great King Niu. Tan Tai Yan had heard from Long Xiaobao before that the King Niu of Tianji City was most likely Ye Bufan, and that Long Xiaobao had also gone to Tianji City to test the true identity of King Niu. However, Long Xiaobao never came back after he left, and not long after that, Ye Bufan challenged the temple. Now Ye Bufan suddenly mentioned the Battle of Wangshu City, which made Tan Tai Yan think in this direction. That's right. King Niu is indeed the one I transformed into. Ye Bufan said with a smile. Call. Tan Tai Yan's breathing stagnated. He didn't expect that Ye Bufan was really the King Niu. Looking at everything that King Niu did after he appeared in TianYTN, even he, a peak demigod, could not help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. Crazy, cruel and fierce. This King Niu is definitely a rare and powerful man. After calming down, Tan Tai Yan looked at Ye Bufan and asked again, even if young Master Yi is the bold king of Tianji City, but what does this have to do with putting pressure on the temple? Of course it is related. Ye Bufan responded and said, I wonder if the old man still remembers those demigods. Those demigods you kidnapped in Wangshu City. That's right. Now they have all submitted to me and are completely at my disposal. What? Never stop until your words are shocking. Tan Tai Yan suddenly stood up. His eyes widened, he looked at Ye Bufan and said in a trembling voice, You mean, then, all those demigods have surrendered to you? Exactly. How is this possible? Old sir, nothing is impossible. The fact is that they have all submitted to me. Tan Tai Yan was speechless and shocked. You know, there are 40 demigods, and most of them are not alone, they all have their own forces behind them. If these forces unite, at this moment, Tan Tai Yan no longer dared to think further. He originally thought that he had already given a very high evaluation of the young man in front of him, but he did not expect that he still underestimated him. 40 demigods. Not to mention anything else, just these 40 demigods are enough to make him the #1 person under the temple. Shocked, stunned, unbelievable. Ye Bufan continued, so don't worry, old man. By then, it won't just be the Tan Tai family that will put pressure on the temple. At least 2/3 of the more than 20 ancient city families that I control will be involved. However, if all of them were the demigods who were kidnapped in Wangshu City, I am worried that it would arouse the suspicion of the temple and expose the fact that they have surrendered to me. Therefore I hope that the Tan Tai family can also participate. Not only that, I also hope that the old man can unite more noble families. First, to confuse the public so that those demigods who have already submitted to me will not arouse suspicion from others. Second, increase the pressure on the temples. After all, we can temporarily ignore 1 or 2 ancient city family temples, but what about 10, 20, or even more? Ye Bufan said this, and Tan Tai Yan hesitated for a moment. He knew that Ye Bufan wanted to use this method to force the temple to release Yi Tianshang, so he said, of course, my Tan Tai family has no problem, but what about other families? They may not agree. That's why I robbed them. So, you rob the major families not to threaten the temple directly, but to use them to put pressure on the temple and indirectly achieve the goal of letting the temple release the people. Exactly. But this is not enough. Even if you rob their property, they may not dare to openly put pressure on the temple. After all, the foundation of the temple is far beyond their ability to contend with. What if they feel their lives and property are threatened? What's the meaning? Old sir, do you know the truth about Yi Tianxiang's betrayal of the human race? The truth. What truth? The truth is that Xuanyuan Wudi was afraid of Yi Tianxiang and others taking his place, and the deputy master of the temple coveted Lin Luoyan's beauty, which led to the incident of Yi Tianxiang's judgment of the clan. What? There is such a thing. That's the truth. This. For his own selfish interests, he did not hesitate to frame a deputy commander of the temple. Old sir, what do you think if the major families knew about this? Everyone is in danger. That's right. Everyone is in danger. Therefore, they cannot give in on Yi Tianxiang's matter. Because if they give in this time, they will most likely become the second, third, or even the fourth or fifth Yi Tianxiang. But they may not believe the facts you say. 3 people make a tiger. I will make them believe that this is the truth. Even if they don't believe it completely, it doesn't matter. After all, at this time, there will always be some people who will waver in their hearts. You just need to unite these people, don't go too far, just point out the right amount. After all, apart from the 108 ancient city families, I didn't rob the other families in TianYTN for nothing. As Ye Bufan spoke, a hint of fear flashed in Tan Tai Yan's eyes as he looked at him. The 108 ancient city noble families are in front, and the families that were robbed are behind. Ye Bufan is going to gather all the power of the heavenly world to force the temple to compromise and release the people. Too cruel, too absolute. But at the moment, this seems to be the most effective way to rescue Yi Tianxiang. No problem. Immediately, Tan Tai Yan agreed and said, when will I start to act? Tomorrow, old man, just act according to circumstances. Play it by ear. Yes, tomorrow I will invite you to watch a big show. A big show. Then I will wait and see. Chapter 1234. I'm going to start killing people. In the 3 days since Ye Bufan issued a statement and openly threatened the temple, he has visited hundreds of cities and robbed countless families, including more than 30 ancient city families. Nowadays, people in TianYTN are in a panic and everyone is in danger, especially those noble families that Ye Bufan has not visited yet. They are worried all day long whether Ye Bufan will come looking for them. They have even made preparations and started to transfer their property secretly. Fortunately, although Ye Bufan robbed countless people of their wealth during the 3 days, he never took anyone's life, otherwise they really wouldn't know what to do. But even so, these families did not dare to transfer all of their property because they were worried that if Ye Bufan failed to rob their property, he would most likely take their lives. Although they couldn't be sure of this, they had to be on guard. Time passes by inadvertently, and the darkness dissipates under the light of dawn. Day 4. The fourth heaven, Yicheng. This is an ancient city controlled by the Tantai family, and it is also the foundation of the Tantai family. Early in the morning, the gate of Yicheng was already crowded with people. These people gathered together, pointing and talking at the notice with red words on a white background on the gate in front of them. The notice read, Temple, Yin Chofeng, it has been 3 days since I made the statement, but your temple remains indifferent, as if you don't care at all about the lives of other people in TianYTN. In this case, don't blame me for being cruel. Today is the last day. I will not rob anyone, nor will I kill anyone. But if your temple still doesn't release you after today, then I will not only rob you, but I will also kill people. I will let these people be buried with my father. As long as you don't let me go, I will kill you. If you don't let go in 2 days, I will kill you in 2 days. If my father dies, I will ask you from the TianYTN tribe to be buried with him. Young master, I always keep my word. 7 Killing Hall, Ye Bufan. A naked provocation. A naked threat. At this moment, the blood-red words on the notice stimulated the hearts of every onlooker present. This is the ultimatum from Yi Tianxiang's son, Ye Bufan of the 7 Killings Hall. If the temple doesn't let him go, then he will kill him. Who to kill? It could be the Wang family, it could be the Zhang family, or it could be the Li family. In short, as long as you are in Tianwei, anyone can become Ye Bufan's target. Not only that, in 3 days, Ye Bufan descended on hundreds of main cities and robbed countless wealth as if he was in an empty city. He has told everyone through his actions that in the world outside the heaven, except for the temple, he can destroy anyone he wants. This is a madman, and a madman who is so powerful that he is impossible to contend with. In the past, Lin Loyan killed people and massacred people in the city, earning her the name of a witch, but what about Ye Bufan now? Once he explodes, he will definitely be crazier and more terrifying than Lin Loyan. After all, Lin Loyan's revenge was targeted, but Ye Bufan was different, he was venting indiscriminately. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. No one knows who Ye Bufan will target, but anyone can become his target. That is why Ye Bufan seems even more terrifying. First it was Lin Loyan, and now it's Ye Bufan. One of them is Ye Tianxiang's wife, and the other is Ye Tianxiang's son. Moreover, each one is more ruthless than the other. The temple has really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Who says it's not true? It's just that we feel pity for those noble families in Tianwei. Haha, they deserve it. What do you think those noble families are thinking about now? Of course he is frightened and cursing the temple at the same time. This Ye guy deserves to die. What do you mean? Think about it, who would benefit more from him making such a big fuss? Who is more beneficial? Nonsense, it must be the Sky Demon clan. Don't you understand the principle that when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? That's true, but I can't blame him. After all, he was trying to save his father, right? Besides, Ye Tianxiang is already a cripple, so what's the point of letting him go? I think the temple is just trying to save face. It's their selfishness that's at work. Anyway, if the sky falls, the big guy will hold it up. We don't need to worry about these things. Even if we want to worry about it, it can't do anything. That is to say, I am now curious about what the temple will choose and whether they will compromise. At the city gate, the residents of Yicheng were looking at the notice on the gate and talking about it. Tantai's house is a small building in the middle of the lake. The current head of the Tantai family, Tantai Qingmeng, looked at Tantai Yan with a serious expression and said, "Father, this is probably the case. Now everyone in the city is discussing this matter. Maybe starting tomorrow, that kid will really kill people and massacre the city. Do you think our Tantai family should be prepared? Is it finally starting?" After Tantai Qingmeng finished speaking, Tantai Yan ignored him and just pondered for a moment. "Father, what started it?" Tantai Qingmeng was stunned and looked at Tantai Yan with a look of surprise. Tantai Yan came back to his senses and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, I know about this matter, you don't have to pay attention to it. Also, from now on, if there is any news about that little guy, you must inform me as soon as possible. Don't worry about it." Tantai Qingmeng was stunned again. "Father, if we are not prepared at all, and that kid comes to our Tantai family, what should we do? Do you think he will destroy my Tantai family?" "This father, I can't guarantee it. Although we have the relationship with Tianyi, people's hearts are unpredictable. It's always better to be careful, right?" "It's right to be careful, but, Qingmeng, do you think that if he really wants to destroy our Tantai family, will it be of any use if our Tantai family is fully prepared?" Okay, don't worry about it. He won't make a move against our Tantai family. In other words, he won't make a move against any family. They won't attack any family." "Father, how can you be sure? He came to our Tantai family yesterday and met with me." "What? He came to our house yesterday? Father, what did he come for?" "He came to ask me for help." "Help? What help? Don't ask me about this. You just need to know that he won't kill people or massacre people in the city. Also, you just need to know this in your heart. Don't tell anyone else, including the rest of the clan, just let him be. This won't last long." "Yes, Father," Qingmeng understands. Bang! But at this moment, the door of the lakeside cottage, which had been tightly closed, was suddenly pushed open, and then Tantai Qingfeng ran in hurriedly. "Father, it's bad, something happened, something serious." "Why are you here?" Seeing Tantai Qingmeng in the room, Tantai Qingfeng was stunned. "Brother!" Tantai Qingmeng called out. Tantai Qingfeng ignored him and looked directly at Tantai Yan, saying anxiously, "Father, something terrible has happened. That kid named Yi is going to start killing people and massacring the city." "I already know." Tantai Yan frowned and responded. "Already know?" Tantai Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, then he said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly disband and run away. It will be too late if we delay any longer. By the way, divide the family property." Hearing this, Tan Tai Ching Meng at the side couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Roll. Tan Tai Yan just roared angrily. You. Tan Tai Ching Feng was stunned at first, then he calmed down and said, Father, you can ask me to leave, but you have to divide the family property first, right? The second brother's family only has him and his sister-in-law, but my family is different. There is a stinky woman in the family, plus Tian Yi and Yan Ran, and now there are 2 more money-losing people. There are 6 people in total, so I don't want much of the family property, I just want 70%, and the rest will go to the second brother. Hearing this, Tan Tai Yan shook his hands, looking helpless and angry, and said, Second brother, drag this rebellious son out. From now on, he is not allowed to enter the lakeside cottage. I don't want to see him again. Tan Tai Yan was really worried that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to help but kill Tan Tai Ching Feng. You. As soon as Tan Tai Yan finished speaking, Tan Tai Ching Feng immediately became furious. You old man, what do you mean? Let me out. Do you want to give all the family property to the second brother? Brother. Just as Tan Tai Ching Meng was about to say something, Tan Tai Ching Feng looked at him and said angrily, Second brother, you are really good. You usually act like you don't care about anything, but I didn't expect that when disaster strikes, you are more anxious than anyone else. Tell me, has the old man already given you all his property? As soon as Tan Tai Ching Feng finished speaking, without waiting for Tan Tai Ching Meng to reply, Tan Tai Yan waved his right hand. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. However, there is no need to endure it any longer. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tan Tai Ching Feng flew backwards out of the lakeside cottage. He landed heavily on the ground, and then with a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then he fainted. Seeing this scene, Tan Tai Ching Meng was shocked. Father, this. Don't worry, he won't die. Tan Tai Yan said this, and then added, take him away. Remember, from now on, he is not allowed to set foot in the lakeside cottage. Otherwise, I am really afraid that one day I will not be able to control myself and will kill him directly. Why? Hearing this, Tan Tai Ching Meng glanced at the unconscious Tan Tai Ching Feng, and then sighed helplessly. He was helpless with this elder brother. Chapter 1235 Ye Xiao draws his sword. Overnight, a similar notice appeared on the city gates not only in Yicheng where the Tan Tai family lived, but also in other cities in Tianhuitian. The notice was written in red on a white background, and the threat was not concealed in the slightest. No one knew who posted this notice, and no one knew when it was posted last night. But just this one notice caused the already restless Tianhuitian to become turbulent again. Plunder the city and rob the money. In 3 days, Ye Bufan had achieved remarkable results, plundering nearly 300 cities without losing a single one. This indirectly showed how powerful Ye Bufan was. Even the ancient city families could not compete with his strength and influence. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. In this situation, if Ye Bufan had only robbed people of their money, they would have considered it a loss to avoid disaster. But now the situation is different. The notices in the city have clearly stated that after today, if the temple does not release people, then Ye Bufan will kill people and massacre the entire city. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. If you die, there is nothing left. They thought about rebelling. However, nowadays, there are 8 known demigods around Ye Bufan, including himself and Lin Loyan, and among them, Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingshuan are both considered by everyone to be extremely powerful and capable of crushing the peak demigods. Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingshuan were like this, but what about the other demigods? Are they also extremely powerful? No one knows this, but it doesn't matter anymore. With the 8 demigods relying on this formation alone, there is no other force in the heaven outside heaven except the temple that can contend with them. In such a situation, how can they resist? Once Ye Bufan comes, they will have no choice but to let him do whatever he wants to them. But this is definitely not what the major families want to see, and they will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death. But what else can we do if we don't just sit there and wait for death? Now, after experiencing more than 200 families being robbed previously, the major families in Tianhuitian have had an ominous premonition. That is, there may be spies arranged by Ye Bufan within each of their families, so that Ye Bufan knows their every move. So even if they wanted to run, they had nowhere to run, because even if they gave up their own clan land and found another place to live, Ye Bufan might not be able to find them. Even if they escape, it might attract Ye Bufan's attention. Then Ye Bufan would kill them as a warning to the rest and might even directly select them as targets. So you absolutely cannot run. I can't beat him. Run, you can't run away. The current situation of the major families is completely desperate and they have no other options. They are angry, anxious, furious, and hateful. They are uneasy, nervous, frustrated, and frightened. At the same time, they were discussing their own countermeasures. The second level, the Lu family ranked 99th among the 108 ancient city families. Elder, in my opinion, we should seek the protection of the temple as soon as possible. After all, this is all the trouble caused by the temple. Why should we pay for it? Seek the protection of the temple. How to seek? How to ask? The current situation is that Ye Bufan is not targeting one or two families but the entire TianYTN. Although the temple is powerful, do you think that with the strength of the temple, it can protect all the families in TianYTN? Even if they have this idea, they will first protect those families that have close ties with the temple. As for our life or death, will they care? What should we do? Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Damn the temple, isn't it just Yi Qianshang? Just let him go. Why are they holding on to him? Did they really want to watch this lunatic destroy the entire human race? The third level, the Hong family ranked 71st among the 108 ancient city families. Mad, this Yi guy is simply a madman. This is a conflict between him and the temple. Why does he take it out on us? Why does he attack us? I think he is just talking casually, he may not really dare to do it. Maybe he doesn't dare. Big brother, don't forget Lin Loyan before. Like mother, like son. If Lin Loyan dared, why wouldn't he dare? This. If you ask me, the temple is fucking sick. It's just Yi Qianshang, and he has become a half-dead useless person. What will happen even if they let him go? The fourth level, the Dongfang family ranked 32nd among the 108 ancient city families. Chief, all the talented people under the age of 20 have been relocated. But Chief, do we really have to fight to the death with that lunatic? It's better to be prepared than to be caught unprepared. It's never wrong to make plans early. Then why don't we all evacuate? Elder Zaifeng, don't you understand what the clan leader means? Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that someone in my Dongfang family has already defected to that lunatic. Once our entire clan evacuates, I'm afraid that not only will we be unable to escape, but that lunatic will also target us directly. This. Chief, has the temple responded yet? Father and uncle have gone to the temple in person, but there has been no response yet. What the hell is this temple doing? It's just Yi Qianshang, they just let him go. Do they really want to fight to the death with that lunatic? In my opinion, the temple is simply too embarrassed to release him. Save face, save face. Are they going to sacrifice us just to save their own face? Well, I asked you to come here to discuss countermeasures, not to conquer the temple. What the hell is there to discuss? In the face of such absolute strength, what other strategies can we come up with? Moreover, we only have one day. If it were me, I would just join that lunatic and rebel against the temple. Anyway, I have been extremely disappointed with the temple over the years. Third brother, be careful with your words. Be careful with your words, what I said is all true, don't you think so? Don't forget, you were kidnapped by the man from the city of heaven before, but it was the temple that redeemed you. Haha, big brother, should I thank them? Damn it, who doesn't know that King Niu is the lunatic Ye Bufan? If the temple hadn't lured Lin Loyan to death, would Lin Loyan have tricked us? If Lin Loyan hadn't wanted to trick us, would I have gone to Wangshu City? If I hadn't gone to Wangshu City, would I have been kidnapped by that lunatic? No matter what, this is all the fault of the temple. Why? Brother, if you ask me, we should unite with other families and attack the temple together to force them to release Yi Qianshang. Otherwise in one day, my Dongfang family may really be destroyed. Inside and outside the heavens, there was a panic and everyone was in danger. All the major families couldn't help but feel resentful towards the temple. After all, everyone knew that all this was caused by the temple. However, even if someone deliberately instigated them, the major families did not dare to join forces to put pressure on the temple. It was really as the leader of the human race, the power of the temple had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the major families in the heavens beyond heaven. They would never dare to force the temple to abdicate unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, although Ye Bufan has threatened them, they may be able to escape. However, it is different for the temple. As the leader of the human race in the heaven outside heaven, once they force the temple to abdicate, it would be tantamount to breaking off relations with the temple. Even if they escape this time, the temple may not let them go in the future. Compared to Ye Bufan, they are more wary and afraid of the temple. That is why all the major families are angry but dare not speak out at this moment. Temple of the Sun. Everyone in the outside world was in danger because of Ye Bufan's announcement, and there were complaints against the temple. Here, Yin Chofeng was like an angry beast, completely out of control. Asshole, 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 what does this bastard named Ye want to do? Does he want to sow discord between my temple and the major families? Or does he want to fight to the death with my temple and perish together? Originally, Yin Chofeng was like everyone else. In his opinion, Ye Bufan wanted to use murder and robbery to threaten and force the temple to release Ye Tianxiong. But today, as soon as the announcement came out from all the major cities in Tianyi, Yin Chofeng sensed something strange. In his opinion, if Ye Bufan really just wanted to use this method to force the temple to release Ye Tianxiong, then he would just do it directly. Why would he wait another day? Give the temple enough time to consider. It's impossible. If he really wanted to hold the temple hostage, he should just kill people and massacre the entire city. But he didn't. Not only that, he suddenly stopped and gave the temple one more day. There is no smoke without fire. But what does he want to do? In a short period of time, Yin Chofeng couldn't figure out the reason. Ye Bufan would not give him too much time to figure out what all this was for. Within the human race, not long after the announcement had spread to various cities, Ye Bufan had already officially drawn his sword. In an instant, a storm swept across the entire Tianyi. The truth about Ye Tianxiong the traitor. The temple commander Xuanyuan Wudi is jealous of talented people, and the temple deputy master covets Lin Luoyan's beauty. In order to achieve their goals, the two team up to frame Ye Tianxiong. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. The so-called clan judgment is actually nonsense, it is just because of the selfishness of the temple commander and the deputy temple master. Chapter 1236 Three people make a tiger, rumors spread everywhere. The truth about Ye Tianxiong the traitor. The temple commander Xuanyuan Wudi is jealous of talented people, and the temple deputy master covets Lin Luoyan's beauty. In order to achieve their goals, the two team up to frame Ye Tianxiong. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. The so-called clan judgment is actually nonsense, it is just because of the selfishness of the temple commander and the deputy temple master. As soon as this news came out, it was like a violent storm, instantly sweeping across the entire Tianyi. All this was because of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and because of Qian Duoduo. Although Linglong Chamber of Commerce is unknown in Tianyi, no one even knows about it, let alone who Qian Duoduo is, but it is undeniable that Linglong Chamber of Commerce is definitely a behemoth lurking in Tianyi. If we only talk about influence, not military force, then even the temple cannot compare with Linglong Chamber of Commerce. When Ye Bufan met Qian Yu for the first time in Tian City that day, Qian Yu said that with the current strength and background of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, as long as Qian Duoduo said a word, the value of most items in Tianyi would immediately increase or plummet in an instant. This is absolutely powerful and absolutely terrifying. To achieve this, it is not something that can be achieved overnight, and not everyone can do it. But Qian Duoduo did it, and Linglong Chamber of Commerce did it. This is a fact, not nonsense. Today, Linglong Chamber of Commerce is operating at full capacity, spreading the news of Ye Tianxiong's clan murder truth everywhere. Who can stop it, and who can contain it? Originally, everyone in Tianyi was discussing the notice at the city gate, but before long, or rather, when the content of Ye Bufan's notice had just spread throughout Tianyi, everyone's topic changed again. Brother Zhu, do you know that there is actually an inside story behind Ye Tianxiong's judgment of the clan? What? There is such a thing? Certainly. What's the inside story? It is said that it was because the temple commander Xuanyuan Wudi was worried that Ye Tianxiong would be replaced by someone else, and the temple deputy master coveted Lin Luoyan's beauty, so the two of them teamed up to frame Ye Tianxiong for the crime of slaying the clan. Fuck, this is too shameless, right? Hush, keep your voice down, do you want to die? If the temple knew we were talking about them behind their backs, they would destroy us. Yes, yes, yes. I'm telling you this, please don't tell anyone else. Brother Zhang, don't you know who I am? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this. That would be best. Wife, do you know, I just heard from Brother Zhang that there is an inside story behind Ye Tianxiang's clan slaying. In fact, he did not slay the clan at all, but was framed by someone. What? Are you telling the truth? Of course. Who are you? You are my wife. I would never lie to anyone else but you. What's going on? Don't be impatient, let me tell you slowly, the truth is this. Fuck, that temple commander and deputy temple master are too shameless, aren't they? It's more than just shameless. If the temple is controlled by such people, our human race will be doomed sooner or later. I told you, how could Ye Tianxiang possibly join the Sky Demon clan? You know, he is the #1 on the Sky Demon clan's must-kill list. Even if Ye Tianxiang wanted to join the Sky Demon clan, the Sky Demon clan would definitely not agree. Shameless, so shameless. In fact, I already knew that the deputy temple master, Justin, was not a good person. How do you know that? Of course I know. My second uncle's daughter was killed by this old pervert. Your second uncle's daughter? Are you talking about Xiao Kui who looks like a fairy? That's her. That's not right. Didn't they say that Xiao Kui was killed by the Sky Demon clan? You believe this? Xiao Kui is just a maid in the temple. She didn't go to the battlefield. How could she be killed by the demons? Could the demons go to the temple to kill a maid like her? That's true, but why didn't your uncle's family make the truth public? Publicly? Who is that person? That person is the high and mighty vice president of the Divine Temple. How dare my second uncle tell the truth? Besides, what's the point of telling it? Who would believe it? Who would believe it? Don't forget that Ye Tianxiang was the vice president of the Divine Temple back then, but in the end, he ended up with his family destroyed and his people destroyed. You son of a bitch, this is totally unjust. This damn deputy palace master Jia is such a piece of shit. Hey, he is the deputy master of the temple. Over the years, I don't know how many girls he has harmed. It's simply a sin. What a beast, what a beast. I was wondering why the temple had to capture Lin Loyan alive all these years. It turns out that this damn deputy temple master Jia is still harboring evil intentions. Haha, no wonder the temple has been holding Ye Tianxiang captive and neither killing him nor releasing him. It turns out they want to use Ye Tianxiang to lure Lin Loyan into the trap so that they can capture her and satisfy the selfish desires of that damn deputy temple master Jia. I think so. Oh, it's really hard for those aristocratic families. I wonder how they feel now. Aristocratic family. What does it have to do with them? What's the connection? Think about it. Because of that damn Vice Hall Master Jia's selfish desire, Ye Bufan robbed them of all their property. Next, he wants to kill people and exterminate the whole clan. If it were you, what would you think? Would you feel good? 2. In just 2 hours, with the instigation of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, rumors spread throughout the TianYTN, all related to Justin and Xuanyuan Wudi. Although no one knows where this news came from, no one knows who spread the news, and no one knows whether this news is true or false, but 3 people can make a tiger. As the situation continued to escalate, countless people in TianYTN were cursing Justin and Xuanyuan Wudi, and the temple was pushed to the forefront. Put yourself in their shoes. If I were Ye Tianxiang, what would I choose? Should he fight to the end like Ye Tianxiang, or give up his wife or daughter to protect himself? Perhaps until this point, no one knows what choice they will make. But at this moment, a trace of fear and vigilance arose in everyone's heart. After all, no one could guarantee that they would not become another Ye Tianxiang in the future. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death, to be slaughtered, just because the temple is so powerful? No, never. Chapter 1237 Yin Chofeng is shocked. In TianYTN, Ye Bufan first openly provoked and threatened the temple, robbing more than 200 cities in 3 days. After that, he announced that he would give the temple one last day to consider. If the temple did not release him, then starting from the 5th day, he would kill people and massacre the city. These successive changes had already made the people of TianYTN panic-stricken and the major families uneasy. Now that the truth about Ye Tianxiang's treason has been revealed, it is like adding fuel to the fire, pushing the inner anxiety of all the families in TianYTN to the extreme, especially the 108 ancient city families. Since the temple treats Ye Tianxiang like this now, does that mean that the temple may treat him the same way in the future? When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. It seems that this is no longer just Ye Tianxiang's business, but concerns the interests of everyone in the entire TianYTN. After all, if he gives in this time, will he give in again in the future? They may not care about Yi Tianxiang's life or death, but what about their own? Since it concerns their own life and death, they have to care. Not only that, now it's not just a problem of the temple's style of doing things, there is also the huge threat of Ye Bufan. It can be said that the current situation of the major families in TianYTN is that there are wolves in front and tigers behind. They wanted to retreat, but there was no way to retreat. They wanted to stay out of it, but they were already involved. Ye Bufan, the temple. They must choose one of the two. Either he helped Ye Bufan to rescue Yi Tianxiang, and asked the temple for an explanation on Yi Tianxiang's matter to ensure his own interests and life in the future, or he stood on the side of the temple and forcefully suppressed Ye Bufan. But at this point, did they have any choice? Not at all. If they stood on the side of the temple and helped the temple suppress Ye Bufan, let alone whether they could suppress Ye Bufan, even if they did, what would happen? The concerns of the major families still existed, and they did not want to become the next Yi Tianxiang. Therefore, their only choice is to stand on Ye Bufan's side. As for staying out of the matter and not helping either side, that was simply impossible. Even if the temple allowed it, Ye Bufan would never agree to it. After all, the major families are not fools. At this point, how could they not see that all this was premeditated by Ye Bufan? From the beginning, he had never thought of relying on robbing money and plundering the city to force the temple to release Yi Tianxiang. He did this just to create panic, to accumulate everyone's dissatisfaction with the temple, and to show his strength to everyone. And all this is just the beginning. His real purpose is to get all the families in TianYTN to replace him, help him put pressure on the temple, and help him rescue Yi Tianxiang. The depth of his intentions and his sinister intentions are simply outrageous. However, although the major families have seen and understood everything, they have no choice at this point. Even though they know that they are being used by Ye Bufan, they have to help him. This is an open conspiracy. Once you're in, it's hard to get out. The fourth heaven, Tan Tai's family, a small building in the middle of the lake. Tan Tai Yan naturally knew what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, his heart was not only shocked, but also trembling, like a raging sea, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, Tan Tai Yan had never underestimated Ye Bufan. He knew that Ye Bufan was not capable of fighting alone, but he never imagined that Ye Bufan's power in TianYTN would be so terrifying. Overnight, the whole city was in uproar. In a moment, rumors spread. Even his Tan Tai family does not have the ability to easily control the situation. Not only the Tan Tai family, Tan Tai Yan believed that other ancient city families in TianYTN did not have such ability. In Tan Tai Yan's opinion, even the temple could not do so. This is no longer just powerful, it is terrifying. But none of that matters. At this point, Tan Tai Yan knew that the time was ripe and it was his turn to take action. What he needed to do was to unite the 108 ancient city families in TianYTN to put pressure on the temple together. After all, although the 108 ancient city families are now all in Ye Bufan's trap, and most of them must want to unite with other ancient city families in TianYTN to boycott the temple for various reasons, the first bird to stick its head out will be shot at, and I believe that most of the families dare not be the first to jump out at this time. In this case, it is natural for him, Tan Tai Yan, to take the lead. This is also the main reason why Ye Bufan came to find Tan Tai Yan. However, Tan Tai Yan knew very well in his heart that in Ye Bufan's plan, he was not the main force. The real main force was undoubtedly those demigod powerful men who had already pledged allegiance to Ye Bufan. All he needed to do was to protect these people. Not only that, now he is covering for these people, and later these people will also cover for him. True and false, real and fake. In short, Ye Bufan's purpose is very simple, that is, not only does he not want people to be suspicious of these semi-god masters who have surrendered to him, but he also wants to make it impossible for the temple to find out who was the initiator of the alliance among the major families. Of course, even if he knew his role in Ye Bufan's plan, Tan Tai Yan would not stand up and directly unite the major families. After all, that would be tantamount to seeking death. Once he really did that, it would be absolutely impossible for the Tan Tai family to retreat behind the scenes. Therefore, Tan Tai Yan still needed other people to assist him. These people were naturally those who Tan Tai Yan could trust without reservation. The first to bear the brunt was the Nangong family, which had a marriage relationship with the Tan Tai family. For this reason, after Tan Tai Yan left the Tan Tai family quietly, he went straight to the Nangong family. Temple of the Sun. You useless people, what use do I have for you, the Holy Sun? With the strength and background of the temple, you actually told me that you can't find out who is spreading the rumors. Looking at the Holy Sun's guards who hung their heads in front of him, Yin Chofeng cursed angrily. At this moment, since all the major families have already seen through Ye Bufan's intentions, Yin Chofeng is naturally no exception. Thinking that he was actually plotted by Ye Bufan, Yin Chofeng was furious. He even directly ordered all his personal guards to investigate the matter thoroughly, trying to find those who spread the rumors, but the answer he got was that they could not find any. How could Yin Chofeng tolerate this anymore? Your Highness. Amid Yin Chofeng's angry curses, the leading Holy Sun guard hesitated for a moment and said weakly, "It's not that we don't want to find him, it's just that there is no such person at all." At this point, you are still trying to justify your incompetence. There is no such person. If there really is no such person, then tell me, where did these rumors come from? What is this? Tell me what it is. Reporting to Your Highness, the people we sent to various cities have brought back news that we can only find the second group of people who spread the rumors. As for the first group, even the second group of people don't know who the other party is. Bullshit, if we don't know who the other party is, then where did they get the information? This reporting to Your Highness, some of the second group of people inexplicably received a note related to the rumor, some saw notices related to the rumor, and some heard people talking about it outside their homes. In short, the second group of people who spread the rumor didn't even see who the first group of people were. Some didn't even know whether the other party was a man or a woman, old or young. After that, these people spread the rumor from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, until everyone knew about it. You bastard, then kill all of these second batch of people who spread the rumors. Your Highness, no. Are you teaching this Holy Sun how to do things? No, Your Highness, I dare not. It's just that there are too many people in the second group who spread rumors. In this situation, if we kill them again, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to Your Highness. A lot. How many can it be? 100,000. Or 1,000,000? Your Highness, no, it's more than that. How much is that? The Holy Sun's personal guard, who was leading the group, couldn't help but sweat rolling down his forehead. Explain. Yin Chofeng shouted angrily. Yes. The Holy Sun's personal guard responded, and then said in a trembling voice, "Reporting to Your Highness, based on the information we have so far, the second batch of people spreading rumors this time are in every city. Due to time constraints, although we have not found all of them yet, but based on the people we have found so far, the least number of people in a city is more than 10,000, and the most number in a city is more than 100,000. If all these people are added up, the number of people spreading rumors in the second batch has exceeded 1 billion. Yin Chofeng was stunned. How much? Tell me again. Reporting to His Highness, the second batch of people spreading rumors has exceeded 1 billion, and due to time constraints, this is only a part of the number we found. The Holy Sun's personal guard repeated it in a trembling voice. 1 billion. Are you kidding me? In an instant, Yin Chofeng became furious and roared. The number of people in the second batch spreading rumors exceeded 1 billion. How many people were there in the first batch spreading rumors? You know, the whole incident took less than 2 hours from the beginning to the time it got out of control, and the first group of people who spread the rumors only showed up at the beginning, so they didn't spend much time, and they also had to hide their identities from being discovered by others. As a result, the area they could spread to was absolutely limited. One person passing it on to 100 people is definitely the limit. 1% of a billion is 10 million. 10 million people. Let me ask, within the Tianhui Tiantian, is there any force that can mobilize so many people without anyone noticing? Not to mention other forces, even the temple can't do it. Your Highness, although it is a little difficult for us to accept, but this is indeed the fact. Facing Yin Chofeng's anger, the leading Holy Sun's guard said helplessly. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but tremble. What are the Holy Sun's personal guards? The so-called personal guards are loyal and confidants. These people will never play tricks on him, let alone deceive him. In other words, what he said is true. 10 million people. At this moment, Yin Chofeng was shocked. Chapter 1238, Tianya Hage, the noble families gathered together. 10 million people are not many, and even compared to the entire Tianhui Tian, 10 million people are just a drop in the bucket. But now someone can quietly mobilize 10 million people for his own use, which is completely different. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. These 10 million people hiding in the dark were like sharp swords, irritating Yin Chofeng's nerves again and again, making him impatient, uneasy, and even a little at a loss. But he was sure that all this was definitely done by Ye Bufan. And at this point, Ye Bufan's intention has become clear. Repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chenkang in secret. Ye Bufan's previous series of actions were not intended to directly threaten the temple, but rather he wanted to put pressure on the temple through the major families and indirectly achieve his goal of rescuing Yi Tianxiang. How treacherous and hateful. This is outrageous. Yin Chofeng was extremely angry. The mouse plays with the cat. He felt like he had been completely fooled by Ye Bufan. Your Highness, what should we do now? Before Yin Chofeng could think more, the Holy Sun's personal guards in front of him could not help but ask. Although they, like Yin Chofeng, had never thought that the situation would develop to this point, the temple had now been pushed to the cusp of the storm. There was no point in thinking about these things now. The most urgent task was to find a way to deal with all this. What to do? Yin Chofeng's face darkened, and he came back to his senses. He glanced at the Holy Sun's personal guards in front of him, and then said in a cold voice, "No matter how many plans he makes, I will break them with one move." Break it with one move. The Holy Sun's personal guards were stunned. Yin Chofeng continued with a sneer, "He did so much and made such a big fuss, what for? Isn't it to make my temple release Yi Tianxiang? But I just won't let him go, let's see what he can do to me." "But Your Highness, the major families." "The major families." Yin Chofeng sneered and said disdainfully, "They are just a bunch of rabble. Do you really think they dare to challenge my temple?" After a pause, Yin Chofeng continued, "Even if they have this idea, who will take the lead? The first bird to stick its head out will be shot, unless they don't want to live. What's more, catching a couple in adultery, catching a thief and taking the stolen goods, and saying that my temple framed Yi Tianxiang. But where is the evidence? Rumors are just rumors after all. Right now, the major families are just being swayed by rumors. After a while, when they wake up, they will naturally know what to choose, and then everything will be quiet. As for the surname Yi," Yin Chofeng sneered and said, "You are simply wishful thinking if you want my temple to release you with just a few words." "But Your Highness." As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the leading Holy Sun Guard immediately said, "We have less than half a day left. If that kid kills people and massacres the city tomorrow, the entire TianYTN will surely be in chaos. At that time I'm afraid that the Holy Maiden will take advantage of the situation and take the opportunity to impeach Your Highness. In that case Your Highness's assessment will surely end early, and she will continue the assessment. Once the Holy Maiden begins the assessment for the position of Palace Master, she will be the acting Palace Master. This is only secondary. Once Your Highness ends this assessment early, it will definitely be disadvantageous for Your Highness to compete for the position of Palace Master in the future." Hearing this, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but frown. "Your Highness, how about let's release Yi Tianxiang? After all, he is already a disabled person. There is no difference between killing him and not killing him." At this time, the Holy Sun's personal guard suggested in a low voice. "Impossible." Yin Chofeng sternly rebuked him and rejected the idea directly. Letting Yi Tianxiang go would mean compromise. Then, where would the face of our temple be? Don't forget what the purpose of our temple is. The Holy Sun's personal guards were stunned. Yin Chofeng continued, "The temple cannot be desecrated or provoked. The temple dominates everything and suppresses everything. This Saint Sun is now acting as the temple master. If I let Yi Tianxiang go at this time and weaken the reputation of the temple, it would be equivalent to giving the position of temple master to that bitch Lingu Shui. Do you think this Saint Sun would do such a stupid thing?" After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the Holy Sun's personal guards had nothing to say. After all, it was indeed the fact. The temple must not be desecrated or challenged. The temple dominates everything and suppresses everything. If Yin Chofeng released Yi Tianxiang at this time, it would mean compromise and elimination. From now on, he would have no chance of becoming the master of the temple. In this case, how could Yin Chofeng agree? But what if I don't agree? At this moment, Yin Chofeng's situation was not much different from that of the major families. He was surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind. This situation made him not know what to do for a moment. Ye Bufan was completely unaware of this. At this moment, Yin Chofeng was a little at a loss, but Ye Bufan's actions did not stop at all. The second level, the Lu family ranked 99th among the 108 ancient city families. Clan leader, I just received news that the 7 ancient city families, including the Tantai family, the Nangong family, the Wangyu family, and the Shen family, have gathered at the Tianyahage in the Yulin city of the second heaven. The demigod who had been captured by Ye Bufan earlier looked at the clan leader and said anxiously. The demigods of the 7 ancient city families gathered at Tianyahage. Hearing this, the head of the Lu family was stunned. Then he looked at the demigods in front of him and said, "How did you know? And what are they doing gathering at Tianyahage?" "Patriarch, my dear Patriarch, didn't you ask us to keep a close eye on the other major families?" the demigod captive said. "Moreover, this is not the point. The point is that the 7 ancient city families are now gathered in Tianyahage, and these 7 families are ranked in the top 30 of the 108 families. Patriarch, do you know what this means? What does it mean? How should I know? You, Patriarch, please don't worry. Although I don't know why they are gathered in Tianyahage, but given the current situation, should we rush to Tianyahage as soon as possible? Go to Tianyahage. Patriarch, think about it, in this situation, no matter whether it is that bastard surnamed Ye or the damned temple, we cannot contend with them. If we are not careful, our Lu family may be doomed, so we can no longer fight alone. It just so happens that the 7 great families have gathered at Tianyahage now. No matter what they want to do, we should get involved. After all, this is better than being in the dark and knowing nothing, right? But will they agree to let us join? After all, the 7 great families you mentioned are all ranked in the top 30, and my Lu family is only ranked 99th. Most importantly, these 7 families are already in an alliance. Clan leader, why didn't they choose their ancestral lands, but instead went to a small city in the second heaven? This clearly shows that they have something to hide and don't want people to know their whereabouts. Now that our Lu family knows about it, they have to agree even if they don't want to. Otherwise, at worst, they can just break up. We won't lose anything anyway. Break up. Do you want to use this to blackmail them? Why not? Nonsense, aren't you afraid that they will just kill us to silence us? This clan leader, how about we call up the Long family, the Yu family, the Feng family, whichever family is friendly with us. In this way, although we are still inferior to them, I think they will not dare to act rashly. In that case, what are you still standing there for? Clan leader, what do you mean? Idiot, go contact them quickly and let's go to that Tianyahage together. What? Go now. Yes, chief, I'll go right away. The third level, the Hong family ranked 71st among the 108 ancient city families. Brother, the elder of the Dongfang family whom we bribed just now sent a message saying that 2 demigods of the Dongfang family went to the Tianyahai pavilion in the second heaven Yulin city. What is Dongfang Laogui doing in the second heaven at this time? I heard from the elder of the Dongfang family that it seems that all the major families secretly gathered at Tianyahage. The Dongfang family got the news and went directly to the second heaven. What? All the major families gathered at Tianyahage? Yes, brother. Who initiated this? Why didn't anyone invite our Hong family? I don't know about that. Big brother, should we go to the Tianyahage in the second heaven? Go, why not go, how can you not go? So shall we go now? Nonsense, of course we have to go now. If we go too late, I'm afraid even the flowers will be cold. Do you want to exclude my Hong family? Forget it, second brother, let's go. At this moment, not only the Lu family and the Hong family, but also the 108 ancient city families in Tianytien, under the instigation of the demigod powerful men who were previously captured by Ye Bufan, almost all of them consciously rushed to Tianyahage. However, the contents of the news they received were not exactly the same. Some people heard that the 2 major alliances among the 108 families were having a secret meeting at Tianyahage, while others heard that all the major families had gathered at Tianyahage. But no matter what, the content may be different, but the purpose is the same, that is to lure the leaders of the 108 ancient city families to rush to Tianyahage and Yulin city together. And no one invited them, they just came here on their own accord. Chapter 1239, Replace Shenjiadong. Yulin City. This is a relatively remote city in the second heaven outside the sky. Its geographical location is similar to the two-place passage in the first heaven. Because of its remoteness, Yulin City is not prosperous, but its permanent population is about 1 million. Tianya Hage is one of the many restaurants in Yulin City. It is located in the center of Yulin City, close to the city lord's mansion. It covers an area of thousands of square meters and is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. It is the undisputed #1 restaurant in Yulin City. City lord's mansion, attic. Looking at the Tianya Hage in the distance, and seeing the demigods from the noble families constantly entering it, Ye Bufan could not help but frown and asked softly. Uncle Qian, why don't we choose a deserted place, but here? After all, there are many people here. Now that so many demigods from noble families have gathered in Yulin City, if we attract the attention of the temple, it will affect our next plan, right? Qian Duoduo smiled calmly and did not answer Ye Bufan directly. Instead, he asked, Xiaofan, what do you think of Yulin City? How is Yulin City? Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, and then he looked down at the entire Yulin City from the attic of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the street, Ye Bufan frowned and asked, Uncle Qian asked this, is there something special about Yulin City? Nature. What's so special about it? Ye Bufan looked at the Yulin City in front of him again, but nothing unusual happened. At this time, Qian Duoduo smiled and said, actually the residents in the city you see in front of you are all members of my Chamber of Commerce, and Yi Tianshang's 100,000 Flying Dragon Army is also among them. Fuck, are all these people yours? Ye Bufan exclaimed and couldn't help but look at Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. Ye Bufan was messy. Are all the residents in Yulin City members of Linglong Chamber of Commerce? If Qian Duoduo hadn't said it himself, Ye Bufan would never have thought that the various residents here were actually in the same group and all belonged to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It is obvious that this is the headquarters of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and Qian Duoduo's lair. Now you know why Uncle Qian chose this place. Right before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo said with a smile, here, let alone the gathering of demigods from all the major families, even if they turned the world upside down, no one would spread the news, let alone inform the temple. So, relatively speaking, this is definitely the safest place in the entire Tianytn. I see. Ye Bufan suddenly realized that now he finally understood why Qian Duoduo chose this place. I have the final say on my own turf. Just as Qian Duoduo said, even if the demigods of the major families fought a huge battle here, no one would tell anyone. In this way, this place naturally became the best place for the major families to hold secret meetings. After a while, Ye Bufan stopped worrying about the situation in Yulin City and looked at Qian Duoduo. He said, by the way, Uncle Qian, all the major families have come to Tianya Hage now. I believe they will go to the temple soon. Have you found a suitable candidate in the temple? I've found it. Is it reliable? I'll ask you whether it's reliable or not. Ask me. That's right. Do you know who has been in charge of guarding Yi Tianshang in recent years? Who? Shen Jiadong. Shen Jiadong. Who is he? Of course you don't know his name, but he is a member of Xuanyuan Wudi's 8,000 Red Refining Army. Most importantly, he has been to the Shenwu continent. You mean he is one of the 3,000 Red Refining Army soldiers whose memories were tampered with by Uncle Feng? Exactly. That's great. God is helping me. By the way, have you informed him of the specific steps? Don't worry, everything has been arranged. After the major families go to the temple, he will wait for you at the designated place. When the time comes, you will replace him and you can directly approach Yi Tianshang and the old man. However, although Tianyan Juyun can change his appearance, what about your cultivation? He is only in the divine martial realm, and you are a demigod. If this attracts the attention of other people in the temple, something unexpected may happen in the middle of the journey. Of course, this possibility is very small, but we have to be on guard. This is easy. Ye Bufan said this, then took out a black ring and put it on the index finger of his left hand. Buzz. The next second, a white light flashed on the ring, and Ye Bufan's cultivation level directly turned into the divine martial realm. Seeing this scene, Qian Duoduo was stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and said, I asked Uncle Feng to make this hidden breath ring some time ago when I was about to go to Wangshu City to rescue Lin Loyan. It was for the purpose of hiding the identity of King Niu and not arousing suspicion. However, something unexpected happened at that time, causing me to appear as King Niu, so I didn't use this hidden breath ring. Now it comes in handy. I see. That's fine then. Qian Duoduo responded, and then said, However, according to Shen Jiadong, the chains used by the temple to bind Yi Tianshang and the old man are not ordinary things. You have to be prepared for this in advance. Well, when the time comes, I can borrow Xiaobao's divine weapon and cut him off directly. Yes, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. That is, all the major families have gathered in the temple. In addition, the families you robbed earlier will also go to the temple with our help. The scene will inevitably be chaotic. Although this will help you save people in the chaos, the temple may also directly transfer the two of them. If that's the case, then I'll just stay in the temple and look for an opportunity. So you have to first understand the situation inside the temple. At least you have to know everything Shen Jiadong knows, otherwise you will be exposed. As he spoke, Qian Duoduo took out a stack of portraits and a map. These are portraits of all the people Shen Jiadong knows inside the temple. The information of each of them is also marked on them. Write them down. And this map is a topographic map of the interior of the temple. The red areas are places Shen Jiadong is familiar with and has been to. The rest of the areas Shen Jiadong has not been to and does not know. Before replacing him, you should also learn more about them. Ye Bufan nodded and took the portrait and map from Qian Duoduo. In the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo were discussing and detailing the specific rescue plan. On the third floor of Tianyahage, the demigods of the seven great families, led by Tan Tai Yan, were furious at the sudden intruders in front of them. Tan Tai Yan even said in a cold voice, "Lu, Long, Yu, Feng, what do you four families want to do? Are you looking for death?" Chapter 1240, Family Alliance, Target the Temple, set off. Lu, Long, Yu, Feng, what do you four want to do? Are you looking for death? The seven demigods including Tan Tai Yan were furious, but the four major families headed by the Lu family were confused. Originally, in their opinion, the seven great families gathered in Tianyahage for some purpose, but now, what did they see? More than 10 demigods from the seven great families sat in a circle, each of them holding two young ladies in revealing clothes in their right arms. Not only that, among these 10 demigods, there were 8 ladies dancing gracefully. However, with their arrival, the dance had stopped, and at this moment, those young ladies were looking at them in astonishment and confusion. There was dead silence in the hall. The 7 demigods from the 4 great families couldn't help but feel their heartbeats quicken and their emotions tense. The 7 great families gathered at Tianyahage to plot. Bullshit. If the 7 great families were really discussing something here, then why didn't any of the female demigods from these 7 families come, and all of them were male demigods? Drinking and having fun, and seeking out women. This was clearly a gathering of demigods from the 7 great families, a romantic affair for the other side. But they actually thought that the other party had some plan here and just broke in. Feeling the anger of the demigods of the 7 great families at this moment, the demigods of the 4 great families felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Speak, are you mute? What are you doing here? And who sent you here? Before the demigods from the 4 great families could think about it, Tan Tai Yan had already stood up, stared at them and asked again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other demigods from the 7 great families also stood up. They stared at the 7 demigods from the 4 great families, as if they would take action immediately if the 4 great families did not give them an explanation. Seeing this scene, the demigods from the 4 great families, led by the Lu family, were all confused and speechless. What are we doing here? Should I tell you that we came here because we suspect you have ill intentions? If they really said that, I'm afraid Tan Tai Yan and others would take action immediately. But what else can I say? At this moment, the demigods from the 4 great families were filled with regret. If they had known the scene here would be like this, they would never have come here even if they were beaten to death. Now, the original purpose was not achieved, and someone else's good thing was ruined. What the hell is going on? But at this moment, a laugh suddenly came from outside the house. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu, Brother Long, Brother Feng, Sister Yu, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you all here. Well, the sudden words made everyone in the room stunned. Someone else is coming. Then, in everyone's sight, more than a dozen demigods slowly walked in. However, when these demigods saw the scene inside the house, they all instinctively froze in place. Seeing this scene, the demigods from the 4 great families couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was no doubt that the reason these people appeared here was that they had the same idea as them, but the result was a little unexpected. But this is a good thing. At least they don't have to face the wrath of the 7 great families alone. However, all this was just the beginning. Afterwards, the 108 ancient city families seemed to have discussed half of it and arrived one after another. Half an hour later, the 3rd floor of Tianyahage. Those young ladies had already left. At this moment, more than 200 demigods from the 108 ancient city families gathered together. The atmosphere was dead silent, dull, and even a little depressing. Everyone was looking at Tan Tai Yan and other demigods from the 7 great families, but Tan Tai Yan and others had grim expressions on their faces. What on earth do you want to do? Do you want to catch or rape me, or do you want to see us make a fool of ourselves? After a moment, Tan Tai Yan seemed unable to bear it any longer. He let out an angry roar, instantly breaking the dead silent yet infinitely depressing atmosphere before him. After hearing this, all the demigods looked bitter and embarrassed. They can fully understand the anger of Tan Tai Yan and others. After all, if they put themselves in their shoes, they will definitely be furious too. But they really didn't want to laugh at the 7 great families, let alone catch or rape them. It can only be said that all this was a misunderstanding. Master Tantai, this is all a misunderstanding. Immediately, someone looked at Tan Tai Yan and others with a bitter expression. I misunderstood you, uncle. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't be done with this matter. Tan Tai Yan cursed angrily. Everyone was stunned. But someone suddenly asked, old man, let's not talk about who is right or wrong. I'm just curious. You are already old, and you didn't seem to have any problems with your conduct before. Why did you suddenly run to such a remote place to look for prostitutes? Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Yes, Tan Tai Yan has always been a recluse, so why did he suddenly come here to look for prostitutes? In an instant, everyone looked at Tan Tai Yan. Tan Tai Yan was furious. Young man, do I need to explain to you what I do? I dare not. I am just curious. I was feeling unhappy and aggrieved, so I came out to relax. Are you satisfied with this answer? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Unhappy and frustrated. Aren't they the same? It can be said that Tan Tai Yan completely expressed what they were thinking at the moment. The temple is doing evil and confusing right and wrong for its own selfish interests. Who among them is not afraid? Who is not nervous? Snort. Before anyone could think about it, Tan Tai Yan suddenly snorted coldly and said, don't blame me for not reminding you. We are all one of the 108 families, and no one is much stronger than anyone else. If anyone spreads today's incident and ruins the reputation of me and others, don't blame me for being rude to you then. Let's go. After saying this, Tan Tai Yan flicked his sleeves and walked straight out of the house. It looked like his good deed was discovered by someone, so he had to flee in panic. Old man, wait. But at this moment, seeing that Tan Tai Yan was about to leave, someone immediately stopped him. What else do you have to do, young man? Tan Tai Yan stopped, looked at the other party and asked. The man hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the others and gritted his teeth and said, everyone, I don't need to explain why everyone is gathered here today. I'm sure you all know it. In this case, now that we are all together, why don't we take this opportunity to gather everyone's strength and discuss a countermeasure? As soon as this person finished speaking, someone immediately echoed him. I agree. Yes, I agree. The temple is really abominable. The deputy temple master, for his own selfish reasons, could force a deputy commander to be charged with the crime of slaying the clan. This is simply insane. The most important thing is that they treat their own people like this, let alone outsiders like us. We are at the mercy of others. If we don't do something, we will just sit there and wait for death. In addition to the temple, there is also Ye Bufan. That's right, this Ye guy is a madman. There are only a few hours left until tomorrow. If the temple doesn't release Ye Tianshong by then, we will all be killed. He has 7 demigods under his command. Let me ask which of us can be his opponent. I have long been dissatisfied with the temple. Why should we be the ones to atone for the temple's mistakes? In the crowd, a group of demigods were talking to each other, and it was even difficult to figure out who was talking. But there was no doubt that those who were talking were the demigods who were captured by Ye Bufan. Not only that, as these demigods spoke indignantly, the resentment and dissatisfaction towards the temple in the hearts of others was instantly amplified. They no longer hesitated to speak out angrily. I think we should unite. That's right. Whether it's Ye Bufan or the temple, if we don't unite, I'm afraid they will devour us without leaving a trace. In that case, why don't we just form an alliance? Alliance. That's right. If we prosper together, we prosper together. If we suffer together, we suffer together. With the strength of our 108 families, I'm sure even the temple wouldn't dare to act rashly against us, right? Good idea. My Wang family agreed. My Wu family has no objection. My Shui family has no problem with this, but since it's an alliance, who will be the leader? Who will be the leader? Damn it, it's already this late, and we're still talking about who will be the leader. Everyone, we only have a few hours left. I say, we can talk about who will be the leader later. The most urgent thing is that we should go to the temple, let the temple see our determination, and ask them for an explanation. Otherwise, once that lunatic named Yi makes a move tomorrow, it will be too late. Yes, the most urgent thing is to solve this matter first. In that case, shall we go to the temple? Walk. Chapter 1241 Pay back the money and release the person. Although the 108 families in TianYTN are united in appearance, but at this moment, under the pressure and instigation deliberately created by Ye Bufan, they have to form an alliance and go to the temple for their own interests. They had only two purposes for this trip. First, tell the temple of their determination and attitude so that the temple will not dare to act rashly against any of them from now on. Second, force the temple to release Yi Tianshang, because only in this way will Ye Bufan stop killing people and they can protect themselves. 108 families went to the temple together, and Linglong Chamber of Commerce waited for an opportunity to act. Brothers, I just received news that the 108 ancient city families have formed an alliance and are heading to the temple. So, what are we waiting for? What are we afraid of? Who is willing to go to the temple with my Situ family? Count me in as one of the Zhu family. And my Zhang family. Damn the temple, why should we be the ones to atone for the mistakes they made? My Mu family must be included in the list and the temple must compensate us for our losses. Yes, let the temple compensate us for our losses. Temple, let's go. We must ask the temple to give us an explanation today. In various parts of TianYTN, those families that had already surrendered to Linglong Chamber of Commerce were deliberately guided. Especially since many of them had been robbed by Ye Bufan, their words were more convincing. Under their deliberate instigation and guidance, countless families in TianYTN also rushed to the temple. For a moment, crowds of people surged and clouds gathered. Fifth Heaven, Temple Square. The 24 guards of the temple gathered on the southwest side of the square and were ready for battle. In front of them were more than 200 demigods from the 108 ancient city families. Behind these demigods were family forces from all over the world. At a glance, the crowd was surging, and it was so dark that there was no end in sight. At this moment, behind the 24 guards of the temple, Yin Chofeng stood in the air. He looked at the more than 200 demigod masters from the 108 ancient city families in front of him. His face was stern, and his eyes were faintly flashing with a hint of coldness and anger. 108 ancient city families, what do you want to do? Gathering together to cause trouble, do you want to rebel? This. As soon as Yin Chofeng said this, the 108 ancient city families that had been so powerful fell into dead silence, and many of them even had some thoughts of retreating. Leader of the human race, the Supreme Temple. As a transcendent existence in the outer heaven, the temple has existed for 100,000 years. Whether it is its influence or deterrence, it has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts to an unimaginable degree. Although the major families gathered here for their own interests, when they really faced the temple, they lost their confidence in their hearts, and many people even began to regret why they came here. It's a pity that they wanted to retreat, but someone didn't let them. Be it Ye Bufan or Qian Duoduo, they had already taken the scene before them into consideration. Since the major families lacked courage, they would give them some courage. Instantly, an angry voice rang out from the crowd. You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Rebellion. Even if we wanted to rebel, it was your temple that forced us to do so. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was instantly boiling. Who? Yin Chofeng's face turned even colder, and he looked in the direction of the voice, trying to find the person who spoke. Unfortunately, there were so many people everywhere in front of him that he could only determine the approximate area where the speaker was located, but could not completely lock onto the person who was speaking. Yin Chofeng immediately said angrily, "You are a coward who hides his head but shows his tail. If you have the guts, stand up. What? You are the holy son of the temple. Do you want to kill someone to establish your authority in front of so many people?" Just as Yin Chofeng finished his words, a frivolous and teasing voice sounded from the other direction. "Son of a bitch." Hearing this, Yin Chofeng instantly became furious. He swept the whole audience with cold eyes and gnashed his teeth and said, "You want to die? The holy son of the temple is second only to the emperor and above all others. If it were any other time, who would dare to challenge Yin Chofeng, the holy son of the temple? But now it is different. Looking for death. The holy son is so powerful. Come on, kill him. Holy son. What? Do you really think you are such a big shot? Let me tell you, without us, there would be no temple. Without the temple, you are nothing." As soon as Yin Chofeng said this, he was immediately met with angry rebuttals from countless people. In an instant, Yin Chofeng's face turned ashen. He was angry, anxious, furious and hateful. Although he knew that most of these people were arranged by Ye Bufan to deliberately stir up trouble and guide others, it was impossible for him to find these people in the current chaotic situation. Most importantly, it is difficult to offend public anger. In the current situation, Yin Chofeng knew that even if he found these people, he would not be able to do anything to them. Otherwise it would very likely cause a counterattack from everyone present, or even lead to a group attack. In that case, the situation would inevitably get completely out of control. This is not what Yin Chofeng wants to see. Helpless, Yin Chofeng could only grit his teeth and look at the people in front of him angrily. "What do you want?" As he spoke, Yin Chofeng immediately looked at the 108 families again. Could it be that even you want to be enemies with the temple and oppose it? The demigods of the 108 ancient city families are not fools. They naturally know that Ye Bufan is using them to rescue Yi Tianshang, but they have no choice at all. After all, if the temple doesn't release Yi Tianshang, Ye Bufan will take action against them. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. If they were targeted by a powerful madman like Ye Bufan, it would definitely be a disaster for all the major families. In this case, they can only choose to protect themselves. Moreover, the demigods from the 108 families have already seen that many of the people who came today are Ye Bufan's men. Even if they don't say anything, there are people who answer for them. Sure enough, as soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted angrily, "Damn it, you still have the nerve to ask us what we want. We should be asking you what you want, right? That's right, damn temple, all of this is your fault. If it's your fault, why do you want us to pay for it? Yes, why? Pay back the money. Pay back the money. Not only do you have to pay back the money, but you also have to release Yi Tianshang. Your temple is full of powerful people who are not afraid of Ye Bufan, but what should we do? Do we deserve to take the blame for your temple and deserve to be killed by him? What a shitty temple. They can't even handle a demigod, and yet they just bully us. If you have the guts, go and kill Ye Bufan, you bastard. He is a bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak." What do you mean by bullying the weak and fearing the strong? This damn temple even framed its own deputy commander. They are simply a bunch of beasts. What kind of temple is this? It's just a den of thieves. Yes, such a temple is better off not having it. If you don't give us an explanation today, what does it matter if you rebel? Sooner or later, you will die anyway. It doesn't matter whether you die sooner or later. Pay back the money. Let him go. Release him and return the money. The sounds came one after another. Under the instigation of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce members, the four words, "return the money," and "release the people," became one throughout the temple square, like the sound of thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding between heaven and earth. Yin Chofeng's face turned ashen and his eyes were blazing with fire. "Shut up." Suddenly, he roared. Unfortunately, all he got in response was the shouting and cursing of countless people. "Who do you think you are? You tell us to shut up, so we have to shut up. Why? Yes, why? Damn temple, pay me back now. Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you able to frame even your own commander, Commander Fu? If that's the case, just kill him for treason. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Just kill us. I want to die. Either pay us and let us go, or kill us to silence us, you bastard saint. Make your choice." Chapter 1242 Ye Bufan, you've been fooled. On the southwest side of the temple square, 108 ancient city families and countless clans were confronting Yin Chofeng. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and it seemed that they would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. On the north side of the square, in a dense forest. Owner. Shen Jiadong looked at Ye Bufan in front of him, clasped his fists, and said respectfully. Ye Bufan nodded, then took out the Heaven Burial Palace and said, "You go in first, and I'll take care of the rest." "Yes, master," Shen Jiadong responded, but seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Why, do you have anything else to do?" Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned and asked. "This." Shen Jiadong hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, I suspect that everything that happened today is very likely a trap. Yin Chofeng wants to lure you into a trap so that he can take the opportunity to capture you." "Oh." Ye Bufan raised his eyebrows. "Why do you say that?" "That's right, master. In addition to the temple guards led by me, there were also 2 demigod deacons guarding your father. However, not long ago, these 2 demigod deacons were dismissed. Also, Yin Chofeng had said some irrelevant things to the guards when he summoned his subordinates. I find this very suspicious." Shen Jiadong opened his mouth slowly and expressed his doubts. "Yeah." After Shen Jiadong finished speaking, Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then continued, "You did a great job. I have taken note of the 2 points you mentioned. Now, please go to the Heaven Burial Palace first." "Yes, master." Shen Jiadong responded and walked straight into the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan collected the Heavenly Burial Palace and then looked towards the temple square in the distance. He frowned and said, "A trap. Lure you into a trap. So what? Even if it is a dangerous place today, I will break through it." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan transformed into Shen Jiadong and walked towards the temple. Center of the square. "Brother Shen, you've been taking too long, haven't you? If you don't come back, I'll go look for you." Seeing Shen Jiadong coming back, a big man in the flying sky realm immediately came up to him and said with a smile. Although this person in front of him was the first time Ye Bufan saw him, this person was included in the portraits that Shen Jiadong had given him before, so Ye Bufan knew him, Zhang Dongliang, the peak of the flying sky realm, the leader of the temple guards in front of him. At this moment, facing Zhang Dongliang's words, Ye Bufan scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I made Brother Zhang worried. This is my fault. I will treat Brother Zhang to a drink some other day. Just consider it as my apology to Brother Zhang." "Brother, what are you talking about? Do we have to be so formal with each other?" Zhang Dongliang said with a little dissatisfaction, but there was still a smile on his face. It was obviously just a joke. "Ha ha." Ye Bufan laughed loudly. "I just want to apologize and get closer to Brother Zhang." You. Zhang Dongliang pointed at Ye Bufan, shook his head, and said with a smile, "If you want to be close, it's you who should be close to me. I'm the most popular person around Deputy Palace Master Jia now. I'm counting on you to say a few good words for me in front of Deputy Palace Master Jia. That's a must. Haha, your friendship with me is not in vain, but brother, you have to be careful from now on. Pay attention. Pay attention to what? Brother, don't you understand the current situation? Yi Tianshang's son is not only a troublemaker, but also a madman and a fierce man. So, brother, you'd better not run around in the future. Our temple may not be safe now. Tisk, Brother Zhang, you're overthinking it. Overthinking. Brother, I'm telling you, don't take it lightly. Brother Zhang, do you think he dares to come to our temple to rescue people? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. Brother Zhang, I think you are overthinking. You want to come to the temple to save people. Unless that kid is crazy. As he spoke, Ye Bufan had already walked to the side of Grandpa Yi. At this moment, Grandpa Yi was placed on the rack, breathing weakly, with his head lowered, and his body was already covered with scars. Looking at Grandpa Yi, Ye Bufan suppressed his anger, grabbed the chain that tied Grandpa Yi, and pulled it tentatively a few times, and then said, "Let's not talk about anything else, just say that this thing is good, even the demigods can't break free, so what can that kid surnamed Yi do even if he comes? What's more, this is our temple headquarters, where there are countless demigods. Does he dare to come? It's okay if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come, he will definitely be killed in minutes." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhang Dongliang immediately said earnestly, Brother, you are usually a smart person, why are you confused now? Yes, it is true that even if Ye Bufan comes, he can't rescue people, but brother, don't forget that we are responsible for guarding Yi Tianshang. If Ye Bufan comes, we will be the first to face him. Do you think that with our strength, we will be his opponent? If he kills us, do you think we can stop it? Or do you think we can hold on until other demigods arrive? Fuck, it's true brother, then we will become cannon fodder. What should we do? Don't panic, brother. Actually just like what you said just now, as long as Ye Bufan is not a lunatic, he will never come here to rescue people. If he really wanted to come, he would have come a long time ago and would not have waited until now. 2. But brother, although we are safe here, the surrounding area is different. No one can guarantee that Ye Bufan will not be near the temple and pay attention to everything here. That's why I just told you to be more careful in the future. I see, brother Zhang, I understand. Well, I understand. By the way, brother Zhang, I got a treasure not long ago, and I would like to ask brother Zhang to take a look at it. Baby. Yes, it is a magic sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly took out the divine weapon, time, that he had borrowed from Long Xiaobao. Base. The sword was unsheathed and the sound of sword ringing was heard. Nice sword. Looking at the unsheathed sword in Ye Bufan's hand, Zhang Dongliang's eyes lit up, and then he hesitated for a moment and said, brother, your sword, is it a magic weapon? What? Divine weapons? Hearing this, the other members of the Imperial Guards were also shocked and excited. They gathered around and stared at the divine weapon, time, in Ye Bufan's hand with scorching eyes. Yes, this is the magic weapon. Facing the heated looks of the Imperial Guards, Ye Bufan responded without hesitation, this sword is called, time, and it is a divine weapon. What? God soldiers. In an instant, Zhang Dongliang was shocked, and the other members of the Imperial Guard present were also shocked. There are 3 kinds of divine weapons: secondary divine weapons, earthly divine weapons, and heavenly divine weapons. In the heaven beyond heaven, there are not even earthly divine weapons, let alone heavenly divine weapons. Moreover, for the temple guards before them, even if they are just inferior divine weapons, they have only heard of them but have never seen them. At this moment Ye Bufan suddenly took out a divine weapon. How could they believe it? Brother, stop teasing me. That is why, after just a moment, Zhang Dongliang came back to his senses and said to Ye Bufan with a wry smile. Why? Brother Zhang doesn't believe it. Ye Bufan held the heavenly god weapon in his hand and said with a solemn expression. This. Zhang Dongliang couldn't help but be stunned. The same goes for others. At this moment, they found that the Shen Jiadong in front of them seemed a little different. As for what exactly was different, they couldn't tell for a while. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said in a stern voice, since brother Zhang doesn't believe it, then today I will let brother Zhang and everyone present see the power of the heavenly god soldier. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine weapon in Ye Bufan's hand moved. Brush. He slashed out with his sword. Dang dang dang. In an instant, a crisp sound of metal collision rang in everyone's ears, and then Ye Bufan slashed with a sword, and the chains tied to old man Ye were instantly cut off. Bang, bang, bang. The broken chains fell to the ground, making a series of heavy sounds. Without the restraints of chains, Grandpa Ye's body instantly went limp. Seeing this, Ye Bufan immediately supported Grandpa Ye. Everything happened in a flash. Brother, what are you doing looking at the scene in front of him and Ye Bufan in front of him? Zhang Dongliang's mind was in a mess, and he was a little confused. Ye Bufan ignored him. He held the sword in his right hand and supported old man Ye with his left hand. He flashed to Ye Tianshang on the other side and slashed with the same sword. Dang dang dang. With one sword, the chains bound Ye Tianshang broke instantly. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Zhang Dongliang and others were shocked instantly. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang Dongliang looked at Ye Bufan and asked in surprise and anger. Call out. Ye Bufan raised his sword, pointed at Zhang Dongliang and the others, and said, I, Ye Bufan, have come to save you. I have something to say to you. Your life is your own. The grudge is between me and the temple. Don't use your life to pay for the grudge between me and the temple. Boom 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 boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, Zhang Dongliang and the other members of the temple guards couldn't help but tremble in their bodies and even their souls. They looked at Ye Bufan, and their minds went blank in an instant. Is he Ye Bufan? How could he be Ye Bufan? How could he be Ye Bufan? Zhang Dongliang and others were shocked, but Ye Bufan ignored them and did not stop. He put away the divine weapon in his hand, then waved his right hand and directly took out the burial heaven palace. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, a raging voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Ye Bufan, you are finally here, but I am sorry to tell you that you have been fooled. Chapter 1243, Can't Escape Even with Wings. Ye Bufan, you are finally here, but I regret to tell you that you have been fooled. The sudden sound, full of excitement, playfulness and mockery, instantly filled the entire sky. Temple Square, southwest side. Faced with the aggression of the 108 noble families and countless clans, Yin Chofeng's face was filled with anger, and the rage in his heart had already been boiling. As the holy son of the temple, when had he ever taken these people seriously? The other party would never dare to provoke or even disobey him. But what about now? A group of ants dared to provoke him so unscrupulously. Although he knew that they were instigated and induced by Ye Bufan, Yin Chofeng still couldn't tolerate it. However, Yin Chofeng also knew that it was difficult to offend the public anger, and he absolutely could not act rashly in the current situation. However, if we don't act rashly, should we just let these people run wild here? In this case, where is the dignity of his son? Where is the majesty of the temple? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from a distance. Ye Bufan, you are finally here, but I regret to tell you that you have been fooled. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Mr. Yi, you are finally here. With a groan, Yin Chofeng no longer paid attention to the 108 noble families and countless clans in front of him. He moved and immediately soared into the air, then rushed towards the center of the temple square in the distance. The sudden change made everyone present stunned. Ye Bufan is here. What's going on? Did the temple prepare for this? Are they trying to lure you into a trap? Of course it is. Shit, if the temple catches that guy, then we're safe, right? You think it's that easy? That's right. Ye Bufan actually dared to come, which means he was well prepared. Why worry so much? Let's go and take a look first. Yes, let's go check it out first. Walk. In an instant, more than 200 demigods from the 108 families no longer hesitated or stopped, and they all rushed towards the center of the square. Seeing this scene, although the temple guards wanted to intercept them, they couldn't do so at all. After all, these demigods were not someone they could contend with. Not only the demigods of the 108 families, but also the countless family members and the 24 temple guards were unable to intercept them. Suddenly, a crowd surged and everyone rushed to the center of the temple square. Temple Square, central location. Swish, swish, swish. Following that loud shout, figures rushed into the temple one after another. Their speed was so fast that in less than a breath, the space around Ye Bufan was already full of people. At a glance, more than 300 demigod powerful men had surrounded Ye Bufan, and not only that, the moment these 300 demigods arrived, their spiritual senses had already locked onto Ye Bufan, leaving Ye Bufan no chance to escape. The sudden change occurred in an instant, and the whole place was in dead silence. The temple guards led by Zhang Dongliang couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they looked at the more than 200 demigods around them. They were stunned, stupid, and confused. They even felt a tingling sensation on their scalps at this moment. More than 300 demigods gathered. At this moment, how could they not see that the temple was clearly prepared? They wanted to use Yi Tianchong and the other two as bait to capture Ye Bufan. However, Ye Bufan was too bold, even crazy to the point of being out of control. He actually dared to come to the temple alone to save people. He was simply courting death. Of course, these had nothing to do with them. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Dongliang immediately winked at the other members of the royal guards, and then quietly withdrew. After all, this level of battle was not something they could participate in. Seeing that Zhang Dongliang and others wanted to evacuate, the demigods in the temple naturally didn't care, and they didn't even try to intercept them. At this moment, all their attention was on Ye Bufan. Zhang Dongliang and others evacuated. The demigods in the temple did not stop them, and neither did Ye Bufan. At this moment, like Zhang Dongliang and others, Ye Bufan could see that all this was well prepared by the temple. They thought that he might come to rescue people, so they had already ambushed him and waited for him to take the bait. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Ambush. Round up. Ridiculous. He didn't care about these at all. After all, if he wanted to leave, who could keep him back? What's more, now that Grandpa Yi and the other two have been rescued, Ye Bufan is not afraid of anything. Immediately, Ye Bufan ignored the more than 300 demigods of the temple who surrounded him and directly threw Old Man Yi and the other man into the burial heaven palace. After finishing this, Ye Bufan put away the Heaven Burial Palace again. Although the whole process took less than a second, the temple had no intention of stopping it. After all, their target was Ye Bufan, and as long as they could keep Ye Bufan, nothing else would matter. Mr. Yi, you didn't expect that we would ambush you here, did you? At this time, a deacon at the peak of the demigod realm looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile. The other temple deacons also had amusement and mocking expressions on their faces. Hee hee. In response, Ye Bufan just smiled indifferently. Now that old Master Yi and the other two had been rescued, he was not in a hurry to leave. So he glanced at the more than 300 demigods present and chuckled and said, I didn't expect it, but do you think you, a bunch of trash, can keep me here? Arrogant. Presumptuous. How shameless. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, more than 300 demigod deacons in the temple became furious. This kid is simply too crazy. The demigod peak deacon looked at Ye Bufan and said coldly, you still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. Mr. Yi, I hope you won't beg for mercy later. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, don't worry, I will never beg for mercy, but... After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, I am very curious, how did you know that I would come to rescue people? So that you made preparations in advance. No, I don't know. As Ye Bufan finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind the 300 demigods. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Chofeng had already passed through a group of demigods in the temple and came in front of Ye Bufan. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. The moment they saw Yin Chofeng, the more than 300 demigods present spoke up. Yin Chofeng didn't care about this at all, he just looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also looked at Yin Chofeng. Ye Bufan. Yin Chofeng. The two looked at each other. Hee hee. Instantly, Yin Chofeng smiled slightly, then looked at Ye Bufan with a playful expression. Young Master Yi, you didn't expect it, did you? In fact, this Saint Son was not sure that you would come. The reason why I did this was just to be on the safe side. But I didn't expect that you are so brave that you dare to come alone to save people. That's right. I ate 200 kilograms of courage just to come to the temple to save people. Do you think I am not brave? But then again Yin Chofeng, your luck is really extraordinary. I didn't expect you could catch me even in this situation. I admire you so much. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Snort. Yin Chofeng's expression turned stern, and he snorted coldly, Mr. Yi, stop arguing here. Tell me, where are your accomplices? Also, who is cooperating with you in this incident? Want to know? Looking at Yin Chofeng, Ye Bufan asked, and then said, I won't tell you. Stubborn. Yin Chofeng scolded him coldly, do you think that if you don't speak, this Saint Son will have no way to deal with you? Let me tell you, when this Saint Son captures you, there are plenty of ways to make you speak. Yeah. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then shook his head. Yin Chofeng, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that with these rabble under your command, let alone 300 people, even if there are 3,000 or 30,000 people, you can't take me down. How shameless. Yin Chofeng instantly became furious and said, Ye Bufan, there is no point in arguing. You can't escape today. I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, please don't be polite to me, otherwise I will definitely not be used to it. You. Yin Chofeng became furious instantly. At this time, people from the 108 ancient city families and other families also caught up. When they saw the scene of more than 300 demigods in the temple surrounding Ye Bufan, everyone was stunned. Brother Tantai, it looks like the situation is not good. In the crowd, the ancestor of the Nangong family directly transmitted a message to Tantai Yan. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Tantai Yan frowned and immediately transmitted the message. Not only Tantai Yan and others, but also the demigods who had already defected to Ye Bufan and the people from Linglong Chamber of Commerce in the crowd all looked anxious. Of course, except for those who stood on Ye Bufan's side, everyone else was overjoyed. Haha, I didn't expect the temple to send out more than 300 demigods at once. This time, Ye can't escape even if he has wings. That's right. As long as we kill him, we won't have to live in fear anymore. This damn guy should have died a long time ago. Your Highness, please help us get back the property that was stolen by this kid. Please ask His Royal Highness the Holy Sun to make the decision for us. Snort. Listening to the endless sounds coming from behind him, Yin Chofeng snorted in his heart. They wanted to attack me just now, but now they come to beg me for help. They are simply a bunch of fence-sitters. But for Yin Chofeng, this may not be a bad thing. Immediately, he looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Ye Bufan, did you hear everything? Didn't you want to use them to force my temple to release the people? But what was the result? Look for yourself, whose people are the mob. But I am merciful. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 1,000 times, and then commit suicide in front of everyone, I can guarantee that Yi Tianshong and that old guy will have a chance to live. What do you think? Chapter 1244. Don't force me to fight you to the death. But I am merciful. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 1,000 times, and then commit suicide in front of everyone, I can guarantee that Yi Tianshong and that old guy will have a chance to live. What do you think? After Yin Chofeng's words, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan, waiting for his choice. He kowtowed 1,000 times and then committed suicide in public. It was obvious that Yin Chofeng wanted to humiliate Ye Bufan severely before killing him. However, it seemed that Ye Bufan had no choice at all. With more than 300 demigods lying in ambush from all sides, Ye Bufan has no way to retreat. If he does as Yin Chofeng says, at least he may be able to save Yi Tianshong and Old Master Yi. If he doesn't do as Yin Chofeng says, not only will he die, but Yi Tianshong and Old Master Yi will also die. It has to be said that Yin Chofeng's move was despicable to the extreme, but many people in the crowd looked at Ye Bufan with excitement, ridicule and amusement. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you going to kill us? Come on, keep being arrogant. Come and slaughter us. Ye Bufan, you have come to this day. You deserve it. Hee. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Yin Chofeng and said with a calm smile, Holy Son of the Temple. Yin Chofeng, where do you get the confidence to make me kowtow to you and admit my mistakes? Where do you get the confidence to make me commit suicide to apologize? There are 362 demigod deacons in my temple. Isn't this enough? Yin Chofeng smiled calmly, pointing at the demigods of the temple present and said with confidence of victory. Not enough. Ye Bufan shook his head. Ye Bufan, you are still going to be stubborn even when you are about to die. Yin Chofeng said with a cold look. Your Highness, why waste so much time talking to him? Just kill him directly. At this time, a temple deacon suddenly said. Shut up. Yin Chofeng immediately glared at the other party and shouted, then looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice, Ye Bufan, are you going to kneel or not? I will neither kneel to the heaven nor to the earth, let alone you, a mere son of a temple. Do you think you are worthy of it? Ye Bufan said with a calm expression and a smile. You. Suddenly, Yin Chofeng became furious. Killing is not the right path. But for Yin Chofeng, just killing Ye Bufan was far from enough, because that was not enough to vent the anger in his heart. Ye Bufan, today, you have to kneel whether you want or not. Yin Chofeng immediately rebuked him, and then shouted, Come here, bring that old immortal here for me. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. The others also looked stunned. Swish. At this time, two figures rushed over from the direction of the temple. They carried a person and came to Yin Chofeng in an instant. Then they threw the wounded person in their hands to the ground, looked at Yin Chofeng, clasped their fists and said, Your Highness. Yin Chofeng didn't care about this. He just looked at Ye Bufan, a cruel look flashed across his face, and then he said with a smile, Ye Bufan, come and see who this is. Ye Bufan frowned, revealing a hint of surprise. Who is this person? Do you know yourself? What are you two still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and let our young master Yi see who this is? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think about it, Yin Chofeng took the lead and spoke to the two flying Sky Realm warriors. Yes, Your Highness. Two flying Sky Realm warriors responded immediately. In an instant, everyone present's eyes fell on the bloody man on the ground. Not only Ye Bufan was curious about this man's identity, but everyone else was too. After all, the fact that Yin Chofeng was able to bring this person out at this time showed that this person's identity was definitely not simple. In the sight of everyone, one of the two flying realm warriors directly grabbed the man on the ground by the hair and lifted him up abruptly. At the same time, the man's appearance was instantly presented to everyone's eyes. Boom! The moment he saw this man's face, Ye Bufan couldn't help but tremble. His eyes widened. He was shocked, horrified, and even unbelievable. Old man. In a brief moment, three words came out of Ye Bufan's mouth instinctively. The person in front of him was none other than Old Man Ye Hongye. But, the person in front of me is Mr. Yi, then who is the person I just rescued? Ye Bufan was stunned. Mr. Yi, how is it? Are you surprised? Are you angry? Are you unconvinced at this time? Yin Chofeng did not hide anything and said with a smile while looking at Ye Bufan. You. Ye Bufan glanced at Yin Chofeng and asked, did you change the person? That's right. Yin Chofeng did not deny it. Damn it. Ye Bufan became furious instantly. I originally thought that I had succeeded, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated Yin Chofeng, underestimated this holy son of the temple. Since the old man among the two people he rescued before was a fake, then Yi Tianxiang must also be a fake, and must have been replaced by Yin Chofeng. Ye Bufan saw it clearly, and the other people present were not fools either. At this moment, how could they not see that Yin Chofeng was well prepared and he had already replaced Yi Tianxiang and old man Yi without anyone noticing? It can be said that from the very beginning of today's incident, Yin Chofeng was already in an invincible position, and Ye Bufan would not be able to rescue the people no matter what. However, now not only did he fail to rescue the people, he also got himself involved. This is completely a case of losing the rice while trying to gain a chicken. How about it, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the arrangements made by this saint son? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Yin Chofeng smiled again. Ye Bufan was anxious and angry. I had planned everything, but I didn't expect that in the end, I would fail. Brush. At this time, Yin Chofeng's expression turned cold, and the smile on his face disappeared. He then pointed at Ye Bufan and said coldly, the temple cannot be provoked, let alone desecrated. Mr. Yi, since you dare to provoke the temple, then you will pay the price for it. I'm telling you, you have to kowtow 1,000 times today even if you don't want to. Yin Chofeng's words were powerful. He was threatening Ye Bufan, and at the same time, he was warning the others present that the temple could not be provoked, and even more so, could not be desecrated. Everyone was silent, feeling anxious. Ye Bufan looked directly at Yin Chofeng and said in a deep voice, you want me to surrender? Let me tell you, Yin Chofeng, I never accept threats. Yeah, Yin Chofeng sneered. Brush. Then he waved his right hand. Puff. The Fatian realm warrior at the side understood, and without any hesitation, he took out a sharp dagger from his body, and then stabbed it directly into Grandpa Yi's back, with the entire blade being completely embedded in the flesh. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. How could they not see that Yin Chofeng wanted to use this method to force Ye Bufan to bow his head and submit? Are you going to kneel or not? Sure enough, after the Fatian realm warrior struck with a sword, Yin Chofeng asked in a stern voice. Yin Chofeng, don't force me. Ye Bufan clenched his fists, stared at Yin Chofeng with fiery eyes, and shouted in a cold voice. Force you? Yin Chofeng sneered. Even if this saint's son forces you, what will you do? Continue. Puff. As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the Fatian realm warrior stabbed into old man Yi's back again. Kneel or not kneel? Yin Chofeng didn't care at all. He just looked straight at Ye Bufan and asked again. Kneel. That's impossible. Ye Bufan knew very well that Yin Chofeng did this just to humiliate him and to save his face, so even if he compromised now, he would not let him get his wish, and he would even intensify it. What's worse, once he compromised and achieved his goal, he would directly order the more than 300 temple deacons present to surround and kill him. In this case, how could Ye Bufan bow to him? Now that things have come to this, let's just go head to head and see who can last to the end and who can be more desperate than the other. With this thought, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He looked directly at Yin Chofeng and said in a cold voice, Yin Chofeng, do you really want to fight to the death with me? A dead end. Yin Chofeng sneered, do you think you have the qualifications and ability to do this? You won't know until you try it. Ye Bufan responded, then said disdainfully, do you really think you have already won? Do you really think you can keep me here? Let me tell you, you underestimate me too much. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng frowned. What do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered, then scanned the entire audience and said in a loud voice, if I want to leave, who among you can stop me? After a pause, Ye Bufan looked at Yin Chofeng and continued, you can kill people, and you can keep using the knife. But I tell you, if you use the knife on me again today, I will kill a demigod in the future. If you use the knife twice, I will kill 2 people. If you use the knife 3 times, I will kill 3 people. And so on. If I die today, I will bury the whole Tianyi Tian with you in the future. Both men and women. Both young and old. Whether right or wrong. Whether good or evil. Whether inside or outside the temple. One word, kill. Kill people when you see them, and kill animals when you see them. In the outer world, not even a chicken or a dog is left alive, and in the land of human beings, not even a blade of grass grows. Mr. Ben, I will keep my word. A cold voice and a stern face. At this moment, Ye Bufan stood among 300 demigods, full of murderous aura. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but tremble. Never stop until your words are shocking. Even Yin Chofeng couldn't help but tremble at this moment. But it was only for a moment. Ha ha ha. After a moment, Yin Chofeng laughed loudly. Ye Bufan, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? At this point, you still dare to threaten me. Wash Tian with blood, leaving no one alive. Do you think you can leave here alive today? I said, if I want to leave, who among you can keep me? Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1245. This young master is threatening everyone in Tianwei. Where are the people? The sudden scene of Ye Bufan disappearing out of thin air made everyone present stunned. The group of demigods did not hesitate at all and immediately began to search the surroundings with their spiritual sense. However, no matter how they searched or checked, they could not find any trace of Ye Bufan, as if this person had disappeared out of thin air, completely vanishing from their sight. This is also true. Nowadays, Ye Bufan has returned to the cemetery of gods and demons. Not to mention these demigods, even the powerful gods have no chance of finding Ye Bufan. After all, the person is no longer there, so how could anyone find him? Dead silent space, eerie atmosphere. After a moment, everyone looked at Ye Bufan instinctively. Your Highness, he has disappeared. A deacon at the demigod level looked at Yin Chofeng in astonishment and said. The corner of Yin Chofeng's mouth twitched. Disappeared. You are talking nonsense. Didn't I see it? Didn't I know he disappeared? Do I need you to tell me? Bastard, waste. The moment Ye Bufan disappeared just now, not only the demigod masters present, but also Yin Chofeng himself had used their spiritual sense to investigate. However, the result he obtained was the same as that of others. Ye Bufan was gone, he just disappeared out of thin air. That is why, at this moment, Yin Chofeng was in a mess and crazy, which was even more incredible. How could a person just disappear for no reason? Is this a martial art or a magical power? It's impossible. There can't be such martial arts or such magical powers in the world. But the facts were right before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. Ye Bufan is missing, what should we do now? Yin Chofeng was terrified. Seeing Yin Chofeng's behavior, the others were terrified. Who is Ye Bufan? That's a complete lunatic. Now, this madman also possesses the ability to disappear out of thin air at any time and anywhere. In this way, as he said before, if he wants to leave, who can stop him? If I can't keep him, then. Thinking of Ye Bufan's previous oath full of murderous intent, everyone felt a chill down their spine. With Ye Bufan's strength plus his ability to appear and disappear at will, who in the world can stop him from killing? When a person dies, it is like a lamp being extinguished, and all thoughts turn to ashes. They don't want to die yet. Call out. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned again. Looking at Yin Chofeng in front of him, Ye Bufan said with a playful and disdainful look, Yin Chofeng, now, do you still think you have the ability to keep me here, or take my life? Yin Chofeng was furious and unwilling. Ye Bufan ignored him and said coldly, there are always people who are better than you. Do you really think that you can dominate everything as the holy son of the temple? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are shit. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, the reason why I lurked in your temple to rescue people was not because I was afraid of you, but because I left room for you. After all, we are all human. If things get too tense and too fierce, the demons will benefit in the end. But, do you really think that I care about the life and death of the human race of the Tianwei lineage? You are wrong. In my eyes, you are dispensable. Now that things have come to this, there is no need for me to be polite. As he spoke, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Yin Chofeng, but looked directly with cold eyes at the team consisting of 108 noble families and countless clans in the distance. When the people from the 108 noble families and major clans saw Ye Bufan looking at them, they were shocked and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Ye Bufan looked at them and said directly, Either you help me rescue the people today, or I will kill you tomorrow. It's your choice. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the hearts of the 108 noble families and major clans present were shocked again. Their bodies trembled and their faces turned pale in an instant. Originally this was a matter between Ye Bufan and the temple and had nothing to do with them. But now, Ye Bufan was clearly forcing them to go against the temple. But did they have a choice? You are so arrogant. But at this moment, Yin Chofeng shouted loudly. How shameless. Ye Bufan glanced at Yin Chofeng and sneered. Isn't it? Yin Chofeng looked ferocious and angry. Ye Bufan, if you really have the ability to massacre all the great families, then why are you wasting so much effort? Why don't you just massacre the temple directly and rescue the people? You are wrong. Where did this saint's son go wrong? First, the major families are scattered everywhere, and their power is not concentrated. I can slaughter them, but I can't destroy the temple. Second, I am here to save people. Since I am here to save people, I naturally hope that the old man and the others can survive. If I attack the temple directly, there is no guarantee that you will not kill the old man and the others directly in desperation, and this is not what I want to see, so I can only use them to threaten the temple and use them to help me save people. If I can save them, it would be the best. If I can't, I have tried my best. I have a clear conscience. Ha ha ha. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yin Chofeng suddenly laughed out loud. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan and said sarcastically, Ye Bufan, you idiot, since you said that the major families are scattered outside and their power is not concentrated, so you can slaughter them wantonly, then why don't I gather them all to the temple? If so, I will see what you can use to threaten the temple. Hearing this, Ye Bufan shook his head. I am really worried about your IQ. What do you mean? Yin Chofeng was furious. Son of the temple. Ye Bufan sneered, are you stupid, or stupid? I really don't know how you became the holy son of this temple. Since I dare to say it, am I afraid that you will know it? You. Yin Chofeng was furious. Ye Bufan continued, first, there are countless members of the Tianytn human race. You can transfer some of them, but can you transfer all of them? I am a ruthless person. I can kill people and massacre cities without any psychological burden. But you are different. As the leader of the human race in Tianytn, can you bear to watch me slaughter your people? Or are you the same as me? In your opinion, except for a small number of people in Tianytn, everyone else is dispensable. Yin Chofeng was stunned, and then cursed in his heart, thinking that Ye Bufan was clearly trying to sow discord. Those ants, if they die, it's no big deal. However, although Yin Chofeng thought so, he could not say it, let alone do it. After all, as the holy son of the temple, if he really said it and did it, the entire human race would be in chaos. Second, without waiting for Yin Chofeng to think more, Ye Bufan continued, do you really think that transferring them to the temple will make them safe? Do you really think that I can't do anything to them if they come to the temple? You are wrong again. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly used the 9 rhymes of heavenly face. Call out. In an instant, Ye Bufan transformed into Yin Chofeng in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Yin Chofeng was stunned. The same was true for everyone else present. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued to speak slowly. Half-step magical power, Tianyan Juyun, with this half-step magical power, I can transform into anyone. As far as I am concerned, the temple can come and go as I please. So if I want to kill you, is it difficult? Of course, if all of you demigods stay together forever from now on, that's another matter. Otherwise, if you are left alone, you will only die. Animals. At this moment, everyone present felt their scalp tingling. The ability to disappear into thin air. The ability to transform anyone into a half-step supernatural power. Strong strength. Crazy nature. Now, in everyone's eyes, Ye Bufan is simply a nightmare. If he wants to kill someone, who can stop him? I'm afraid except for a few people in the outer world, no one can stop Ye Bufan's killing. After all, when he was just in the saint realm, he could fight against a demigod, not to mention that he has now achieved demigod status. This is simply a cruel and insane monster. Okay, that's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. Either help me save people, or I will kill you. Without saying anything more, Ye Bufan looked directly at the 108 families and their family members. Ye Bufan, you are blackmailing me. Suddenly, Yin Chofeng roared angrily. No. Ye Bufan shook his head and said with a smile, I am not threatening you, nor am I threatening the temple. I am threatening everyone in Tianytn. It is a naked threat, a threat without any disguise. You. Yin Chofeng was so angry that he almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. How can people be so shameless? At this moment, in Yin Chofeng's eyes, Ye Bufan was simply a scoundrel. However, since he had already said so, what else could Yin Chofeng say? How could he refute it? This is a threat. To threaten you, to threaten the temple, to threaten everyone. How do you stay? In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone's scalp was tingling. To save or not to save? At this moment, they had no choice at all. Compared to the temple, they were more afraid of Ye Bufan, the madman. After all, as the leader of the human race, the temple could not act recklessly. But Ye Bufan was different, he was a madman who could do anything. In an instant, everyone looked at Yin Chofeng. Your Highness, please release him. Chapter 1246 Xuanyuan Wudi's Revenge. Your Highness, please let him go. A nearly pleading voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. This sudden voice was more like a fuse, causing others to speak up. Of course, most of these people were on Ye Bufan's side, or even all of them. After all, the current situation required them to add fuel to the fire, or to guide the situation. Yes, let him go quickly. Yin Chofeng, let them go. If you really want to die, don't use this as your scapegoat. Let him go. Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Let them go quickly. If you don't let us live well, you won't be able to live either. I don't want to die yet. They are just two useless people, why the hell are you still keeping them? Let him go. Following the instigation and guidance of Ye Bufan's party, the others present no longer hesitated. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Ye Bufan's threat made it impossible for them to refuse. They did not want to die, so much so that, in just a brief moment, the 108 noble families and countless family members present shouted one after another. The voices merged into one, and finally turned into two words. Let him go. Let him go. A uniform voice, a cry that reaches heaven and earth. Yin Chofeng's face turned pale. He was angry, anxious, hateful and furious. Although he was helpless, he did not want to compromise. After all, things had come to this point. If he backed down, if he compromised, what would his previous persistence mean? And where would the face of his son of God be? Ye Bufan is just a native from the Shenwu continent. On what basis does he make himself, the holy son of the temple, bow down to him and compromise with him? The most important thing is, if he retreats today, how can he, Yin Chofeng, have the face to compete with Saint Lingu Shui in the future? How can he have the face to ascend the throne of the master of the temple? By then, he, Yin Chofeng, will probably become the biggest joke in Tianytn. No. When he thought of this, Yin Chofeng roared in his heart. Never bow your head. Never compromise. No matter whether it is right or wrong, in this world, the rules are made by the strong. Why should he, the holy son of the temple, bow to a native of the Shenwu continent? The most important thing is that Yin Chofeng doesn't believe that these people in front of him really dare to attack the temple. Shut up. Immediately, Yin Chofeng let out an angry roar. Everyone was stunned and the whole place was silent. Yin Chofeng looked around the room and said sternly, Yi Tianxiang betrayed the human race and joined the demons. He deserves death. Ye Bufan, as his son, must be a bird of the same feather. Do you want to go along with this father and son? Ha ha ha. Yin Chofeng finished speaking, and before anyone present could react, a rampant laugh suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. Betraying the human race and joining the devil, what a crime of treason. Yin Chofeng, you can always find excuses to accuse someone, don't you know the truth? You are the son of the temple, and you are not ashamed to say such things. Well, the sudden sound startled everyone. Ye Bufan also frowned. Who? Yin Chofeng said angrily. I am the commander of the temple, Xuanyuan Invincible. Behind the crowd, Xuanyuan Wudi was lying on the ground, moving forward inch by inch. Wherever he passed, the people around him took the initiative to make way for him, and even looked at him and whispered. Isn't this Xuanyuan Wudi? How did he get injured like this? Not only are his hands and feet broken, but even his cultivation has been destroyed. And why is there an iron chain tied around his neck? Who knows? I'm just curious about what he just said. Could it be that the previous rumors about Yi Tianxiang's betrayal are true? Shish. The discussions around him kept coming to his ears, but Xuanyuan Wudi ignored them. He acted as if he heard nothing and just crawled forward. Time seemed to stand still. The space seems to condense. At this moment, the world was dead silent, and everyone just watched Xuanyuan Wudi crawling forward. After a while, Xuanyuan Wudi crawled in front of the crowd. He looked up at Ye Bufan, then looked at Yin Chofeng and said loudly, "It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. Everyone, I can prove that Yi Tianxiong did not betray the human race." Wow! When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Why? It's very simple. The one who said that Yi Tianxiong betrayed the human race and defected to the devil was none other than the temple commander Xuanyuan Wudi in front of him. But now, he actually said that Yi Tianxiong did not betray the human race. How can people not be shocked? Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned. He didn't know how Xuanyuan Wudi became like this. He couldn't understand why Xuanyuan Wudi did this now. Ye Bufan was puzzled, but Yin Chofeng was furious. "Xuanyuan Wudi, shut up, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Nonsense." Xuanyuan Wudi sneered. "Your Highness, I am talking nonsense, don't you know? Or, what is the truth about Yi Tianxiong's betrayal of the clan, don't you know? You are looking for death." In an instant, Yin Chofeng became furious and rushed directly towards Xuanyuan Wudi. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would naturally not let him get his wish. Although Ye Bufan didn't know why Xuanyuan Wudi did this, it was a good thing for him, so Ye Bufan directly stood in front of Yin Chofeng and said with a smile, "Why, Your Highness the Holy Sun, do you want to kill people to silence them?" Yin Chofeng became furious instantly. Ye Bufan ignored him. He looked directly at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, "Just say whatever you want to say. Don't worry, I'm here. Today, no one can touch you." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Ye Bufan with complicated eyes, and finally uttered two words, "Thank you." Ye Bufan said nothing. Xuanyuan Wudi did not stop either. He looked directly at Yin Chofeng and said sarcastically, "Your Highness, it seems that your wish to kill and silence people will not be realized." Ha 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 ha. Faced with Xuanyuan Wudi's ridicule, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but grit his teeth. Xuanyuan Wudi ignored him. He looked directly at the 108 noble families and the countless family members and said, "Everyone, let me tell you today what the truth was about Yi Tianxiong's treason. The truth is I, one of the 12 commanders of the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi, was worried that Yi Tianxiong would surpass me and replace me, so I joined forces with the deputy hall master of the temple, Jia Saitong, to destroy the Flying Dragon army and charged Yi Tianxiong and his wife with treason. I was after power, and the deputy hall master Jia coveted Lin Loyan's beauty and wanted to get her and possess her, so he worked with me, Xuanyuan Wudi, to make up such a lie. Everyone, this is the truth of the year, the truth about Yi Tianxiong's treason." Wow! As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the whole audience was boiling in an instant. "Xuanyuan Wudi, please stop slandering me." But Justin was furious. "I'm slandering you. Don't you know the truth?" Xuanyuan Wudi sneered. Justin took a step forward, looking for death. Base. Unfortunately, just as Jia Saitong was about to approach Xuanyuan Wudi, Ye Bufan's heavenly god weapon, time, had already been unsheathed. He stood in front of Xuanyuan Wudi, looked at Yin Chofeng, Jia Saitong and others and said coldly, "Whoever dares to get closer, don't blame me for the ruthlessness of the heavenly god weapon in my hand." Jastong was furious, but looking at the divine weapon, time, in Ye Bufan's hand, he did not dare to act rashly. He even remembered clearly that his arm was cut off by the long sword in Ye Bufan's hand. Ha ha ha. Seeing the aggrieved look on Justin's face, Xuanyuan Wudi laughed out loud. Life is worse than death. It is better to die. During this period of time, he has never felt so happy as he does now. At this time, Yin Chofeng glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, frowned and said, "Xuanyuan Wudi, you said, were you and Deputy Palace Master Jia the ones who framed Yi Tianxiong back then?" "That's right. It's ridiculous. If that's the case, why did you do this now when you didn't tell the truth back then?" "That's because I've had enough of you, the Deputy Hall Master, the Saint's son, you're all a bunch of sanctimonious, selfish hypocrites, treacherous villains." "Yeah, isn't it? HMPH, in my opinion, you have already been bought by Ye Bufan. You are deliberately framing and defaming the temple so that he can rescue Yi Tianxiong and that old man more easily." Yes, I was bribed by Ye Bufan." Xuanyuan Wudi laughed loudly and said, but suddenly, his expression changed again and he cursed, Yin Chofeng, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before? Bribery. I, Xuanyuan Wudi, am a dying man, so who can bribe me? And what can they use to bribe me? Since we have come to this point today, let's just let everyone know about the temple and what kind of people you are. Let's not talk about Yi Tianshang, let's talk about Jia Saitong, the deputy hall master Jia first. Hearing this, Justin became very anxious. He stared at Xuanyuan Wudi and threatened him immediately. Xuanyuan Wudi, I have no grudge against you, so please don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? As soon as Jia Si finished speaking, Ye Bufan raised the divine weapon in his hand. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Justin's forehead. Xuanyuan Wudi said to himself, one of the 3 deputy hall masters of the temple, Jia Saitong, deputy hall master Jia, is upright and incorruptible. It's a pity that what you see is just the surface. The real deputy hall master Jia Saitong is simply a despicable and shameless smiling tiger who will do anything to achieve his goals, and an old pervert. Deacon Chu. As he spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi looked directly at one of the more than 300 temple deacons present and said with a smile, on the wedding night, as the groom, it was not you who entered the bridal chamber. I wonder how did you spend that night? Brush. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, the deacon named Chu's face changed immediately. The others were all stunned. On the wedding night, Deacon Chu, as the groom, did not enter the bridal chamber. Then who entered the bridal chamber? But soon, everyone understood. Without a doubt, the person who entered the bridal chamber in place of Deacon Chu was Deputy Hall Master Jia Saitong. When they thought of this, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Jia Saitong. However, Justin was sweating all over and looked at Yin Chofeng for help. Yin Chofeng's face turned pale. Xuanyuan Wudi did not shy away from it and continued, actually, this is nothing. My wife has also borrowed it from our philanthropic Deputy Hall Master Jia. There is no other way. He is the divine Deputy Hall Master. We have to lend it to him. After all, we don't have the courage and determination like Yi Tianshang to disobey our Deputy Hall Master, right? Deacon. By the way, Deacon Zug, some time ago, our philanthropic Deputy Hall Master came to you every day, did you know that? And Deacon Tai, your daughter seems to be only 9 years old. Tisk tisk, I wonder if she can withstand such torture from our experienced Deputy Hall Master at such a young age. Xuanyuan Wudi spoke again and again, and the deacons instinctively lowered their heads. It was obvious that they did not refute it, which meant they tacitly accepted it and acknowledged that what Xuanyuan Wudi said was true. Seeing this scene, the 108 noble families and members of the various clans present were all shocked. They looked at Justin as being extremely weird. Who could have thought that the deputy master of the temple would be such a beast? Why? At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi sighed and looked towards the location of the 108 noble families. At the same time, his sight fell on an old man in gray and said, Mr. Lingu, I wonder do you still remember your poor granddaughter? She was the younger sister of our saint lady. By the way, at that time, Lingu Shui was not yet a saint lady. What was her sister's name? Oh, her name was Lingu Miao Miao. Yes, it was Lingu Miao Miao. Boom. When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the old man with the surname Lingu couldn't help but tremble. Not only him, but also the other 2 people around him. What do you mean? After a moment, the old man Lingu looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said with a trembling voice. Xuanyuan Wudi smiled slightly. Lingu Miao Miao, a proud daughter of heaven, condensed her essence at the age of 11, returned to her essence at the age of 12, entered the divine essence at the age of 14, and entered the Jodian at the age of 16. Unfortunately, she was envied by heaven and died at the age of 16 in the 7th heavenly demon battlefield. In the end, no bones were left. If she were still alive, I'm afraid the current saint of the temple is her, not Lingu Shui, right? What a pity. In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue changed, and everyone's eyes turned to the old man Lingu. The old man in gray is Lingu Yudao. He is not only a powerful man at the peak of the semi-god realm, but also the head of the Lingu family. The most important thing is that the Lingu family ranks first among the 108 ancient city families. The current saint of the temple, Lingu Shui, is the daughter of the Lingu family. In her family, apart from Lingu Shui and Lingu Yudao, there are 2 other peak demigod masters alone, not to mention other demigod masters. It can be said that the Lingu family deserves the title of the first among the 108 ancient city families. That's enough. At this time, the strange atmosphere around him made Yin Chofeng secretly say, Not good, in his heart, and then he looked directly at Xuanyuan Wudi and said angrily, Xuanyuan Wudi, shut up. It's you who should shut up. As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Lingu Yudao suddenly came to Xuanyuan Wudi, glared at Yin Chofeng, and shouted angrily. Others are afraid of Yin Chofeng, but he is not. Today, the Lingu family came to the temple with the attitude of not helping either side, but at the same time not wanting to be excluded by the 108 ancient city families. But now, Lingu Yudao's mentality is completely different. Lingu Yudao shouted loudly, and Yin Chofeng was stunned. Lingu Yudao ignored him. He looked directly at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, You, continue talking. Ha ha ha. Xuanyuan Wudi laughed loudly. Master Lingu, you have already guessed it, so why bother asking? But since you asked, why not tell me? Back then, our philanthropic Deputy Hall Master Jia personally went to the 7th Heaven's heavenly demon battlefield to possess your granddaughter Lingu Miao Miao. Not only that, because he was afraid of your Lingu family and worried that the truth would be revealed, he forced me, the Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Temple, and the 2 captains who were present at the time to do that shameful thing with him. 4 men and 1 woman, in the end your granddaughter was tortured to death, and we directly destroyed her corpse and put all the blame on the heavenly demon clan. This is the truth behind your granddaughter's death. As for the 2 captains, you can check. Not long after the incident, they died on the battlefield. However, they did not die in battle. I was ordered by Deputy Palace Master Jia to kill them personally in order to silence them. Over the years, if I had not taken refuge with our Deputy Hall Master Jia, and if I had not been quite capable, I would have been killed by our philanthropic Deputy Hall Master Jia, right, Deputy Hall Master Jia? You farted. After hearing this, Jia Sidong faced Xuanyuan Wudi and became furious. Xuanyuan Wudi, please stop slandering me. I'm slandering you. Justin, do you dare to say that you didn't do this? If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext for it. If that's the case, why did you go to the battlefield back then? How ridiculous. As the deputy master of the temple, can't I go to the battlefield to supervise and inspect? You're still supervising the battle, do you believe what I said? Believe it or not, this is the fact. Fuck you, then tell me, which bastard and pervert said that the plum blossom mark on the little girl's butt was very unique and cut it off, saying that he wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Bullshit, it's clearly the orchid mark. Hee hee. Xuanyuan Wudi sneered and said, My philanthropic deputy hall master, if you hadn't done anything to that little girl, how would you know that the mark on her private parts was not a plum blossom, but an orchid? Chapter 1247 Shocking Secrets. My philanthropic deputy hall master, if you hadn't done anything to that little girl, how would you know that the mark on her body was not a plum blossom, but an orchid? Boom. When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, Justin couldn't help but be shocked. You cheated me. The next second, he glared at Xuanyuan Wudi and scolded him angrily. Hee hee. Xuanyuan Wudi smiled calmly, although he didn't say anything, it already explained everything. Cheating you. So what? In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole venue became extremely weird. Justin. Lingu Yudao turned his trembling body towards Justin and let out an angry roar. His cultivation at the peak of the semi-god realm burst out instantly. His bloodshot eyes and murderous intent all over his body seemed to purify the world. He originally thought that his granddaughter had died on the battlefield, but he didn't expect that she was actually killed by a villain, and her death was so miserable, so cruel, and so painful. How could Lingu Yudao, as a grandfather, tolerate this and not be angry? Boom 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 boom. Following Lingu Yudao's outburst, the demigod-level strongmen of the Lingu family, among the 108 noble families, also burst out in anger, and their fierce murderous intent instantly locked onto Justin. Lingu Yi was furious, and murderous intent spread across the world. In an instant, other people around retreated and avoided. Boom boom boom. Feeling the scene before him, feeling the coldness and undisguised murderous intent of the Lingu family's demigod, Justin's body trembled, and his mind couldn't help but shake and tremble. Lingu Yudao, what do you want to do? After a moment, Justin looked at the furious Lingu Yudao in front of him and said in a trembling voice. What? Lingu Yudao snorted coldly and roared angrily, if you kill someone, you must pay your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it back. Today, I will avenge my poor granddaughter and comfort her spirit in heaven. You dare. Justin took a step back. Why wouldn't I dare? Lingu Yudao's eyes were blazing with murderous intent. Catch the adulterer and the adulteress, catch the thief and the stolen goods. What basis do you have to say that I harmed your granddaughter? This is just Xuanyuan Wudi's one-sided statement. You can always find a pretext to accuse me. I am the deputy master of the temple. How can you just frame me up as you want? Suddenly, Justin's fear disappeared, and he roared at Lingu Yudao. He knew that at this moment he had no choice but to quibble. As long as he refused to admit it and there was no substantial evidence, then, as the deputy master of the temple, even if Lingu Yudao was furious, he would never dare to take his life. Hearing this, Lingu Yudao was stunned. Since you didn't do it, how did you know the orchid mark? At this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi on the side raised his head, looked at Justin and asked coldly. Just shut up. Justin glanced at Xuanyuan Wudi and roared angrily. Xuanyuan Wudi, Justin, even if I shut up, what can I do? Can you stop all these people from talking? You can't. Again, if you didn't do it, how would you know the existence of the orchid mark? I heard that from others. Others? Who? I forgot. So, Deputy Palace Master Jia is trying to quibble and deny it until death. Don't lie to me. If it's there, it's there. If it's not there, it's not there. If it wasn't done by me, why should I admit it? Haha, it's not me, why should I admit it? Justin, you are really shameless, but do you think you can get away with it if you refuse to admit it? What do you mean? Unfortunately, Xuanyuan Wudi did not answer Jia Saitong, and even ignored him directly. Instead, he looked at the furious Lingu Yudao and said, Master Lingu, are you very angry? Are you very unwilling? Although Lingu Yudao did not answer, it was indeed the fact. If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it with your money. It would be fine if he didn't know the truth about his granddaughter's murder, but now, although Justin refused to admit it, everyone present knew the truth, and what Xuanyuan Wudi said was true. But so what? As Justin said, catch the adulterer and catch the couple, catch the thief and take the stolen goods. If it were someone else, even without evidence, Lingu Yudao would definitely kill the other person with the mentality of rather killing 1,000 people by mistake than letting one go. But Justin was different. After all, he was the deputy master of the temple. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. Beating a dog depends on its owner. If the evidence is conclusive, Lingu Yudao believes that even if Justin is the deputy master of the temple will never pursue the matter if he kills him. But the current situation is all this is just Xuanyuan Wudi's one-sided statement, empty words. Even if the truth is like this, but without substantial evidence, he dare not act rashly. After all, Lingu Yudao could risk everything to kill Jia Saitong for his granddaughter's death, but what about the Lingu family? Would the entire Lingu family be buried with him just because of Jia Saitong? Lingu Yudao could not do such a thing. So he could only be angry, helpless, and unwilling. At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi spoke again. Master Lingu, don't worry. Today, I, Xuanyuan Wudi, will definitely give you a chance to take revenge and a chance to vent your hatred. Hearing this, Lingu Yudao couldn't help but look at Xuanyuan Wudi. Xuanyuan Wudi continued, a dying man's words are good. I, Xuanyuan Wudi, have been evil all my life. Today, I will be a good person for once. As he spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Justin and said with a sneer, you come when I call and go when I wave. Justin, if it weren't for you, would I, Xuanyuan Wudi, have ended up like this? You're going to kick me away after you're done using me, right? Very well, today I'll drag you down with me to be buried with me. HMPH, if you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. Let me see how you plan to frame me. Justin snorted coldly, as if to say, I don't admit it, what can you do to me? Hee hee. Xuanyuan Wudi sneered, Jia Saitong, don't be too proud. You can deny Lingu Miao Miao's affairs, but there are some things you can't deny. Don't you want evidence? Okay, today I, Xuanyuan Wudi, will give you ironclad evidence. You will have no way to argue or deny it. As he spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at the 108 ancient city families, then took a deep breath and said in a resounding voice, everyone, you only know what is a lustful woman. Desire woman. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned and looked at each other. What is a nymphomaniac? Clearly, they had never heard of it. Boom. However, when Xuanyuan Wudi said this, Justin on the side couldn't help but tremble. His face turned pale and cold sweat ran down his face. Shut up. Immediately, he shouted angrily, Xuanyuan Wudi, don't slander me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Justin rushed directly towards Xuanyuan Wudi. It came suddenly and extremely swiftly. He wants to kill people to silence them. It's a pity that at this moment Xuanyuan Wudi is guarded by Ye Bufan and Lingu Yudao, so how could he let Justin succeed? Justin attacked head-on, and Lingu Yudao struck back with a blow. Seeing this, Justin did not dare to slack off at all and immediately threw a punch to meet the attack. Bang! There was a loud bang. Da da da. Jia Saitong retreated 7 steps, but Lingu Yudao did not move at all. With one strike, the strong and the weak are determined. You. In an instant, Justin glared at Lingu Yudao, gritting his teeth, and was furious. Keep an eye on him. Lingu Yudao ignored it and just said calmly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Lingu Yudao finished speaking, 7 figures appeared around Justin. The 7 demigods of the Lingu family surrounded Justin. Among them were 2 peak demigod masters, leaving Justin no chance to move. You. Looking at the 7 demigods in front of him, Justin's face changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Xuanyuan Wudi laughed loudly. Jia Saitong, Deputy Palace Master Jia, you have come to this day too. I'm telling you, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. Today you are dead. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Wudi's face darkened, and he continued, everyone, judging from the looks of you, you probably don't know what this lustful woman is, right? In that case, today, let me, Xuanyuan Wudi, explain to you what exactly a lustful woman is. It's actually very simple. The so-called lustful women are the female relatives kept by our philanthropic Deputy Palace Master Jia Saitong. As for the role of these female relatives, I believe any man will understand. This is nothing, but do you know the identities of these women? Xuanyuan Wudi, shut up. When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, Justin let out an angry roar. Ha ha ha. Xuanyuan Wudi ignored him. He just laughed loudly towards the sky, then looked at Justin and sneered, why, Justin, are you feeling guilty? Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Everyone. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Wudi changed the subject and ignored Jia Saitong. Over the years, our human race has fought bloody battles with the demons, and countless people have died. Many of them were the proud daughters of heaven, and many of them were like Lingu Miao Miao, not only died in battle, but also died without a complete body. But do you know that among them, many women are not actually dead, or those who are obedient are not dead, they are all still alive. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. The battle between humans and demons left corpses everywhere. There has not been a major war between humans and demons in recent years, but small wars have occurred frequently. Since it is a fight on the battlefield, there will naturally be casualties. In addition to men, there will naturally be women like Lingu Miao Miao. This was nothing. However, now listening to what Xuanyuan Wudi said, it seems there are some unspeakable inside stories, and even there are many people who have died in the battle, but are not actually dead. Could it be that? In an instant, everyone had a guess in their mind. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi laughed and said, that's right, just as you thought, many of your family descendants are not dead, they are still alive. They are now imprisoned in the underground palace of Justin's residence, or they are simply being kept there to satisfy the selfish desires of our Deputy Palace Master Jia. Isn't it strange? Why do I know such a secret thing? Ha ha ha. As a former dog of our Vice Palace Master Jia, I, Xuanyuan Wudi, had the honor of visiting this underground palace once, and also had the honor of enjoying the wine pool, meat forest, and all the beauties around. If you don't believe it, you can go and check it out yourself. Justin, aren't you going to quibble? Inside the underground palace, there are pools of wine and forests of meat. Thousands of women, irrefutable evidence. Today, I want to see how you make excuses. Chapter 1248. Have you forgotten what you are here for? Today, I want to see how you can make excuses. Xuanyuan Wudi's simple sentence, although only 9 words, shook the hearts of everyone present and touched the bottom line of every person in every family present. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Mind your own business. For the 108 noble families and other families present in TianYTN, they may not care about other people's affairs, but they must ask about their own affairs. Over the years, the human race and the demon race have been at war continuously, and countless people have died, including their own people. Among them are many talented young women, and many of them have died on the battlefield, with no trace left of their bodies. Now, everyone is sure that what Xuanyuan Wudi said is true. Jia Shitong, Deputy Palace Master Jia. This is simply a beast, a sheep in wolf's clothing. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is, whether it is the 108 noble families or other families present, they just want to know whether there are any of their people in the underground palace with wine and meat that Xuanyuan Wudi mentioned. If not, that's fine. What if there is? Could they continue to let Jastun do what he wants? Could they know that their children were being kept by Jastun, tortured and humiliated, and yet they did nothing about it? No, that's impossible. Blood is thicker than water. Among them may be their wives, daughters, granddaughters, they are all their blood relatives. How could they stand idly by and do nothing? Good, 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 what a great temple, and what a place that hides all kinds of filth. After a moment, Lingu Yudao spoke first, saying in a cold voice, Jia Saidong, Deputy Palace Master Jia, do you have anything else to say? Now he finally understood what Xuanyuan Wudi meant when he said there would be a chance to avenge him. If what Xuanyuan Wudi said was true, and if there really was a pool of wine and a forest of meat in Jastun's underground palace, then even if his Lingu family did not take action today, the other families present would tear Jastun into pieces. It feels great and relieves my anger. As soon as Lingu Yudao finished speaking, the other families present also erupted. After all, they were forced into doing so in Ye Bufan's matter, but now this was their own business, and what Jastun had done had crossed their bottom line and ignited the anger in all of them. Jastun, was my daughter killed by you? Jastun, is my adopted daughter in your underground palace? Jastun, you son of a bitch, why waste time talking to him? We can find out if he's here or not by just checking. Xuanyuan Wudi, lead the way. Let's go to the underground palace of Deputy Palace Master Jia and find out what's going on. Yes, go to the underground palace. The sounds came one after another. Murderous anger. Feeling everything around him, Jastun couldn't help but tremble and shiver. Everyone. But at this moment, Yin Chofeng suddenly spoke up and waved his hand, saying, please keep quiet and listen to me. If this is true, my temple will definitely give you an explanation. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yin Chofeng shouted, Deacon Wang, Deacon Liu. Your Highness. As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, 2 people among the more than 300 temple deacons present immediately stood up. You two should go to the underground palace now and check whether what Xuanyuan Wudi said is true or false. Yin Chofeng said sternly without any hesitation. Yes. The 2 temple deacons responded immediately. Wait. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi suddenly spoke. What do you want? Yin Chofeng looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with cold eyes and asked in a deep voice. Now he was filled with 1,000 regrets in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he should have killed Xuanyuan Wudi directly. What do I want? Your Highness, should I say what do you want? After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi sneered, since we are investigating the underground palace, why don't everyone go together, but only send 2 temple deacons? Most importantly, if I remember correctly, Deacon Wang and Deacon Liu should both be His Royal Highness the Holy Sun's men, right? Could it be that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun wants them to go ahead and destroy the bodies and cover up the traces? You're bullshit. In an instant, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but burst into cursing. Xuanyuan Wudi, this bastard, not only did he blow the lid off in front of the 108 noble families and so many clans today, but he is now being so aggressive. How can he not be angry? The most important thing is that Xuanyuan Wudi expressed what Yin Chofeng was thinking at the moment. The deputy master of the temple imprisoned, harmed, and even toyed with the younger women of the major families. Once such a thing is confirmed, from now on, the major families will probably break off completely with the temple. This is just one of them. Secondly, Jastun had just joined him not long ago. If Jastun met with an accident at this time, it would definitely be a huge loss for Yin Chofeng. After all, Jastun was a deputy master of the temple. Therefore, if there is a chance, Yin Chofeng will definitely find a way to save him. I farted. Just treat it as if I farted. Now, I want to ask Your Highness the Saint Sun a question. Do you dare to let us investigate? After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at him and said aggressively. You. Yin Chofeng was furious. Inside the temple, outsiders are forbidden to enter. Don't you know this rule? What rules are no rules? I think you are just guilty. Xuanyuan Wudi sneered. Yin Qiufeng was instantly furious. Say it again, who is guilty of being a thief? You. Court death. Why, Your Highness the Saint, do you still want to silence someone? There are so many people watching here, do you think it's appropriate for you to do this? You. In fact, Your Highness, why do you have to do this? Don't you know what kind of person Justin is? Don't you know what kind of scene is in his underground palace? What do you mean? What do I mean? Haha, since Your Highness the Saint insists that I speak plainly, then I will do as you wish. When I went to the Justin underground palace, Your Highness the Saint was there too, right? Stop spitting blood on me here. Have you been to the underground palace of Justin yourself? Damn it. Yin Qiufeng swore that he had absolutely never been to Justin's underground palace. Not only had he never been there, he didn't even know there was such a place, let alone that Justin had done so many things that angered God and man. This mad dog Xuanyuan Wudi was simply throwing dirty water on him, trying to frame him and take revenge on him. After all, it was he who broke Xuanyuan Wudi's hands and feet, and Xuanyuan Wudi's cultivation was also very useless. Slandering. Xuanyuan Wudi smiled calmly. Your Highness, I am slandering you, aren't you clear about it? Puff. Hearing this, Yin Qiufeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What do you mean I know whether you are slandering me or not? What's that look in your eyes? What's your tone? Damn it, you are clearly telling everyone that what I said about slandering others is just self-justification. But is this really the case? Confusing right and wrong and calling a horse a deer. This was a blatant false accusation by Xuanyuan Wudi, but looking at the way the people around him were looking at him, Yin Qiufeng clearly felt that they had already believed it, and they had taken it seriously. Damn it. In an instant, Yin Qiufeng couldn't help but go crazy. At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi shouted again, stop talking nonsense, and don't tell me about rules or not. Just tell me whether you dare to let us check. How the hell can I refuse? If I refuse, I'm afraid I won't be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Yin Qiufeng immediately said in a stern voice, investigate if you want. This saint's son believes in the character of Deputy Palace Master Jia and believes that he would never do such a thing. However, I can let you investigate, but what if you can't find anything? With just a few simple words, Yin Qiufeng directly severed his relationship with Justin. Xuanyuan Wudi sneered. How could he not know Yin Qiufeng's intention? However, he also knew that it was impossible to move Yin Qiufeng, the son of the temple, with just a few words. For him, it was enough to drag Justin to be buried with him. Therefore, Xuanyuan Wudi said directly, if nothing can be found out, I, Xuanyuan Wudi, will die to apologize. Very good, let's check it out. Bang! As soon as Yin Qiufeng finished speaking, Justin collapsed to the ground. His eyes were dull and his body was shaking. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that what Xuanyuan Wudi said was true. The underground palace he talked about and the women imprisoned by Justin were absolutely real. However, even so, they still had to find out. First, the criminal was caught red-handed, leaving Justin no way to deny it. Second, rescue the women imprisoned by Justin. As for Yin Qiufeng, it doesn't matter whether he is in cahoots with Justin or not. After all, this is just Xuanyuan Wudi's one-sided statement, and they have no substantial evidence at all. Pa, pa, pa. But at this moment, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Wonderful, wonderful, it is really wonderful, I didn't expect I would have the honor to witness such a big show today. Forehead. The sudden sound made everyone startled, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. The person who spoke was none other than Ye Bufan. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, thank you for letting me watch such a wonderful show. I also deeply sympathize with your experience. However, have you forgotten what you are here for? Chapter 1249, Soul Leaving the Body, Martial Arts Entering the Spirit. Thank you for letting me watch such a wonderful show. I deeply sympathize with your experience. However, have you forgotten why you are here? Ye Bufan asked the 108 noble families and major clans to gather in the temple, not to ask them to conquer Justin, but to rescue the old man in Yi Tianshang. The underground palace hides beauty. Bestiality. Ye Bufan could see that this was Xuanyuan Wudi's revenge on Justin, or even on the temple. But what does this have to do with him? Although he did not stop Xuanyuan Wudi, it does not mean that he has to cooperate with Xuanyuan Wudi. Things have their priorities. For Ye Bufan, rescuing the old man and Yi Tianxiang is the top priority. Moreover, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke at this time and had his own ideas. Among the people present now, not all of them, but most of them are definitely in a state of rage because of what Justin did. If they are allowed to enter the so-called underground palace again, these people will definitely go berserk and even cause the situation to get out of control. Once the situation gets out of control, there is a possibility of further complications, and this is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants to see. On the contrary, if the matter of asking the temple to release the old man and Yi Tianxiang was mentioned at this time, the people present would be under pressure, and coupled with their eagerness to enter the underground palace, they would definitely work harder, and the pressure on the temple would also increase. This has only benefits and no disadvantages for Ye Bufan. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, but soon they all understood what Ye Bufan meant. After all, the reason why they appeared here today was entirely because of Ye Bufan, and Ye Bufan's purpose was to threaten them to help him rescue Yi Tianxiang and the other person. In an instant, the people who had already pledged allegiance to Ye Bufan spoke up angrily, "What a shitty temple. What are you still standing there for? Let them go." That's right. Xuanyuan Wudi, the person involved, has already said that he and that bastard Justin teamed up to frame Yi Tianxiang. If that's the case, then it means Yi Tianxiang didn't betray the human race. If that's the case, what grounds do you have to detain him? Damn it, let him go. Temple. Don't expect us to pay for the trouble you caused. That's right, let him go quickly. You guys are such hypocritical people. Are you going to make the same mistake over and over again? Today, you must give us an explanation. Asshole, let him go now. The sounds came one after another. At this moment, there was no need for Ye Bufan's people to continue to guide anything. Based on the truth that Xuanyuan Wudi had just told, the people present would definitely not be polite to the temple anymore. After failing to snatch someone's wife, he actually framed someone. The person framed was a deputy commander of the temple, a human warrior who was once ranked first on the demon kill list. If you treat people like this, how much more should you treat them? What a shitty temple. They are not worthy of being the leaders of the human race. They are just a bunch of greedy wolves who eat people without leaving any bones. At this moment, everyone's attitude towards the temple reached its extreme badness. On the other hand, the temple. At this moment, facing the anger and curses of the 108 noble families and their family members, the more than 300 demigods of the temple present were all covered in cold sweat. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. After all, given the situation, if they were not careful, these people present might gang up on them. Although the temple is powerful, it is not strong enough to compete with the entire human race. Seeing more than 300 demigod-level deacons of the temple like this, Yin Chofeng's face turned ashen. The situation is stronger than people. The current situation is no longer under his control, let alone something he can suppress. If he is not careful, it is very likely to trigger a war among demigods within the human race. That's why, although he still didn't want to let him go, he had to. After all, things have come to this point and he has no choice. However, Yin Chofeng's hatred for Ye Bufan also reached its peak because of this. Yin Chofeng swore that he had never hated someone so much. If it weren't for Ye Bufan, would the 108 noble families and countless clans gather here today? If they hadn't gathered here, would Xuanyuan Wudi have had the chance to expose Justin? If Xuanyuan Wudi hadn't exposed Justin, would the temple have become so passive? Today, the temple has lost all its dignity and prestige. It can be said that all of this is caused by Ye Bufan alone. He deserves to die. Looking at Ye Bufan, Yin Chofeng's eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. Ye Bufan just smiled indifferently. He knew what Yin Chofeng was thinking, but he didn't care at all, and he didn't even take Yin Chofeng seriously. Son of the temple. In the eyes of the people in Tianyi, Yin Chofeng is high and mighty, but in Ye Bufan's eyes, he is nothing. If Ye Bufan is given enough time, destroying the temple would be a piece of cake. But that's all in the future. Right now, the most important thing for Ye Bufan is to save the old man and Yi Tianxiang. As for the rest, it's better to have less trouble than more. Of course, this so-called less trouble is worse than more trouble, is only temporary. He, Ye Bufan, has never been afraid of anything, and the 7 Killing Hall is not afraid of any challenge. Yin Chofeng, let him go. Without thinking anything else, Ye Bufan spoke directly and calmly. You Yin Chofeng was furious. What do you mean? Someone in the crowd immediately cursed, what a bastard saint. I think you and that bastard Justin are birds of a feather. That's right. As the deputy master of the temple, Justin did such a cruel thing. How could you, the son of the temple, not know about it? If you don't know, what qualifications do you have to be the son of the temple? Faced with the endless curses, Yin Chofeng's expression became extremely ferocious. Shut up. But at this moment, an angry shout rang out from the direction of the temple. I'll shut you up. Someone in the crowd responded with an angry voice out of instinct. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure swept over from the direction of the temple. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky and the earth changed color. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, some people with low cultivation in the crowd were directly crushed and collapsed to the ground, and many of them spurted blood instantly. This is the case for people with low cultivation, and those with high cultivation are not much better. For example, Ye Bufan. At this moment, even though he had the cultivation level of a demigod, he still felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Ye Bufan was like this, and other demigods were no exception. The sudden change shocked everyone present. The temple is a holy place. How can we allow you to act so recklessly here? But at this moment, a loud shout arose from the direction of the temple in the distance. The next second, golden light emerged. Call out. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, a huge golden giant appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The giant was golden all over, and his body was as crystal clear as mud and fat jade. He stood proudly between heaven and earth, sacred and domineering, as if even heaven and earth were to submit to him. The moment he saw the golden man, Ye Bufan's body trembled, his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in surprise, the soul has left the body, and the martial arts have entered the spirit. Is this serving the gods? Some friends should also be aware of something like spondylosis, especially those like Duzui who sit in front of the computer all day. After sitting for a long time, not only will you feel pain, but you will also break out in cold sweats and feel dizzy, which is simply fatal for thinking and writing. Now Duzui has figured it out. Making money for medical treatment is simply stupid. The saddest thing is that the money earned is not enough for medical treatment. So why bother? Therefore, to those friends who have been asking for updates or complaining that the content is too little, as well as to all the readers of Kwangtu, Duzui can only say sorry to you once again. I am extremely sorry, and thank you for your continued support. As for those friends who swear a lot and harbor malicious intent, Duzui just wants to say that I write books and you subscribe. If you like it, you can read it. If you don't like it, I won't force you. It's just like when you go shopping in a supermarket. If you like it, you buy it. If you don't like it, you don't buy it. It's completely consensual. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything, so it's better to be more careful when you speak. Again, first of all, this is a bought-out novel, and secondly, Duzui is writing full-time, so there is really no need to urge for updates. Everyone wants Duzui to update more, but in fact, Duzui wants more updates than you do. It would be better if he could update 100 or 1,000 times a day, haha. Well, that's all I have to say. It's been more than 2 months. My neck pain is much more comfortable now. I should say it has eased a lot, so I have started to resume updating. However, I cannot guarantee how long I can keep doing it. I will try my best. This is the truth. Besides, I have only written about half of Kwangtu so far. After finishing this book, I should take a thorough rest for a while. No explosive updates, no flowers required. So I won't ask for flowers or rewards. Brothers, please feel free to do as you please. Chapter 1250, The Lord of the Temple, the Servant of God Yang Xian. The soul leaves the body, and the martial arts enter the spirit. Is this serving the gods? Back then in the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan heard Feng Hen say that if a demigod warrior wanted to leave the mortal world and enter the divine realm, he needed to cultivate his own soul to perfection. Once the soul was perfect, he could leave the body and be reborn. As long as the soul is immortal, there is immortality. Therefore, the soul leaving the body is the sign of a warrior in the divine realm. In this way, there is no doubt that the owner of the divine soul in front of him must be an unparalleled powerful person who has already entered the realm of gods. At the very least, the other party has the cultivation level of the first level of serving the gods. Serve the gods. This is still a very distant existence for Ye Bufan now. After all, although the difference between demigod and servant god is only one major realm, this one level difference is a world of difference. In the martial arts world, it is not difficult to reach the peak of demigod, but breaking through demigod and entering the god realm is as difficult as an ordinary person ascending to heaven, because this is not only an improvement in cultivation but also a transformation of life. Most people will never be able to take this step in their entire lives, and can only stay at the peak of demigod until their vitality is exhausted and they die of old age. This is also the main reason why there are many demigods at the peak of their powers in TianYTN, but the martial arts realm is nowhere to be seen. To be in a trance, one needs talent, but more importantly, opportunity and luck. If you don't enter the realm of God, you will always be immortal. Ye Bufan never thought that there would be a powerful person at the level of God's servant inside the temple. Or maybe he had thought about it, but he wasn't sure. But no matter what, facing this powerful God's servant realm master who suddenly appeared, Ye Bufan's heart still felt a little ripple and a little surprise. But that's all it can do. After all, Ye Bufan is not a rookie who has just entered the martial arts world, nor is he a frog in a well who only watches the sky. He has even seen powerful warriors in the realm of gods, let alone warriors in the realm of God's servant who have just entered the realm of gods. Ye Bufan is like this, but others are completely different. The pressure from the divine realm is overwhelming, reaching from heaven to earth. Majestic and sacred, powerful and terrifying. This sudden appearance of the warrior's spirit made most of the people present couldn't help but feel shocked and even trembled, as if in the eyes of the other party, they were just ants. So much so that at this moment, everyone present didn't even dare to breathe, and the whole space was dead silent, as if there was only this spirit between heaven and earth. Bang! But at this moment, in the middle of the crowd, Yin Chofeng knelt on one knee, facing the golden spirit in the air, clasped his fists, and said, "Holy Son Yin Chofeng, I pay my respects to the Lord of the Temple." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the more than 300 temple deacons present no longer hesitated, and they all knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master." Uniform voices, off from the heart. At this moment, more than 300 demigods knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, shaking the heaven and earth. Upon seeing this, the demigods from the 108 families present no longer hesitated and knelt on one knee. After all, they knew the man in front of them. He was none other than Yang Xian, the strongest man of the human race, the master of the temple, and the servant god. Seeing that the demigods from the 108 families had already knelt, the other family members present dared not neglect them. They also knelt on one knee and clasped their fists to greet them. "We are here to see the master of the temple." The neat and loud voices instantly impressed the entire audience. But there was one exception. It was none other than Ye Bufan. At this moment, everyone present knelt on one knee, except Ye Bufan, who stood with his hands behind his back, facing Yang Xian's soul in the air. This scene was like a crane standing out among chickens, so special and so dazzling. "Ye Bufan, why don't you kneel when you see the palace master?" But at this moment, Yin Chofeng looked at Ye Bufan coldly and shouted sternly. When Yin Chofeng said this, everyone present was shocked. They all looked at Ye Bufan. It was only then that they realized that there was still a Ye Bufan standing in the audience. They were shocked, they were horrified. Could it be that this kid wants to provoke the powerful servant of the gods? Soon, Ye Bufan gave them a perfect answer. He. Facing Yin Chofeng's questioning and the strange looks from everyone present, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then said with a look of contempt, "Young master, why should I kneel? Cool and confident, arrogant and domineering, who in the world is worthy of my kneeling?" Ye Bufan's 6 simple words shocked everyone present. Why should I kneel, young master? Simple, domineering. This kid named Ye is simply too crazy. But, with the servant god in front of him, he still dares to be so arrogant and presumptuous. Where does he get the courage and confidence from? Isn't he afraid of angering the other party and being killed by the other party directly? After all, the strong are superior and will never allow any provocation. But Ye Bufan is different. Young and frivolous. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He is dead. This is what the vast majority of people present are thinking at this moment. Bold. Without waiting for anyone to think, Yin Chofeng shouted angrily, staring directly at Ye Bufan and scolded. "With the palace master in front of you, you dare to be so presumptuous? Do you really think that no one in this world can control you?" Yin Chofeng already had murderous intention towards Ye Bufan, but unfortunately, Ye Bufan's previous ability to disappear out of thin air made him feel helpless. However, if the master of the temple took action, it would be different. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Since Ye Bufan was asking for death, Yin Chofeng would naturally be happy to help him. If the servant god takes action, Ye Bufan will definitely die. Hee. After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Contempt and amusement. Why are you laughing? Seeing this scene, especially seeing Ye Bufan's contemptuous expression, Yin Chofeng immediately became furious. This young master is laughing. The temple master hasn't said anything yet. Why are you, a mere son of the temple, making a fuss here? You really think that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Ye Bufan shook his head and said with a chuckle. You. Yin Chofeng became furious instantly. Chu Feng, step back. But at this moment, Ouyang Xian in midair suddenly spoke. Yin Chofeng was stunned. Yes. Then he responded and didn't say anything more, but he still did not forget to glare at Ye Bufan fiercely, and his eyes seemed to say, Mr. Yi, just wait for me. Hee. In response, Ye Bufan simply smiled indifferently, full of contempt and disdain. Although Yin Chofeng was angry, he didn't dare to say anything more. Son of Yi Tianshang. In midair, Ouyang Xian's soul looked at Ye Bufan and said. How? Ye Bufan faced Ouyang Xian directly and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. This attitude. Everyone present was ashamed, young and frivolous. Now, they finally realized what arrogance meant. In Tianyi, if Ye Bufan's arrogance ranked second, I'm afraid no one would dare to claim to be the first. Mr. Yi, you are awesome. Aren't you afraid that the master of the temple will slap you to death? Hee. Everyone was like this, but Ouyang Xian smiled calmly. You are very good. Yeah. Ye Bufan chuckled, and then said calmly, as expected of you, you are the master of the temple. You have a good eye, but what does it have to do with you what I do? Nima. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but go crazy. The corner of Ouyang Xian's mouth twitched imperceptibly. The next second, his face darkened, and he looked directly at Ye Bufan and said, You robbed the city and plundered the property, brought disaster to the human race, gathered a crowd to cause trouble, and provoked the temple. Tell me, how should this temple master deal with you? What a serious crime. Ye Bufan laughed loudly, then his face darkened. If the temple had not harbored evil and framed my father, how could things have developed to this point? Everything is your fault, no one else can be blamed. Facing Ouyang Xian, Ye Bufan did not back down and said, It was you, as the master of the temple, who failed to supervise properly, causing my father to be persecuted and humiliated by your villain temple. Now what kind of explanation are you going to give me? Damn, I give up. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone present felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. This madman, the temple master, questioned him, and he actually wanted to hold the temple master responsible. Who do you think you are? It's true. I can't help but accept it. At this time, Ouyang Xian frowned and said, Let's put things aside. Let's not talk about Yi Tianshang's affairs for now. What I am talking about now is your crime of robbing the city, causing chaos to the human race, gathering people to cause trouble, and provoking the temple. Hee. Ye Bufan chuckled, then looked at Ouyang Xian with his deep eyes, his expression stern, and asked in a deep voice, So, you are planning to bully the weak and oppress others with your power? You could think so. Ouyang Xian did not deny it and said it without any concealment. Very good. Ye Bufan rebuked him sternly, If that's the case, then let's just rely on our own abilities. Just you. Ouyang Xian shook his head. It's not that this hall master looks down on you. Although you are very good and have many means, you can only limit yourself to this. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is just illusion. Although the difference between demigod and servant god is only one level, it is a world of difference. If you don't enter the realm of gods, you will never be able to understand the power and terror of the warriors in the realm of gods. Hee. Ye Bufan sneered with disdain. Is the servant of God very strong? I even have gods under my command, so why are you, a mere servant of a god, pretending to be so arrogant here? If you piss me off, I will destroy your temple. Chapter 1251. It determines victory or defeat, as well as life or death. Tell me, what do you want your temple to release me? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan was too lazy to waste words with Ouyang Xian and asked directly. Originally, according to the previous situation, it was inevitable for Yin Chofeng to release the people, but who would have thought that at this time a temple master would suddenly appear? Not only did the other party rely on his cultivation in the realm of servants of the gods to suppress the whole scene, but he even wanted to use his power to pressure others and hold him accountable for the crime of gathering a crowd to cause trouble. How could Ye Bufan not be angry and furious? After Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was speechless. At this time, this madman was still thinking about saving people. This was so unscrupulous that he was simply insane and heartless. Release him. Sure. Unexpectedly, Liang Xian suddenly smiled indifferently and spoke. Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned. Release him. Yes. In an instant, the way everyone looked at Liang Xian changed drastically. Stunned, weird, and even more surprised. Liang Xian said this, does that mean she agreed? Palace Master. Yin Chofeng suddenly became very anxious. Oh. Ye Bufan raised his eyebrows. He ignored the reactions of others and looked at Liang Xian in the air. He said directly, tell me, what are the conditions? There is no smoke without fire. There are definitely not many things that come easy, and even if there were, it would not be his turn. Ye Bufan believed that even if Liang Xian was really willing to let him go, there would definitely be other additional conditions. This is also true. Facing Ye Bufan's question, Liang Xian smiled slightly, and then said in a deep voice, Yi Tianshang's incident was indeed the fault of the temple, and it was also the fault of this temple master, but this cannot be a reason for you to incite the major families, gather people to make trouble, and provoke the temple. Even if the temple has done something wrong, it will not allow others to provoke it, so since you did this, you must bear the corresponding responsibility for it. After a pause, Liang Xian continued, don't say that this palace master is bullying others by taking advantage of his power, and don't say that this palace master doesn't give you a chance. Don't you think you are strong and powerful? If so, do you dare to fight with the holy son of my temple? A battle with the holy son of your temple. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and so were the others. That's right. Liang Xian responded, a battle with the holy son of my temple will determine victory or defeat, as well as life or death. If you win, I will let you go. If you lose, you will naturally die. However, I can assure you that after this battle, all grudges will be resolved and this matter will end here. Regardless of whether you win or lose, whether you live or die, the temple will release Yi Tianshang and the other person, and I will ensure that they will live a worry-free life. What if I refuse? Ye Bufan frowned, then smiled slightly. Are you scared? Liang Xian's expression remained the same as before. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed, would I be afraid? I'm just curious. What would you do if I refuse? If the temple holds people hostage, no one can take them away. Also, if you refuse, Yi Tianshang and the other two will bear the responsibility of provoking the temple. At that time, I will kill them myself. Are you blackmailing me? Ye Bufan's face darkened, and the others were also startled. If we don't fight, we can just kill Yi Tianshang and the other two. This is clearly forcing Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng to fight, but does Ye Bufan have a chance of winning against Yin Chofeng? You know, Yin Chofeng is at the peak of demigod, while Ye Bufan is only at the initial stage of demigod. There is a whole 3 realms difference between the two, and they are 3 realms in the demigod realm. There is no comparison at all, and this is no different from killing Ye Bufan directly. Everyone thought so, but Liang Xian ignored them and didn't care at all. He just looked at Ye Bufan and said calmly, you are just a demigod, why should I threaten you? Are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your son of the temple? As the holy son of the temple, I have already made mistakes in my supervision as the temporary palace master. If I cannot even defeat a demigod at the initial stage, then what is the point of keeping such a holy son in my temple? What a good thing to keep you. Should I praise you for being impartial or cold-blooded? Whatever. What if I kill your holy son and you go back on your word? What will happen then? I, Liang Xian, keep my word and will never go back on my word. Okay, I will trust you for once. If you regret it, you will bear the consequences. I accept this battle. Ye Bufan shouted, then looked at Yin Chofeng and said with a sneer, I just don't know if your saint son dares to fight with me. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone looked at Yin Chofeng instantly. Yin Chofeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You're just a demigod at the initial stage, why shouldn't this saint dare to fight with you? Where does your confidence come from? Where do you get the confidence from? Mr. Yi, please don't be so arrogant. Without waiting for Yin Chofeng to think, Yang Xian said directly. As a holy son, if you can't set an example, what use is there for my temple to have this holy son? If he refuses, this temple master will personally kill him, and you will win. Boom. When Yang Xian said this, Yin Chofeng's soul trembled. The same goes for others. If we don't fight, we can just wipe them out. Too cruel. Palace master, this is not fair. Suddenly, Yin Chofeng howled. Unfair. Yang Xian scolded. He is only at the initial stage of demigod, and you are at the peak of demigod. He didn't say it's unfair, so why do you say it's unfair? Yin Chofeng was stunned and said, he has a divine weapon. Hearing this, Yang Xian couldn't help but frown. I don't have to use the magic weapon. But at this moment, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Really? Yin Chofeng was stunned. Nature. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. No. Yin Chofeng was still dissatisfied and said, apart from the heavenly god soldiers, you can't use the earthly god soldiers either. Yin Chofeng still has fresh memories of the battle in Wangshu City. He clearly remembers that he was chased by Yi Jingxuan and had to flee in panic because of the divine soldiers of the earth. Although he didn't know where Ye Bufan and others' divine weapons of heaven and earth came from, who could guarantee that Ye Bufan had no other divine weapons of earth to use except the divine weapons of heaven just now? The power of the divine weapon is invincible. Having suffered a loss once, Yin Chofeng would never be stupid enough to suffer a loss a second time. Moreover, this battle was a matter of life and death, and it was a fight to the death, so Yin Chofeng had to guard against the magic weapon in Ye Bufan's hand. After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately said, in this way, neither you nor I can use weapons. If one of us uses a weapon, we will lose. At that time, your hall master will take action to directly wipe us out. Is that okay? Are you sure? Looking at Ye Bufan, Yin Chofeng was full of disbelief. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said with infinite confidence, this young master is extremely talented and has extraordinary fighting power. He is proficient in all 18 martial arts. In addition to swords, spears, swords and halberds, my fists and feet can also make you doubt your life. Hearing this, everyone was confused. Are you extremely talented? Are you proficient in all kinds of martial arts? You can torture Yin Chofeng to the point of doubting his life without even using any weapons. You are such an idiot. Weapons are also part of a warrior's own strength, why should you give them up? Why should you give them up? Besides, you are a warrior at the beginning of the demigod realm. Without the advantage of a magic weapon, what can you use to compete with Yin Chofeng, a demigod at the peak? Can you fight against opponents of higher levels? You can do it, but Yin Chofeng can't. You are so willful and arrogant. Aren't you afraid that instead of you torturing Yin Chofeng to the point of doubting his life, Yin Chofeng will end your life directly? Young and frivolous. Young people are still too young. At this moment, countless people sighed for Ye Bufan and felt sorry for him. Yin Chofeng was very happy. One gains while the other loses. In his opinion, without the help of the magic soldiers, Ye Bufan would be nothing but trash. However, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but confirm again, in this case, as you said, in this battle between you and me, neither side can use weapons. Once used, it will be considered a loss. At that time, the palace master will take action and directly wipe out the enemy. Is that okay? No problem. Ye Bufan said calmly. Okay, let's get started. Yin Chofeng said happily. In terms of cultivation, he is at the peak of the demigod realm. In terms of experience, the fighting in the demonic battlefield was no joke to him. When it comes to magical powers and martial arts, although Ye Bufan can be regarded as a genius in this aspect and has mastered several magical powers, but as far as he knows, those magical powers of Ye Bufan require weapons to be used. Without weapons, those magical powers can naturally be ignored. In this case, Ye Bufan's cultivation is not as good as mine, his combat experience is not as good as mine, his magical powers and martial arts are not as good as mine. In addition, without the help of the magic weapon, what can he use to compete with me? He is simply seeking death. But would Ye Bufan be so stupid? Shouldn't be stupid. Although Yin Chofeng couldn't understand why Ye Bufan did this, he couldn't find any reason to refuse. What's more, the temple master Yang Xian would not allow him to refuse. He had no choice, and Ye Bufan had no choice either. A war is inevitable, so let's fight. Wow! As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the people around him immediately retreated to a distance. Etc. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly raised his hand and said, How? Yin Chofeng frowned. Have you really thought it through? Ye Bufan looked at Yin Chofeng and said solemnly. What's the meaning? Yin Chofeng said with some confusion. Life is precious, so cherish it while you can. Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed, my fighting ability is outstanding. Even I am afraid of it when I fight. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Otherwise let's just fight to the victory or the defeat. Don't even think about it. Dream on. Chapter 1252, so cruel that you will doubt your life. My fighting ability is outstanding. Even I am afraid of it when I fight. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Otherwise let's just fight to the victory or the defeat. Don't even think about it, dream on. Mr. Yi, aren't you awesome? Aren't you arrogant? Why, are you afraid now? Are you retreating now? I'm telling you, it's too late. Today, this Saint Sun will kill you. Call out. As soon as the voice came down, Yin Chofeng rushed straight towards Ye Bufan without any hesitation. Why? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed. Young man, why are you so impulsive? Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to seek death? What's the point of arguing? Go to hell, Mr. Yi. Yin Chofeng arrived in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. He roared angrily, and then slapped out with his palm. The powerful force accompanied by a sharp murderous intent rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. This palm was as ferocious as a tiger. This palm is so powerful that it can swallow mountains and rivers. This palm carried all the anger, hatred, and murderous intent in Yin Chofeng's heart. Ye Bufan, today, I, Yin Chofeng, will take your life. Yin Chofeng attacked with a palm, and Ye Bufan's expression became fierce. If you want to fight, I will fight. Today, let me see how capable you, the holy son of the temple, are. No longer playing around, teasing, or continuing to tease Yin Chofeng, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, his aura changed, and then he faced Yin Chofeng and directly blasted out with a palm. Palm to palm. Boom. The two palms collided, and Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng collided with each other. The roar echoed in all directions, and the impact caused by the terrifying air wave spread in all directions, making everyone present terrified, especially those who had not even reached the level of demigod. At this moment, even if they were far away, they could clearly feel that under the terrifying energy impact, they seemed so small, as if the aftermath of the battle between the two was enough to kill them. To the point that they were shocked, horrified, and even trembling. All below demigod are ants. Now they finally understood what a demigod was and how powerful a demigod was. So terrifying and invincible, especially Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng, it is obvious that even in the field of demigod, these two are the best and geniuses among them. The people watching the fight were terrified, especially Yin Chofeng, who was involved. In one blow, they were evenly matched. He discovered that Ye Bufan's strength was not inferior to his in the slightest. That's impossible. Yin Chofeng roared angrily. He looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief and said, you are only at the initial stage of demigod, why is your strength comparable to that of a peak demigod? Nothing is impossible. Just because you haven't encountered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Ye Bufan chuckled, son of the temple, you are just sitting in a well and looking at the world. There are countless people like you in the world, and there are even more people who are better than you. You underestimated the common people. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was shocked. There are countless people like Yin Chofeng in the world. There are countless people in the world who are better than Yin Chofeng. How is this possible? You must know that Yin Chofeng is the holy son of the temple, a genius carefully selected by the temple from among hundreds of millions of human beings. With his talent, even if he cannot firmly sit first among the human race, he can definitely rank second or third. There are countless people like Yin Chofeng. Ridiculous. If it is really as Ye Bufan said, then what are these people? Trash, trash. Also, if such people really exist, why haven't they heard of them before, let alone met them? Therefore, in the eyes of most people, Ye Bufan was just provoking Yin Chofeng. He made up a lie in order to disturb Yin Chofeng and distract him. But little did they know that what Ye Bufan said was all true. There are countless people and races. Although Ye Bufan didn't know how powerful the geniuses outside the Shenwu continent were, he was sure that in front of these geniuses, Yin Chofeng was not even a scum. After all, if they were of the same level, if they were both at the peak of the demigod realm, let alone the geniuses outside the starry sky, even any person in the Seven Killing Hall who had inherited the heavenly palace could make Yin Chofeng so angry that he would doubt his life. Although it is cruel, it is the fact. The inheritance of the heavenly palace is the inheritance of God, which is not something that mortals can contend with. By analogy, Ye Bufan and others obtained the inheritance of the God realm by chance, so what about outside the Shenwu continent? There, the God realm is as numerous as cattle hair. Ye Bufan and others have the inheritance of the God, and these people must also have it. In this case, how can Yin Chofeng be compared with them? Of course, this is not Yin Chofeng's fault, nor is it the fault of anyone present. After all, vision determines the pattern. Their vision is still stuck on the Shenwu continent, but Ye Bufan has already set his sights on the endless starry sky. There is simply no comparison between the two. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yin Chofeng went berserk. Ye Bufan, I want you to die. Today, or rather during this period of time, Ye Bufan has humiliated Yin Chofeng time and time again. Even now, Ye Bufan is still humiliating him and ridiculing him. How can Yin Chofeng tolerate this? Call. With one punch, Yin Chofeng was as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. Ye Bufan was also full of vigor and vitality. War. In an instant, the roar sounded again, and the two men fought again. The horrifying impact made the heaven and earth shake again and again, as if the entire space was about to collapse. Bare hands, bloody fight. When demigods fight, it's either you die or I die. Time passed by minute, and Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng fought each other in a bloody battle. The spectators were terrified. They found that no matter whether it was Yin Chofeng or Ye Bufan, their fighting power was far superior to theirs. If they fought with them, they were afraid that they would not be able to hold on for long and would be defeated. However, they did not know that Yin Chofeng in midair was becoming more and more frightened as the battle went on. After all, although he was angry, he had not yet lost his mind. Such a high-intensity battle must have been extremely exhausting for both him and Ye Bufan. Although the battle had just begun not long ago, he had already shown some signs of weakness. Not only that, the flesh and blood fighting made his arms almost numb, and even caused a dull pain. But what about Ye Bufan? Not only did this guy not show any signs of decline, but he became more and more courageous. Is this still a human being? Yin Chofeng didn't know that Ye Bufan possessed a supreme divine body. Although he had not yet reached the realm of rebirth by a drop of blood and immortality, his recovery ability was frighteningly fast. As for the current level of battle, Ye Bufan can continue. Never tired or exhausted. This is the power of the supreme divine body. What's more, in addition to Ye Bufan's supreme divine body, he also had a demigod body and cultivation level. If Yin Chofeng fought with him in a flesh and blood fight, he would be simply seeking torture and death. Warm-up is over. Suddenly, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. What? Yin Chofeng's pupils shrank in shock. Then, he became furious. In the battle just now, you were just warming up, so what am I? Ye Bufan, are you humiliating me? Yin Chofeng roared angrily, but Ye Bufan ignored him and only changed his aura. Half a step to supernatural power, divine martial arts into strength. In an instant, Ye Bufan's strength doubled. Bang! The two collided with one blow. Call out. In midair, Yin Chofeng was knocked back directly, and his right arm was shaking uncontrollably. For a moment, Yin Chofeng was stunned and dumbfounded. This power. Ye Bufan did not stop. Half a step of magical power, 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Call out. With a flash of his body, Ye Bufan came directly in front of Yin Chofeng. Yin Chofeng couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could even react, Ye Bufan had already punched him. Half a step to divine power turns into strength. Bang! A punch landed on Yin Chofeng's chest, and Yin Chofeng's body shook uncontrollably. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards. The sudden change shocked everyone in the audience. What the hell, what's going on? Yin Chofeng was knocked away. What happened just now? It's too fast, I can't see clearly. Yin Chofeng seems to be vomiting blood. Is that so? Who can tell me what happened just now? The sounds came one after another, and Ye Bufan's speed was so fast that most of the people present could not see clearly what had just happened. But it was different for the demigods present, they saw everything that had just happened clearly. The divine power turns into strength, and the dragon takes 9 steps. In the previous moment, Ye Bufan used his half-step magical power 3 times in a row, directly defeating and injuring Yin Chofeng, without even giving him a chance to fight back. Perform 3 half-step magical powers in an instant. Nima. This is a supernatural power, not a martial art. Even if it's a martial art, it can't be performed like this, right? Do you have to be so fierce? Do you have to be so cruel? All the demigods were in a mess and trembling. In midair, Yang Xian also saw this scene clearly, but he did not have the shock and trembling of other demigods. He just narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Blood like a dragon, a perfect body, divine talent, and outstanding combat power, this is what I want. You are indeed more suitable for me than Yin Chofeng. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. No one heard these words. In midair, looking at Ye Bufan, Yin Chofeng was shocked, horrified, and heartbroken. But more of it is madness. Was it just a warm-up? Yin Chofeng didn't believe this just now, but now he believed it, and he believed it without a doubt. He found that although he was at the peak of demigod, Ye Bufan was only at the initial stage of demigod. However, in front of Ye Bufan, he was like an ant and didn't even have a chance to resist. Half a step to supernatural power, and half a step to supernatural power again. This bastard, how many half-step magical powers has he comprehended? Call out. While Yin Chofeng was thinking, Ye Bufan had already come to his side again. Crazy. In an instant, Ye Bufan's speed doubled. Call out. He threw a punch. Yin Chofeng was shocked and immediately greeted him with his palm. Bang! There was a dull thud as fists and palms collided. But at this moment, Ye Bufan threw another punch. Fuck! Yin Chofeng's pupils shrank in shock. It happened so fast that he had no time to react. Bang! In an instant, Ye Bufan punched Yin Chofeng on the cheek. A powerful force impact. Puff! Yin Chofeng spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Ye Bufan attacked again with a punch, fierce and violent. Yin Chofeng's heart trembled. Bang! He instinctively blocked the attack. The next second, without any hesitation, he retreated directly, because Yin Chofeng knew that he could not block the next attack at all, or he would not have time to block it. Since we can't stop it, we can only hide. It's a pity that he wanted to hide, but Ye Bufan would never let him do so. You want to run, can you run away? Ye Bufan scolded him harshly. I said that I would torture you to the point where you doubt your life today, and I must torture you to the point where you doubt your life. After today, there will be no more holy sons in the temple. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Half a step of magical power, 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Chapter 1253 Old man, are you still being unreasonable? Bang bang bang. In midair, 2 figures kept changing their positions. At the same time, dull and heavy sounds kept ringing out, and the heaven and earth were shaking. Ye Bufan punched Yin Chofeng one after another, and each punch hit the flesh. Yin Chofeng retreated again and again, and he was completely unable to defend himself. He didn't even have a chance to fight back, and could only take the beating. Fierce and even more brutal. The people watching the fight below were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. The scene before them had a huge and profound impact on them. Just now, the battle between Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng was evenly matched, but in the blink of an eye, a shocking reversal occurred, and Yin Chofeng was actually beaten by Ye Bufan. This is the holy son of the temple, and also a peak demigod. Looking beyond the heavens, let us ask ourselves, how many people can fight against Yin Chofeng and remain undefeated? There are definitely no more than 10 such people, or even fewer. But what about now? How could someone as strong as Yin Chofeng be beaten by Ye Bufan? All of this can only prove that it is not that Yin Chofeng is too weak, but that Ye Bufan is too strong. Now, he is only at the initial stage of demigod but already so powerful. If he can reach the peak of demigod in the future, wouldn't he be able to defeat even the powerful servants of gods? This person is not a human being at all, he is simply a monster. Making an enemy of such a person is absolutely the most unwise and wrong choice. Thinking in their hearts, many people instinctively looked at the temple master Yang Xian in midair. It's a pity that Yang Xian's face was as calm as water, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ye Bufan, don't go too far. But at this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. The sound shook the heaven and earth and echoed for thousands of miles. Yin Chofeng stared at Ye Bufan with fiery eyes, his expression was stern and his face looked extremely ferocious. Who is he? He is the holy son of the temple, second only to the emperor and above everyone else, and will be the future successor to the temple master. Yin Chofeng was destined to be high above all others and dominate all living beings in his life. But what about now? He was beaten like a dead dog by a native from the Shenwu continent without any ability to fight back, and this happened in front of the temple master and the 108 families. How could he tolerate this? Unfortunately, in the face of Yin Chofeng's angry roar, Ye Bufan ignored him and punched him directly. Bang! A powerful force impacted, and a dull sound was heard. Puff! Yin Chofeng spat out a mouthful of blood again, adding another stain to his already stained red clothes. However, Yin Chofeng didn't care about it at all. He was just furious. You! Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan spoke before him. Yin Chofeng, are you a pig? We are not playing house now, but a life and death duel. I've gone too far in bullying you. It's totally nonsense and ridiculous. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan punched Yin Chofeng again. In fact, Ye Bufan was also helpless at this moment, because he found that without using weapons, he could not use many of his half-step magical powers, so that his own lethality was greatly weakened. Just like now, although he can torture Yin Chofeng like torturing a dog, it is impossible to kill him with one blow. He can only torture him slowly until he dies. It can be said that this battle has made Ye Bufan aware of his own shortcomings. It seems that I need to learn a close combat, highly lethal half-step magical skill. Ye Bufan was thinking so in his heart, but Yin Chofeng was instantly awakened as if he had been enlightened by his words. Yes, this is a life and death duel, not an ordinary child's play. The winner lives and the loser dies. Bang! Before Yin Chofeng could think more, Ye Bufan punched him again. Son of a bitch! Yin Chofeng stepped back and cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to be careless again. Call out! Ye Bufan attacked again with a punch. Ye Bufan, do you think you are the only one who knows the half-step magical power? Yin Chofeng roared, and then his whole body aura changed, and then he clenched his palm into a fist. Half-step magical power, purple thunder shining sky dragon. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook, and the surrounding elemental forces gathered towards Yin Chofeng frantically. Boom! Behind Yin Chofeng, the elemental force instantly condensed into a purple dragon. The dragon is unrivaled and its power is terrifying. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Go to hell. Yin Chofeng didn't stop, shouted angrily, and then punched Ye Bufan to death. When the fist is thrown, the dragon moves. Call. In an instant, the purple dragon, accompanied by Yin Chofeng's punch, pounced directly towards Ye Bufan. The momentum is stunning. The heaven and earth shook. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. At this moment, he threw a punch and there was no time to dodge. He could only fight head-on. Half-step magical power, Lingshu battle armor. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the elements gathered together and instantly condensed into a fiery red armor around Ye Bufan. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Another magical power. At this moment, especially the demigods present, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Divine power turns into strength. 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Lingshu armor. There was also the half-step magical power that Ye Bufan had previously displayed in the City of Heaven. They really couldn't imagine, as they were all demigods, why could they only evolve one magical power, while Ye Bufan could master so many half-step magical powers. After all, this is a magical power, not a martial art. But the facts are before them, and they have to accept them even if they don't want to. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. Ye Bufan didn't care about what these people thought. The moment the Lingshu armor took shape, he didn't stop and used his divine martial arts power again, which doubled the power of his punch. Everything seemed long, but it was only a moment. The next second, Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng's fists collided. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying air wave instantly rushed out in all directions. Everyone just felt a gust of cold wind blowing. Ka ka ka. Cracks suddenly appeared in the space around Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng. The dragon pounces and kills. Bang! The Shenlong collides with the Lingshu armor. In an instant, the Lingshu armor that Ye Bufan had hastily condensed around his body shattered instantly. Bang! The next second, the purple dragon instantly hit Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan's body was instantly knocked away. Ye Bufan was in such a situation, and Yin Chofeng was not much better off. His body was instantly knocked back several steps, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In midair, he was breathing heavily, looking extremely exhausted, but a smile of amusement and satisfaction appeared on his face. Mr. Yi, your magical powers are not many, but your essence is important. You think you can compete with this saint son? It's like an ant trying to shake a tree, you are courting death. At this moment, the people watching the fight were stunned when they saw Ye Bufan flying backwards. Ye Bufan lost. Bang! At this moment, Ye Bufan stabilized his body in midair and stood still on the spot. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Yin Chofeng widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "You are okay." What do you think? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The power of Yin Chofeng's half-step magical power was indeed not small, but after the Lingshu armor offset part of the power, this punch could not hurt Ye Bufan at all, it could only knock him away. After all, Ye Bufan's semi-god body was not just for show. Impossible, impossible, this is impossible. Facing Ye Bufan's answer, Yin Chofeng roared in anger with a messy voice. He seemed unable to accept it. Nothing is impossible. I can only say that although you are not weak, I am stronger than you. When the battle begins, your ending is already determined, which is I will torture you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan moved and rushed towards Yin Chofeng again. Ah! Yin Chofeng let out an angry roar, he looked like a madman, as if he had gone insane. Ye Bufan, I'm going to kill you. Base. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver spear appeared in Yin Chofeng's hand. What the hell? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and many people even looked directly at Yang Xian. When the duel began, both parties had already agreed that no one could use weapons in this fight. If they violated the rules, then presumptuous. Before everyone could think about it, Yang Xian in midair shouted angrily. The next second, he waved his right hand. Call. In an instant, a violent force shot out from his hand, as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder, directly surpassing Ye Bufan and heading straight for Yin Chofeng. Bang! Before everyone could react, this force had already fallen on Yin Chofeng. Puff! Yin Chofeng's body trembled and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He stared at Yang Xian in the distance with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief, "Master Father, why? There is no order without rules. Since we have agreed not to use weapons, you should abide by it. Now you use weapons and violate the agreement. You still have the nerve to ask me why?" Yang Xian said coldly. "You are so cruel." As soon as the three words, Yin Chofeng, came out, he fell directly from midair. Bang! The next second, with a loud bang, Yin Chofeng fell to the ground, dead. The sudden change left everyone stunned and dumbfounded. They looked at Yin Chofeng's body on the ground, their minds going blank. The Lord of the Temple actually, really killed the Holy Son Yin Chofeng. This. Just as Ye Bufan had asked before, should we say that Yang Xian is fair and selfless, or should we say that he is cold-blooded and ruthless? Yin Chofeng is the son of the temple and his direct disciple, and he actually killed him without hesitation. Dead silent space, weird atmosphere. Looking at Yin Chofeng's body on the ground below, Ye Bufan frowned. Like everyone else, he did not expect Yang Xian to kill Yin Chofeng directly. But at this moment, Yang Xian suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Young man from the Ye family, you killed my holy son of the temple. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" What the hell? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. He looked at Yang Xian and cursed, "Old man, what the hell do you mean? Are you still being unreasonable?" Chapter 1254, Damn it. Old man, what the hell do you mean? Are you still being unreasonable? At this moment, not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else present also looked confused. It was clearly Yang Xian who killed Yin Chofeng. They saw it with their own eyes. But now, Yang Xian actually said in front of so many people that Ye Bufan killed Yin Chofeng. This is clearly a distortion of the truth and a blatant frame-up. The master of the temple. A powerful servant of God. This is too shameless. However, although everyone thought so in their hearts, no one dared to say it. After all, Yang Xian is the master of the temple and a powerful servant of the gods. Who would dare to disobey him? The whole place was dead silent and the atmosphere was weird. Be reasonable. How can I be unreasonable? Facing Ye Bufan's angry roar, Yang Xian smiled calmly. You are so fucking. Ye Bufan was furious and cursed. It was you who killed Yin Chofeng, and now you are saying that I killed him. You still call this reasonable? Do you think all these people here are blind? Hee. Yang Xian said calmly, I killed him, but if you hadn't fought Chu Feng, this palace master wouldn't have taken action because of his violation, so, in the final analysis, Chu Feng's death is still your responsibility. Ye Bufan was in a mess. Shameless people are invincible in the world. Old man, today I finally saw what shamelessness means. If you rank second, no one will dare to claim to be first. If I hadn't fought him. Don't you even think about who asked me to fight you too. Who forced me to fight you too. It's you, Liang Xian. So, in the final analysis, if we talk about responsibility, it is your responsibility. How could you turn the tables on me now? If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext. However, I am too lazy to waste time talking to you. Even if you don't kill him, I will kill him sooner or later. Since Yin Chofeng is going to die anyway, then just treat it as if I killed him. Even so, what do you think? What do you want? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, Liang Xian, don't forget, we agreed beforehand that this battle will determine not only victory but also life and death. If he loses or dies, it's because he is not as skilled as others, and he can't blame others. Now, do you want to go back on your word and use your power to pressure others? Ye Bufan looked directly at Liang Xian with his deep eyes, his expression was stern and his aura was awe-inspiring. Temple, serving the gods. Others are afraid of Liang Xian, but Ye Bufan is not afraid of him at all. He. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Liang Xian smiled calmly. When did this palace master ever say that he would go back on his word? What do you mean? Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then said, since you don't want to go back on your word, then let him go. I can release him, but Liang Xian smiled and said, it's still the same problem. After all, you killed the holy son of my temple, and there is only one holy son in my temple, so you must give my temple an explanation. What explanation do you want me to give you? Ye Bufan frowned and said solemnly, he always felt that there was something else behind Liang Xian's words. Liang Xian smiled and said, it's very simple. Since the holy son of my temple died because of you, you should compensate me with a holy son of my temple. Is this not too much to ask? Compensate you with a holy son from your temple. Ye Bufan was stunned, somewhat confused. Yes, compensate me with a holy son from my temple. Liang Xian responded, if you kill someone, you must pay for your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it back. Since you killed the holy son of my temple, you should succeed him and become the next holy son. What the hell? As soon as Liang Xian finished speaking, Ye Bufan was shocked. Did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? You want me to be the holy son of the temple? At this moment, not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else present was also confused. Ye Bufan killed Yin Chofeng, so Liang Xian wanted him to be the holy son of the temple. Isn't this too ridiculous? Is this a punishment? This is clearly a reward, okay. The holy son of the temple was carefully selected from among the millions of human races. His status and position, whether in the temple or in the entire human race, was absolutely second only to one person and above millions of people. In the heaven beyond heaven and in the human race, who wouldn't want to be the holy son of the temple, or the holy daughter of the temple? However, whether it is the holy son or the holy daughter, there is only one in the temple. Can you become the holy son by killing Yin Chofeng? This is crazy. Before everyone could think about it, Liang Xian slowly said, you heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong. I want you to replace Yin Chofeng as the holy son of the temple. Why? Ye Bufan frowned and said, there is no free lunch in the world. I don't believe that you will let me sit on the throne of the holy son of this temple for no reason. Liang Xian smiled calmly, if you must have a reason, it is that the holy son of the temple shall be the one who is capable. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. The holy son of the temple, the capable one shall occupy it. Indeed, Ye Bufan is far superior to Yin Chofeng in both strength and talent. It is indeed reasonable and logical for him to be the successor to the position of holy son. Yeah, Ye Bufan was a little skeptical. Is it really just because he is the holy son of the temple and the most capable one gets the position? Not necessarily. But if not, why? Ye Bufan didn't know. After a moment, he looked at Liang Xian and asked in a deep voice, what if I refuse? Reject. Liang Xian smiled faintly. Although the position of the holy son is for the capable, my temple will never force you. If you refuse, just take Yi Tianshang and leave. However, as punishment for killing Yin Chofeng, you must find a suitable holy son successor for my temple. Well, I refuse. Ye Bufan said directly. As for the candidate for the holy son, I can help your temple find one. Holy shit. Hearing this, everyone was shocked instantly, and they looked at Ye Bufan with disbelief. The position of the Son of God, he actually refused. This idiot. Liang Xian was also stunned, but said, if that's the case, my temple won't force you. Let him go. Ye Bufan ignored it. Let him go. Liang Xian said something. Yes, Palace Master. In an instant, the Fatian realm warrior who had escorted old man Yi here responded and then left. A moment later, he returned carrying Yi Tianshang on his back. They are all here. This time it is my temple's fault. If you agree, you can keep them both in the temple and I will be responsible for their treatment. After looking at Yi Tianshang and the other man, Liang Xian then looked at Ye Bufan and said, no need. Ye Bufan refused directly. Then he took out the burial heaven palace and placed old man Yi and the other man in it. Not only that, Ye Bufan also specially checked the identities of the two old men. After all, if he made the same mistake again, he would really be an idiot. Fortunately, the two people in front of him were indeed Grandpa Yi and Yi Tianshang, and not others in disguise. After a moment, Ye Bufan put away the heaven burial palace, but looked at Liang Xian again and said with a smile, I am very curious, if I become the holy son of the temple, then what do I need to do? Or, what are the responsibilities of the holy son? Chapter 1255. This day is about to change. I am very curious. If I become the holy son of the temple, then what do I need to do? Or, what are the responsibilities of the holy son? Well, when Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was stunned, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes when they looked at him. What's the meaning? Could it be that you want to be the holy son of this temple again? Liang Xian looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment, but said, the responsibility of the holy son is to reward those who have done good deeds and punish those who have done wrong. You should supervise the temple on behalf of this palace master. Is it that simple? Ye Bufan said with some disbelief. Simple. Liang Xian shook his head. As the leader of the human race, there are hundreds of deacons, 3 deputy hall masters, 12 commanders, 36 deputy commanders, and nearly 100 legions in the temple. In addition, there are guards, inspectors, etc. Although everyone has a clear division of labor and performs their duties, it is not as simple as you think to manage them. Of course, it's not that complicated. It can be summed up in 2 points. Which 2 points? Externally, we fight against the demons, internally, we supervise the human race. So, if I become the holy son of the temple, I only need to do these 2 things. I guess so. What rights does the holy son have? What do you think? I really don't know. As one of the successors to the palace master, when the holy son temporarily takes over the position of palace master, naturally everyone in the temple must obey the holy son's orders. What if someone disobeys? That only shows that the holy son is incompetent. Haha, as you said, the holy son has so much power, then what is the holy daughter? Of course, it's the same as the saint son. However, the acting palace master is only an assessment of the saint son and the saint daughter. So when the saint son is the acting palace master, the saint daughter must not interfere. When the saint daughter is the acting palace master, the saint son must not interfere either. Who is the acting palace master now? The son. How much time do we have left? The cycle of the holy son and holy daughter takes place once a year. Yin Chofeng has only been in office for more than 3 months. How long do you think it will take? So, if I accept your invitation and become the holy son of the temple, I will be the acting temple master right after I take office, and I will have more than 8 months to do so. That's right. Liang Xian smiled slightly. Why, are you interested in being the holy son of my temple again? I'm not interested, but Ye Bufan was quite curious and asked, aren't you afraid that after I become the holy son, I will abuse my power for personal gain and retaliate against others? Hee. Hearing this, Liang Xian smiled and said, holy son is also a human being, with emotions and desires. As long as you have the ability and do not infringe on the interests of the human race, it is not wrong to occasionally abuse your power and retaliate. Just like Yin Chofeng. After a pause, Liang Xian continued, as the holy son, has he never been partial to others and committed fraud? Has he never retaliated against others? If I said no, you wouldn't believe me. Not only Yin Chofeng, but also the other vice palace masters, deacons, commanders, and inspectors of my temple, don't they have their own calculations? No one is perfect. As I said before, everything should be done in moderation. As long as you have the ability, as long as you can contribute to the human race, as long as you don't overdo it. There are some things that I can turn a blind eye to and pretend I didn't see. But if you cross the line, then I'm sorry, I will definitely not be polite when I take action. This applies equally to everyone, both inside and outside the temple. After Ouyang Xian finished speaking, Ye Bufan said, if that's the case, then I will be the Holy Son. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They had a premonition. This day is going to change. Not only will it change, it will be a big change. After all, Ye Bufan is different from Yin Chofeng. This guy is simply a complete lunatic. Just think about it, what did he do when he was not yet the son of the temple? In the city of heaven, he destroyed the city lord's family, claimed himself the king of the city, and used the essence pill to rob and plunder. Kill demigods and rob property. In Wangshu City, 40 demigods of the human race and demons were kidnapped and extorted. Not long ago, they robbed and plundered cities everywhere, threatened them, and forced them to challenge the temple. Each and every incident revealed Ye Bufan's bandit nature. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan was still weak at that time, but even so, he dared to challenge the temple and be the enemy of the world. Now, if he becomes the holy son of the temple and controls the power of the temple, it will be a big mess. Who will be able to contend with him by then? Who will be able to suppress him? Temple. Don't be funny, he is now the holy son of the temple and the acting master of the temple. Moreover, Ouyang Xian had made it very clear just now that as long as Ye Bufan had the ability, as long as he did not go too far, as long as he did not harm the human race, even if he was committing favoritism and corruption, or retaliating, so what, he, Ouyang Xian, could turn a blind eye and pretend he knew nothing. Damn it. So what should we do? Just thinking about it, most of the people present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and trembling with fear. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Tantai family, the Nangong family, and those demigods who have long been loyal to Ye Bufan. To them, Ye Bufan becoming the holy son of the temple will definitely bring only benefits and no disadvantages. Ignoring the thoughts of everyone present, Ouyang Xian looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, have you thought it through? Once you accept my invitation and become the holy son of the temple, you cannot quit halfway. If you just want to take a little advantage and leave, then I can tell you very clearly that even if you escape back to the Shenwu continent, I can kill you. Can you kill me? Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. It's just a servant of the god, why do I not believe it? After a while, if we really have to fight, I'm afraid it won't be you who kills me, but I who will kill you. Moreover, I have 3 life-saving golden patterns on my body left by Dao Wuya. Can you kill me? It's absolutely ridiculous. Even if you can enter the Shenwu continent, I can still enter the cemetery of gods and demons. Are you also entering the cemetery of gods and demons? If you really want to get in, Uncle Feng will teach you how to behave in minutes. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan directly ignored Ouyang Xian's warning and just said with a smile, don't worry, since I have entered the temple, I will not leave easily. When the time comes, even if you drive me away, I will not leave. In that case, Ouyang Xian responded, and then she glanced at the whole audience and said, from now on, Ye Bufan will replace Yin Chofeng as the holy son of our temple and temporarily take over the position of the temple master. Buzz. Hearing this, most people present couldn't help but tremble. Finished. The more than 300 semi-god deacons of the temple did not stop. Greetings to His Majesty the Holy Son. Greetings to His Majesty the Holy Son. More than 300 demigods shouted together, and the uniform sound shook the space and echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed up to the sky and said, okay, don't worry, as long as you follow me in the future, I promise to let you eat the most delicious meat, drink the strongest wine, sleep with the most beautiful women, and marry the most powerful men. Nima. After hearing this, everyone present instantly felt confused and crazy. Are you a saint or a bandit? Even Ouyang Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips, but he didn't care too much. The duty of the temple is to fight against the demons and protect the human race. As the holy son of the temple, as long as you do this, everything else as long as it is not excessive, will be fine. The next second, Ouyang Xian glanced at the entire audience and suddenly said, in addition to announcing that Ye Bufan will replace Yin Chofeng as the holy son of the temple, there is another thing today. One more thing. What's up? Everyone was stunned. Ouyang Xian looked at Justin, who was slumped on the ground below, and said solemnly. The deputy temple master, Jastun, has his cultivation abolished and expelled from the temple due to inappropriate behavior. From now on, whether he lives or dies, he will have nothing to do with the temple anymore. Chapter 1256. That's it, the imperial household's golden order. The deputy temple master, Jastun, has his cultivation abolished and expelled from the temple due to inappropriate behavior. From now on, whether he lives or dies, he will have nothing to do with the temple anymore. The cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. What is inappropriate behavior? This clearly shows the beastly behavior of Jastun. As for the fact that his life and death had nothing to do with the temple after his cultivation was abolished and he was expelled from the temple, Yang Xian was clearly telling everyone present that they could beat or kill Jastun as they pleased. In an instant, everyone present looked at Jastun. Anger rose in their eyes. There was murderous intent in them. Deputy Palace Master, Jastun. He abused his power for personal gain and raped other people's wives and daughters. He is corrupt and has an extremely shameless character. If this man is not killed, it will be difficult to vent everyone's anger. No, killing such a person would simply be too easy for him. Such a person should be made to suffer neither the desire to live nor the desire to die, and should atone and pay for his sins in endless pain. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Jastun was terrified and his body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. His face was pale and an endless sense of fear hit him like a tide. What would be the outcome if I fell into the hands of these major families? Jastun didn't know, but he knew clearly that it was definitely not something he could bear. With this thought in mind, Jia Saitong immediately looked towards Yang Xian in midair for help and said, "Palace Master, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, please." Bang, bang, bang. As he spoke, Justin's head kept banging against the ground. At this moment, no one can save him except Yang Xian. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Facing Jia Saitong's request for help, Yang Xian said in a cold voice, "I have already said that there are some things that I can turn a blind eye to and pretend to know nothing about, but there must be a bottom line for everything. Some things, since you have done them, then you have to pay the price for it. No one can help you, and no one can save you." No. Upon hearing this, Jastun let out a long howl. "I don't want to die. I can't die either. Call out." In an instant, he moved and rushed away quickly. There is no way to beg for mercy, the only option is to run away. It's a pity that Yang Xian would never let him get his wish. The moment Jastun ran away, Yang Xian waved his right hand in midair. In an instant, an ice arrow flew out of his hand, then turned into a cold light and went straight towards Jastun. This ice arrow was extremely fast. Puff! In less than a breath, the ice arrow had pierced through Jastun's body. Jastun paused, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body fell directly from midair. Bang! Puff! The moment he landed, Jastun spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his cultivation was completely wasted. Looking at Yang Xian in midair, his eyes were filled with hatred. Yang Xian simply ignored it. The whole place was dead silent. Kill Yin Chofeng with one strike. Killed Jastun with one palm. Is this the strength of a powerful person in the God-servant realm? It's simply against the will of heaven and horrifying. Ye Bufan was also slightly moved, and he was even thinking in his heart, with his current strength, if he were to fight with Yang Xian, how many of his moves could he take? 1, 2, or 3? As for winning the battle, Ye Bufan had never thought about it. With his current strength, he would never be able to defeat Yang Xian, a powerful servant of the god, even if he was only at the first level of the god. Moreover, Yang Xian may not just be a servant of the first level of the god. After a moment, Yang Xian in midair withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the entire audience and said slowly, "Okay, this matter ends here. Everyone leave quickly." Everyone came back to their senses and was stunned. In the crowd, a demigod hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yang Xian in midair, gritted his teeth, and said, "Palace Master Yang, then those people imprisoned by Jastun." Hearing this, Yang Xian frowned. He glanced at the demigod who was speaking, then looked at one of the deputy hall masters of the temple, and said, "Deputy Hall Master Zug, you will lead the team, and each of the 10 great families will send one person. You will go to Jastun's residence together. If it is true, then let him go." "Yes, Palace Master." Deputy Palace Master Zug responded directly. Naturally, others had no objection. After all, if only Deputy Hall Master Zug went alone, or if people from the temple went to investigate, it might be difficult to convince everyone. But if one person from each of the 10 major families went, that would be a different story. At least no matter what the result is, the persuasiveness will be greatly improved. Soon, the 10 great families each sent one person to accompany Deputy Palace Master Zug. Among the 108 great families, the Lingu family, which ranked first, was sent by Lingu Yudao himself. 10 minutes later. How about it? Where are the people? Master Lingu, could it be that Xuanyuan Wudi is lying to us? Why did you come back by yourself? Looking at Deputy Hall Master Zug and the representatives of the 10 great families who had gone and returned, and seeing that there were 11 people when they left and there were still 11 people when they came back, many people present could not help but ask. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, Lingu Yudao raised his hand. The whole audience was silent. Lingu Yudao said, everyone, there is indeed an underground palace under Jia Saidong's residence, and there are indeed people living under that underground palace, but from all indications, it should have been vacant for more than half a year. I think the people who originally lived there should have been killed, or they have already been eliminated by Jia Saidong, so I'm sorry. Although Lingu Yudao said this, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Lingu Yudao was like this, and the other 9 people from the aristocratic families were no exception. Is there really no one in the underground palace? No, there are people, and quite a few of them. When Lingu Yudao and his group of 11 entered the underground palace, they saw hundreds of lively young women, occasionally including a few they knew. However, upon seeing these women, the accompanying Deputy Palace Master Zug said, the Palace Master has ordered that this matter ends here. Since these women are already dead, why should we let them continue to live in the world? As a powerful demigod, as the backbone of each family, as the top existence in the world, be it Lingu Yudao or the other 9 people, they all understood the meaning behind Deputy Palace Master Zug's words. This was forcing them to help the temple kill people and destroy the bodies. So, can they refuse? Cannot. The temple master Ouyang Xian, a powerful person in the realm of servant gods, is simply not someone they can contend with. They just obeyed. Moreover, as Ouyang Xian said, they are already dead, so why let them continue to live in the world? Moreover, the culprit, Justin, has already been executed, so this matter should be ended as soon as possible. Take these women out. Why bother? What would it matter if we took them away, even if they were a bunch of humiliated and broken women? Being looked down upon, being scorned, this will not benefit them or the temple at all. It would be better to just kill them and give them a quick death. So, Lingu Yudao took action. So, the 9 people from the aristocratic families took action. They have no choice. If they do it themselves, they will naturally not leak the matter. That's all. This is the result Ouyang Xian wants. After hearing Lingu Yudao's words, many people present showed a look of loss on their faces. However, after all, they had already accepted the fact that these women had died, so naturally they would not have too much emotional fluctuations now. Lingu Yudao and the other 10 men couldn't help but glance at Ouyang Xian in midair. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. Although Ouyang Xian is not the king of a country, he is comparable to the emperor of the human race. After today's battle, they discovered that this seemingly iron-faced and impartial master of the temple can be so cruel and ruthless. However, they will not make it public, nor did they dare to make it public. Moreover, they will keep what happened in the underground palace today completely to themselves, and they will not reveal even a single thing to their closest relatives and loved ones. This way, it's good for everyone. In that case, let's all go. At this time, Ouyang Xian in midair spoke again. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ye Bufan and said, as the holy son of the temple, your strength is not weak, but your cultivation is too poor. Here, take this. As he spoke, Ouyang Xian threw out a golden token. This is. Ye Bufan caught the golden token thrown by Ouyang Xian, took a look at it, and then looked at Ouyang Xian again with a puzzled look on his face. This is the golden decree from the inner court of the temple. The imperial household's golden order. Ye Bufan frowned, still confused. That's right. Ouyang Xian responded and said, from now on, you can use all the resources of the temple. You must improve your cultivation to the peak of the semi-god realm in the shortest possible time. This is the basic requirement for being a son of the temple. Chapter 1257, Do you want to bribe me with small favors? From now on, you can use all the resources of the temple at your disposal. You must raise your cultivation to the peak of the demigod realm in the shortest possible time. This is the basic requirement for being a son of the temple. When Yang Xian said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Can I use the resources of the temple at will? That's right. Yang Xian smiled slightly. This is the basic benefit of being a saint's son. Do you think Yin Chofeng was already at the peak of demigod when he became the saint's son? At that time, he was only at the initial stage of flying heaven. He also relied on the resources of the temple to improve his cultivation to the peak of demigod so quickly. I see. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, but didn't take it too seriously. Resources. Does he lack resources? The resources in the treasury of the heavenly palace are frighteningly numerous. Even though Ye Bufan has not even opened the first seal yet, the value of those divine crystals alone is inestimable. All the divine crystals added together are probably comparable to those of hundreds or even more temple treasuries. So, Ye Bufan really doesn't think highly of the temple's resources. But something is better than nothing. It's free anyway, why not take it? Moreover, Ye Bufan always felt that Yang Xian's appointment of him as the holy son of the temple was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In this case, he might as well make a fortune from him first. In this way, even if he fell out with Yang Xian in the future, he would not suffer any loss but would make a lot of money instead. Fortunately, Yang Xian didn't know what Ye Bufan was thinking at the moment, otherwise, he would definitely be angry to death. This was not like inviting a holy son, but clearly raising a wolf, an ungrateful wolf that might rebel at any time. At this moment, hearing Yang Xian's words and seeing the inner palace golden order in Ye Bufan's hand, everyone present couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Even the 2 deputy hall masters and more than 300 temple deacons were no exception. The inner treasury of the temple is definitely a treasure trove within a treasure trove, and it is where all the assets of the temple are located. It's a pity that even as deputy hall masters and deacons, they have no power to call upon resources from internal affairs. Apart from daily benefits, if they want anything else, they must exchange it with contribution points. As for where contribution points come from, they naturally depend on completing the daily tasks of the temple. It can be said that in the entire temple, only the Son of God and the Holy Daughter can squander the resources in the inner palace at will. Of course, this is only limited to before they reach the peak of the demigod realm. Once they reach the peak of the demigod realm, if they want to obtain resources, they can only rely on contribution points to exchange them like everyone else. But even so, it is enough to make others envious. After all, without sufficient resource support, it is definitely not an easy task to cultivate to the peak of the semi-god realm. However, this is the privilege of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, and others can only envy them. Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Yang Xian looked directly at Deputy Hall Master Zug and said, "Deputy Hall Master Zug, you will be in charge of arranging for the new Holy Son to move into the Holy Son Hall later." "Yes." Deputy Palace Master Zug responded. "Call out." The next second, Yang Xian's soul left in midair. Call. Without the pressure from the Shishen realm, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then they all looked at Ye Bufan. Things are different now. Before, Ye Bufan was a madman hated by everyone, but now he has become the holy son of the temple, second only to one person and above millions of people. The situation is stronger than people. Ye Bufan's change in identity naturally led to a change in the attitude of those present towards him. After all, he is the holy son of the temple. If we can avoid offending him, we should try our best not to offend him. Just like Yin Chofeng before. If they had not been forced into a choice by Ye Bufan, they would not have openly provoked Yin Chofeng. Moreover, Ye Bufan is different from Yin Chofeng. In addition to being the son of God of the temple, he is also a madman with a lot of criminal records. Such a person should not be offended. Haha, congratulations to young Master Yi for becoming the holy son of the temple. Immediately, a demigod walked out of the crowd and came to Ye Bufan. He then took out a Zumi ring and handed it to Ye Bufan, saying, "Your Highness the Holy Son, this is a little gift from my Dongfang family. It is all to congratulate young Master Yi on becoming the Holy Son. I hope young Master Yi will not despise it." Seeing this scene, everyone else present was stunned. How could they not see that the Dongfang family was trying to show goodwill to Ye Bufan? But this is understandable. After all, the madman in front of him is now the holy son of the temple. No matter what their relationship with Ye Bufan was before, and no matter what their attitude towards Ye Bufan would be in the future, at least now, they must leave a good impression on Ye Bufan. The Dongfang family gave it. If they didn't, wouldn't it be clear that Ye Bufan would hate them? Therefore, this gift must be given, and the more precious it is, the better. Snort. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly snorted coldly, then looked at the demigod of the Dongfang family in front of him and said, "Who do you think I am? You want to buy or bribe me with just a little money? Let me tell you, I am not Yin Chofeng, don't think of buying me off with a little favor." Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned, and the demigod of the Dongfang family was even more embarrassed. When did I bribe you? When did I ever try to bribe you? I just wanted to give you a meeting gift and establish a good relationship with you, is there any need for you to react so strongly? Etc. Suddenly, the demigod of the Dongfang family seemed to have thought of something. His heart was shocked, and a strange look appeared in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. Don't think you can bribe me with a little favor. Isn't he thinking it's too little? The demigod of the Dongfang family thought so, and so did everyone else present. Ye Bufan ignored him. His expression became serious, and he pointed at the people in front of him and said righteously, "I'm telling you, I'm not Yin Chofeng. Since I'm now the holy son of the temple, from now on, you'd better behave yourself. Don't have evil intentions and intend to harm the human race just for a few yuanxi. If that's the case, and I find out, don't blame me for being cruel. Confiscating property and exterminating the clan is just a common occurrence for me." Holy shit. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was shocked. You just said that you can't buy me off with these small favors, and now you suddenly want to confiscate our property and destroy our clan. What does this mean? Also, don't be so evil-minded and intend to harm the human race just for a little bit of yuanxi. What the hell is this? Are you asking us to give you yuanxi? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. In addition, in 3 days, I will hold a banquet here and invite all the major families and forces in TianYTN to come and discuss the family's major plans. At that time, I hope that those who have received the invitation within these 3 days will be able to come on time to attend the appointment. This. In an instant, everyone was in a mess and the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching. It is understandable to invite all parties to come to the temple to discuss the plans of the clan. But what does it mean for those aspiring people who receive the invitation within these 3 days to arrive on time for the appointment? Does it mean that those who didn't receive an invitation are not people with lofty ideals and cannot come? All forces have gathered in the temple. If you can't come, wouldn't it be the same as being excluded? Also, who can receive the invitation? Who can't receive the invitation? It's not up to you. Nima, why don't you just tell us directly and let us send you some yuanxi? Is it necessary to go through all the trouble of hosting a banquet and discussing the family's plans together? Chapter 1258 Xuanyuan's last words, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. 3 days later, the temple held a banquet, inviting all the aspiring people who received the invitation to come and discuss the family's plan. If they received the invitation, it would be fine, but what if they didn't? Wouldn't they be excluded at that time? In this case, how can the various forces agree to it? But how do I get the invitation? It's still Ye Bufan who has the final say. If you want it, spend money to buy it. No matter what, the new holy son is still finding ways to ask them for money. This is so damn shameless. This is sheer blackmail. Although Yin Chofeng was the holy son of the temple, he never took the initiative to ask for money from the major families. In fact, he often gave benefits to various forces in order to win them over. But what about Ye Bufan? As soon as he took office, he openly blackmailed various forces. They are both sons of the temple, so why is there such a big gap between them? But can they refuse? Cannot. After all, Ye Bufan is not Yin Chofeng. In the eyes of all parties, Ye Bufan is a complete madman, not to mention that this madman now sits on the throne of the Son of God of the temple. Second to none, above 10,000 others. This guy holds great power now. We cannot afford to offend him and we dare not offend him. What should I do then? The only way to avoid disaster is to spend money. Okay, everyone, disperse. I'm going to start my retreat. I'll be here again in 3 days. I hope to see you all again. Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. He looked directly at the Deputy Hall Master Zug and said, "Hey, please take me to the inner treasury of our temple now." During these 3 days, I need to improve my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Deputy Palace Master Zug was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, Your Highness, please come this way." A new emperor appoints his own ministers. Zug, the deputy hall master, knew very well that now, within the temple, Yin Chofeng's era had ended, and Ye Bufan's era was about to begin. As one of the 3 deputy hall masters of the temple, if the new holy son was just an ordinary person, he would naturally not care too much, just like he treated Yin Chofeng at the beginning. Just pretending to obey but secretly disobeying would be enough, but the current Ye Bufan was different. He was a madman, and a fierce man who would kill people and massacre the city without blinking an eye. Zug, the deputy hall master, could not guarantee that if he disobeyed Ye Bufan, he would kill him directly. The soft is afraid of the hard, and the hard is afraid of the rough. It is better not to provoke such a person. At least in the opinion of Deputy Palace Master Zug, it is better to wait and see for a while and not act rashly. After all, he does not know Ye Bufan very well. Let's go. After Deputy Palace Master Zug finished speaking, Ye Bufan said something. Yes. Deputy Hall Master Zug responded, and soon, under the leadership of Deputy Hall Master Zug, Ye Bufan gradually disappeared from everyone's sight and went directly into the temple. People from all major forces present were stunned where they were, including 108 ancient city families. They all looked stunned and looked at each other. After a moment, everyone burst out. Just leaving like that? Fuck, what does he mean by this? Isn't he trying to blackmail us? Now that he's gone, who are we going to give the money to? Could it be that we misunderstood him and misinterpreted his meaning? In fact, he didn't want to blackmail us. Did he really just want to invite us to the temple to discuss the family's plan? Fart. That's right, you're talking nonsense. If it's really a misunderstanding, it's fine if it happens to 1 or 2 people, but can all of us misunderstand him and misinterpret his meaning? This is clearly a trick to ask us for money. But now he's gone, and from what he said, he's going to use these 3 days to practice, which means he won't see us during these 3 days. If he won't see us, how can we give him a gift? I want to know now. He is in seclusion. Who will deliver the invitation? Fuck him. What on earth does this bastard mean? What does he want to do? Everyone, how about we unite to boycott him? No matter what he wants to do, we will stand together and not even attend this crappy party. Let's see what he can do to us. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as this person finished speaking, the people around him scattered. You guys are. Seeing this scene, the speaker was stunned. Brother 2, be careful with your words. Someone in the crowd immediately spoke up. Joint boycott. Don't be funny. Ye Bufan is not Yin Chofeng. This madman is too murderous. If all the forces really join hands to resist him, then he might really go on a killing spree. As for the temple master Yang Xian, although he can suppress Ye Bufan, can he suppress everyone? Don't forget, Ye Bufan has several demigods and millions of divine warriors under his command. Their whereabouts are unknown now. In this way, there are some things that Ye Bufan doesn't need to do personally, these people can do it for him. By then, even if the temple master Yang Xian wants to investigate something, Ye Bufan will be able to deny it and stay out of it completely. Under such circumstances, who would dare to provoke Ye Bufan? In an instant, the man who had said that he wanted to join forces to boycott Ye Bufan suddenly understood. He trembled and his face turned pale. Then he said repeatedly, "Everyone, it's just a joke, don't take my previous words to heart." No one paid any attention. In the crowd, Lingu Yudao suddenly said, "Let's go. Walk." Everyone present was stunned, and they all looked at Lingu Yudao. Someone even asked, "Mr. Lingu, you are leaving just like that? What about the invitation?" Invitation? Lingu Yudao sneered. Do you think that if we continue to stay here, we will be able to receive the invitation? Everyone hesitated slightly. They didn't know whether they could receive the invitation if they stayed here, but what else could they do if they didn't stay here? Would they just leave like this? If so, what would they do if they didn't receive the invitation at that time? As if he understood everyone's thoughts, Lingu Yudao continued, the current situation is that we can't enter the temple, and he won't come out. This is obviously a dead end. If it is true as we think, he wants to use this to ask for benefits from us, then he will definitely make some arrangements and take some actions later. In this case, why should we wait here foolishly? Isn't it the same to wait at home? After saying that, Lingu Yudao shouted again, second brother, bring Jia Saidong with you, let's go. Yes, father. During the Lingu charity sale, someone immediately responded. Afterwards, the Lingu family and their group left with Justin, whose cultivation had been destroyed. The people around finally came back to their senses. It must be said that Lingu Yudao was right. If Ye Bufan really wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail them, he would definitely approach the major forces again. In that case, why should they continue to stay here and wait foolishly? Anyway, they are the ones being blackmailed, so why should they worry? At one point, everyone else left as well. As for Justin, although everyone present hated him, and many of them even wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, Lingu Miao Miao of the Lingu family was also harmed by Justin. They believed that the Lingu family would never let Justin off easily. Moreover, since Lingu Yudao did not kill Justin directly, he must have thought that killing Justin directly would be too easy for him. In this case, what's the harm in letting the Lingu family take Jazatong away? The result will be the same anyway. Jazatong will definitely not have a good ending. This alone is enough. The crowds are surging. After a moment, all the 108 noble families and other families present left, leaving only more than 300 temple deacons and Xuanyuan Wudi on the huge square. Xuanyuan Wudi said calmly, "Over the years, I, Xuanyuan Wudi, have made every possible effort, but I never thought that I would end up with such a result. However, Yin Chofeng is dead, and Jia Saidong is doomed. It is not a loss for me to have you buried with me. It's a pity, Yi Tianshang. I lost, not because I am not as good as you, but because you are luckier than me, just because you gave birth to an extraordinary son. But do you think you really won? Holy Son of the Temple, blessings and disasters are interdependent. Do you really think the temple is as simple as what you see? Do you really think Ouyang Xian is as impartial as everyone thinks? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Misfortune is the root of good fortune, and good fortune is the root of misfortune. Yi Tianshang, Ye Bufan, just wait, your fate may not be much better than mine, ha 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 ha." Xuanyuan Wudi's rampant laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Xuanyuan Wudi moved his right hand and the dagger slashed across his throat. Puff! The knife passed and blood splattered. Bang! With a dull thud, Xuanyuan Wudi fell to the ground and died. Chapter 1259 Abnormal Weapon Spirit. Misfortune is the foundation of good fortune, and good fortune is the root of misfortune. This was Xuanyuan Wudi's last words. Blessings and disasters are interdependent, and he obviously meant something else. Unfortunately, the more than 300 temple deacons present did not think about it in other ways. In their view, this was just Xuanyuan Wudi releasing his unwillingness. However, within one day, 3 powerful figures, including a commander, a deputy hall master, and even the son of the temple, died one after another, which caused a great shock to them. The old is replaced by the new. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. A new son of God must mean a new beginning and a new pattern. As they thought about this, they couldn't help but glance at the huge temple in the distance. What should they do from now on? Inside the temple. Is this the inner palace of the temple? Looking at the huge bronze gate in front of him that was about 7 meters wide and 10 meters high, Ye Bufan turned his head to glance at Deputy Hall Master Zug beside him and asked softly. As for the 2 demigod-level strong men guarding the gate in front of him, they were simply ignored by Ye Bufan. "Yes, Your Highness." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Deputy Palace Master Zug responded with a smile. Hearing this, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He took a few steps forward and pushed the door open. When, unexpectedly, the 2 big men in front of the door moved their spears, and the 2 spears collided and directly blocked Ye Bufan. At the same time, the 2 men shouted in unison. "This is a restricted area in the inner palace. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Please leave immediately." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned. "What?" Deputy Hall Master Zug shouted angrily, then took a few steps forward, pointed at the 2 burly men and said, "You 2 bastards, do you know who this is? He is the new holy son of our temple, young Master Ye Bufan. Get out of the way. The new holy son. The holy son has been replaced." Hearing this, the 2 big men were stunned, and then looked at Ye Bufan again. "Nonsense." Deputy Palace Master Zug shouted angrily, "Your Highness, the Holy Son has been ordered by the Palace Master to come to the inner palace to collect resources for cultivation, so that you can improve your cultivation as soon as possible and reach the peak of demigod. Why don't you get out of the way quickly?" Feel sorry. After hearing this, the two big men said something, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, Your Highness, please forgive my brothers for being rude, but it is our duty. Since your Highness has come here under orders, please show us the Palace Master's handwritten order. The Palace Master's order. Ye Bufan frowned, then took out the golden token that Yang Xian had given him earlier, presented it to the two men, and asked, Is this it? Exactly. Your Highness, please. When they saw the golden token in Ye Bufan's hand, the two big men immediately spoke. Interesting. Ye Bufan chuckled, then put away the golden token and said, I am very curious. It seems that there are only you two brothers around here. If I force my way in and you can't stop me, what should I do? Well, hearing this, the two big men were stunned, even Deputy Palace Master Zug was the same. Break in by force. This is a temple, who dares to break in? Seeing the reactions of Deputy Hall Master Zug and the other two, Ye Bufan had already guessed that the temple had not considered this issue at all. But think about it, as the leader of the human race, who in the outer world would dare to covet the temple's inner treasure house? There were so many powerful people inside the temple, and there was also an unfathomable Hall Master Yang Xian. It was even a question whether outsiders could come in, let alone covet the temple's inner treasure house. But is this really safe? Ye Bufan didn't think much about it, just shook his head, and then pushed open the door to the inner palace. Ye Bufan stepped into the inner palace, but Deputy Palace Master Zug stayed outside. Just as the two gatekeepers had said before, the inner palace was a sensitive area and no one was allowed in unless they had a valid warrant. Even the Deputy Lord of the temple could not enter without a corresponding order. Stop! Who is coming? In the inner palace, Ye Bufan had just entered when a sharp shout rang in his ears. Call out! The next second, a ball of white mist appeared in front of Ye Bufan, and then the white mist turned into a little boy, who stared at Ye Bufan with a fierce look in his eyes. Weapon Spirit. Looking at the little boy transformed from white mist in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? The little boy stared at Ye Bufan with a wary look. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. I am the holy son of the temple, who are you? Bullshit, the current holy son of the temple is Yin Chofeng, do you think I don't know that? Yin Chofeng. He's dead. Dead. Yes, he died just now. How is it possible, you killed him? Me. No, it was your temple that took the initiative. Fuck, that old monster took action. That's not right, how could he kill that kid? That old monster took action. What does that mean? No, nothing. The little boy waved his hands and said. Ye Bufan frowned, he always felt that there was something else behind the little boy's words. However, Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions, but just said, You already know who I am. Now, shouldn't you tell me who you are? Of course I am the chief steward of this inner palace. The little boy said proudly. Are you a weapon spirit? Is this inner palace a magical weapon? It's true that this housekeeper is a weapon spirit, but who told you that this inner palace is a magical weapon? Then what is your true form? Why should I tell you? The little boy said, and then said impatiently, Tell me, what did you come in for? I will get it for you right away, and leave quickly after you get it. I'll just take a look first. Ye Bufan said this and began to look around the inner palace of the temple in front of him. What's so good about it? I can just bring it to you if you want. The little boy said immediately. Can you bring it to me? Hearing this, Ye Bufan turned his head to look at the little boy and said with a smile, Why do I feel like you don't want me to stay here? Is there? The little boy pretended to be confused. No. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. You are so anxious for me to leave, is it because there is some unspeakable secret here, and you are afraid that I will find out? Neuropathy. The little boy rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan and said, The inner palace of the temple has existed for 100,000 years. If there were any secrets here, they would have been discovered long ago. Why would they wait until now? Then what are you afraid of? Why am I scared? But why do I feel like you're afraid of everything? You farted. The little boy cursed and said, Hurry up and get your things and get out of here. Don't disturb my sleep. Hey, you want me to leave so badly, but I won't leave. You, how can you be like this? It's totally unreasonable. I am unreasonable, what can you do? What do you want? It's simple. Tell me, what are you afraid of? I don't. Well, since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Ye Bufan said as he walked around and looked at the inner palace treasure house in front of him. The little boy was furious, but he had no choice but to follow Ye Bufan and said, "Since you want to see it, I'll let you see enough." "Why, you're not going to chase me away?" Ye Bufan glanced at the little boy and smiled slightly. Snort. The little boy snorted. Ye Bufan said, "Since you have been here all the time, I guess you should be very familiar with this place. In that case, please introduce it to me." Snort. Although the little boy looked angry, he still said, "This inner palace is divided into 3 areas, outer, middle, and inner. You are now in the outer area. Let me tell you, there are no treasures in this outer area. They are all low-grade garbage. You can completely ignore them. It's useless to look at them." "Yeah." Ye Bufan laughed evilly. He felt that the little boy's words were deliberately trying to make him ignore this outermost layer. In this case, how could Ye Bufan let him get his wish? "You told me to ignore this place, so I will do the opposite. I won't listen to you. I want to see what secrets are hidden in this outermost layer." Chapter 1261 Word, move. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. From the first time they met, the little boy had always given Ye Bufan a very strange feeling, especially now. The little boy's words made Ye Bufan feel that he was simply lying. But why would he lie? Ye Bufan didn't know. However, Ye Bufan had a feeling that since the little boy said there was nothing here, and he was so eager to leave here, it meant that there must be something hidden in this outermost layer. What can be hidden? Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan looked at the spirit leading the way in front with a curious look, and then took a look at the surrounding environment. As the inner palace of the temple, although Ye Bufan's current location is only the outer layer of the inner palace, even the outer layer of the inner palace is an existence that ordinary people cannot imagine. At a glance, this space is hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. Not only that, this space also contains various elixirs, natural materials, earthly treasures, armor, weapons, martial arts manuals. Although the grades of these things are not high, the number is astonishing. If every item in this outer layer is counted as 1 foot, then the items in the outer layer of the inner palace alone are more than 100 million. Finding one item among billions of items. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. What's more, Ye Bufan didn't even know what he was looking for. Therefore, in the final analysis, we still have to start with the spirit of the weapon in front of us. In this case, just imagine, what would a spirit of the weapon hide in the inner chambers of this temple that never sees the sun? What could he hide? Gold, silver and jewelry. That's impossible. Not to mention that these things are useless to an artifact spirit. Even within the inner chambers of this temple, there are countless gold, silver, and jewelry. If the artifact spirit really wants them, does he still need to hide them? There is no need at all. Since it is not gold, silver or treasure, it can only be something else. Among the 3, wealth, power and sex, wealth can basically be ruled out. As for power, he is the only spirit in the huge temple. Where does he get the power and why should he hide it? If it's not wealth or power, then the only word left is lust. Could it be that this spirit has hidden a beautiful woman here? Don't be ridiculous, how is that possible? Not money, not power, not sex, then what on earth is hidden in this spirit? Wait, what is his true form? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at the little boy in front of him. From the beginning until now, he still didn't know what the little boy's true form was. Although he had asked, the other party avoided the question. What is his true self? Could it be that what he is hiding is his true self? When he thought of this, Ye Bufan's heart moved. This possibility is not impossible and is even very high. Hide your true self. The more Ye Bufan thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. It even seemed to him that the thing the little boy was hiding was his true body, and it was one of the billions of items in the outermost layer of the temple. What will it be? Which one would it be? Ye Bufan glanced around the entire inner palace of the temple, and finally his eyes fell on the little boy again. He asked with a smile, "Senior Keeling, how long have you lived in the inner palace of this temple?" "Why are you asking that?" In an instant, the little boy stopped, then immediately turned around and looked at Ye Bufan with a wary look. "I'm just asking out of curiosity." Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly. He originally wanted to guide the boy step by step and then get some words out of the boy, but he didn't expect that the boy's alertness and defensiveness would be so strong and high. "Just asking." Looking at Ye Bufan, the little boy frowned and said angrily, "Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Just asking casually. I think you want to find out my background so that you can find me out, right? Why did I ask you out? Nonsense. Besides refining the spirit crystal and condensing the essence stone, what else can you ask me to do? Refine the divine crystal. Condensate the essence stone. Looking at the little boy, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Ah! But at this moment, the little boy screamed, and he immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he covered his mouth directly. Unfortunately, all this was obviously in vain. Seeing the little boy's reaction, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at him with a playful look on his face. Although I am still not sure what the refining spirit crystal and condensing essence stone mean, I am now completely sure that you are hiding your true self, and your true self is hidden in the outermost layer of this inner palace, right, little friend? A spirit kid. Damn it, you just called me senior. Instantly, the little boy became furious. You, me what? Ye Bufan interrupted him directly, then said with a smile, now you can tell me what your true form is, what abilities you have, and where you are hidden, right? Snort. The little boy tilted his neck, snorted coldly and ignored Ye Bufan. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at the little boy and said slowly, Ling, this is not good. Do you think that if you don't say it, I will have no other options? Hearing this, the little boy glanced at Ye Bufan secretly but said nothing. It seems you still don't believe it. Ye Bufan shook his head, then smiled and said, then I will let you see my ability today. After saying this, Ye Bufan pointed to the southwest of the inner palace and said, your real body is over there. Idiot. Unexpectedly, the little boy was not only unmoved, but also rolled his eyes and said with contempt, want to cheat me? If it was tens of thousands of years ago, your method might still work, but now haha, there are at least 8,000 people who have used this method. Do you think I will be fooled? Shaking his hands, the little boy continued, okay, get out now. I won't leave here. It's impossible for you to find me out. That's it. I'm going to sleep. In an instant, Ye Bufan was in a mess and even more embarrassed. He was actually despised by a spirit of an artifact. Ahem. After coughing lightly, Ye Bufan looked at the little boy in front of him and said again, I'll ask you one last time, what is your true form? Where are you hiding now? Have no idea. The little boy looked like, I won't tell you, what can you do to me? Nima. Ye Bufan was furious, do you think that as long as you don't say it, I can't do anything to you? Isn't it? The little boy spread his hands, then yawned and said, forget it, since you have a way, then you can continue looking. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go to sleep first. As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy disappeared in front of Ye Bufan. Too rampant and too arrogant. Damn, this is unbearable. Does he really think that I can't find his true form? Well, I really can't find it. But so what? After the little boy disappeared, Ye Bufan was furious. He waved his right hand and directly took out the burial heaven palace. Come out, young master. Afterwards, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and the door of the burial heaven palace opened instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the burial heaven palace, figures rushed out one after another. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan was surrounded by people. Master Yi, where is this? Looking at the surrounding environment, Long Xiaobao couldn't help but ask. The others also had a look of curiosity and shock on their faces. There were really too many treasures in the temple before them, and the shock they had caused was too great. Inner part of the temple. In response to Long Xiaobao's question, Ye Bufan spoke directly. Inner part of the temple. Everyone was stunned. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, then pointed at the countless items around him and said in a loud voice, now, everyone start to move everything here into the burial heaven palace and move it back to the Shenwu continent. Remember, as long as it is something in this inner palace, no matter what it is, even if it is just a piece of stone, you can't leave it out. Listen carefully, do you understand? Chapter 1261, The Immortal Pot of Creation. Now, everyone, start moving. Move all the things here into the heaven burial palace and back to the Shenwu continent. Remember, as long as it is something in this inner palace, no matter what it is, even if it is just a piece of stone, you can't leave it out. Listen carefully, do you understand? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole place fell silent, and everyone looked at him in a daze. Where is this place? This is the inner treasury of the temple, and now Ye Bufan wants to empty it. It's crazy and incredible. Also, Wasn't Ye Bufan rescuing the old man and Ye Tianshang? Now that the people have been rescued, he should have run away. Why did he run to the inner palace of the temple again? Curious, shocked, and puzzled. Despite this, the crowd was not afraid at all. On the contrary, they couldn't help but feel excited. After all, this was the inner palace of the temple, and what was stored here was the temple's 100,000 years of heritage. If they could empty this place, just thinking about it made them feel a great sense of accomplishment. Clear. Thinking in their hearts, everyone responded in unison. Action. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more, just waved his hand and spoke directly. Yes. In an instant, everyone left. They pounce on their prey like hungry tigers, they are like wolves among a flock of sheep, they take everything in sight madly and quickly. Collect the pills. Soldiers, collect. Martial arts, collect. Everything, collect, collect. Ha ha ha. Inside the inner palace, rampant laughter accompanied crazy actions. Long Xiaobao and his group were like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind wherever they passed. Stop, stop, stop. But at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly sounded, and the little boy who had disappeared before appeared in front of Ye Bufan again. Looking at the crazy actions of Long Xiaobao and others around him, he said in panic, You, what are you doing? Well, the sudden appearance of the little boy surprised everyone. Ye Bufan ignored them and just looked at everyone and said, What are you all standing there for? Don't stop, keep going. Naturally, no one dared to disobey. The little boy was very anxious. Stop, stop, all of you stop it. It was a pity that no one listened to him, and he was just a spirit, so he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. For a moment, the little boy was furious, but helpless, so he could only look at Ye Bufan and said angrily, Hurry up and make them stop. Stop. Why should I listen to you? Ye Bufan shrugged and spread his hands. The little boy was so angry that his body trembled, and then he roared angrily, What on earth do you want to do? Empty the inner palace and move all the property. Didn't you see it? Ye Bufan said as a matter of course. Puff. Hearing this, the little boy almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Empty the inner chambers of the temple. You really dare to think and do it? After a moment, the little boy stared at Ye Bufan and said with gritted teeth, It's useless. Even if you move everything here, I won't show my true self. Oh. Ye Bufan responded softly. Oh. The little boy couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at Ye Bufan with wide eyes and asked, That's it? So what else do you want? Ye Bufan asked back. The little boy was furious. Since you know that you can't find me even if you move all the things here, why do you still do this? You don't think I'm doing this for you, do you? Ye Bufan asked in surprise. Isn't it? The little boy couldn't help but be stunned, a little surprised. Hee. Ye Bufan chuckled and said, Little Qi Ling, you think too much. I think too much. The little boy pointed at himself. Yes. Ye Bufan responded, Do you think I emptied the temple to find you? You think too highly of yourself. I don't even look down on a mere artifact spirit. The reason I did this is because from the moment I entered the inner palace of the temple, I had already decided to take everything here for myself and pack it up and move it back to Shenwu continent. As for you, you are just a byproduct. If you are of some use, it's fine. If you are useless, I don't mind killing you directly. Buzz. Hearing this, the little boy trembled and looked frightened. Even his body couldn't help but retreat. Hee. Ye Bufan chuckled and said, Why, are you scared? If you know you are scared, then show yourself to me quickly, otherwise after I find you, don't blame me for being rude to you. What do you mean by, I? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't show up, then you must never show up. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, When the time comes, I will mobilize the entire Shenwu continent to search for and separate these items one by one. Don't say that there are only so many items here. Even if there are tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions, or even more items, I can still find you and kill you directly. You choose whether to live or die. Now, start the timer. Gurgle. Hearing this, the little boy couldn't help swallowing. He was pale and looked terrified. Ye Bufan ignored him and just looked at the little boy and said with a smile, 10. The bells of death are ringing. The little boy's body couldn't stop shaking and trembling. In his eyes, Ye Bufan's smile was simply the most terrifying thing in the world. This smile made him afraid, trembled, and at a loss. 9. Ye Bufan continued to count down. 8. The little boy trembled, then he looked at Ye Bufan with a stubborn look, pouted and said, I can come out, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. 7. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, I will never come out even if I die. 6. Really? 5. Why aren't you talking? Don't bully the spirits too much. 4. Did I ever bully you? At worst, we will lose both sides. 3. Oh, our little spirit friend knows that the net will be broken if the fish is dead. Do you agree or not? 2. You say something. 1. Okay, you win, I'm coming out. As soon as Ye Bufan said the number 1, the little boy lowered his head and said with a frustrated look on his face. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Wouldn't it have been done earlier? Come out and let me see what your true form is. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a black light rushed over from a distance. In just a moment, the black light had arrived in front of Ye Bufan and attracted the attention of others. Is this your true form? Looking at the object floating in the air in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. Yes. The little boy responded with a proud look on his face, this is my true form, the immortal pot of creation. Fate, and also immortal pot. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Damn it, this thing in front of me is clearly a black and broken urinal. Chapter 1262, The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. In the chaos, Ye Bufan looked at the little boy next to him again and said, Are you sure this is your true form? And you didn't deliberately use it to deceive me? No, this is my real body. The little boy waved his hands, a little flustered. Ye Bufan frowned. Looking at the little boy, he didn't seem to be deceiving him, so Ye Bufan looked at the creation fairy pot in front of him again and asked, What is the use of this thing? Hearing this, the little boy hesitated slightly, looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Why, you don't want to tell me? Ye Bufan frowned, looking a little unfriendly. Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, the little boy lowered his head, his face full of fear and dread. He even hesitated for a long time before speaking. I can say it, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Hearing this, Ye Bufan seemed slightly dissatisfied. If you don't agree, I won't tell you. The little boy mustered up his courage but spoke timidly. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then said, Well, I am not the kind of unreasonable person. Since you have cooperated before, tell me what your conditions are. You agree. The little boy suddenly raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan with surprise. Tell me first. Oh. The little boy responded weakly, and then said, I can tell you the function of the fortune immortal pot, but you must promise that from now on you will not bully me, you cannot force me to do something I don't want to do, you cannot go back on your words, you cannot. Although the little boy said a lot, it can be summarized into one point, that is you can't force it. That's it. Looking at the little boy, Ye Bufan was a little surprised. That's it. The little boy nodded. Okay, I agree. Ye Bufan said, and then said, Now you can tell me, this urine no, what is the function of this good fortune immortal pot? What's the hurry? Keep your word, you can't go back on your word. I will never regret it. Swear, if you regret it, then in the future. Looking at the little boy and listening to his words, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Little boy, do you have to be so cruel? Of course, this is to protect my own interests. But do you think swearing will work? What do you care about me? Anyway, all you have to do is swear. Okay, I swear, if I bully the little spirit of the fortune immortal pot in the future, then from now on, I will okay. Can you tell me now? Buzz. However, just as Ye Bufan finished his words, some strange runes suddenly appeared around him. These runes were purple in color and coiled around Ye Bufan. Then, they poured into the creation immortal pot with a whoosh. What the hell, what's going on? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was shocked instantly. Hee. The little boy said proudly, Of course this is the power of the contract. The power of the contract. Ye Bufan was puzzled. That's right. The little boy responded, You have already signed a contract with the fortune immortal pot. From now on, if you force me to do something I don't want to do, then all your vows will come true. Have all the vows just made come true? Ye Bufan was shocked. Damn it. If these vows were to come true one by one, would I still be able to live? What you said can't be true. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at the little boy in front of him with a confused and unbelieving expression. You can try it. The little boy spread his hands and smiled. Damn it, there is no doubt that all of this is absolutely true. For a moment, Ye Bufan suddenly wanted to die. He had actually been tricked by a spirit of an artifact. You're tricking me. The next second, Ye Bufan glared at the little boy and roared angrily. I am just protecting my own rights. The little boy shrugged. What do you mean? Do you still want to know the use of the creation immortal pot? What's it for? The creation immortal pot can automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth, breed yuanxi, and condense divine crystals. Fuck, isn't this a cornucopia? What cornucopia? Don't worry about what a cornucopia is. Is what you said true? Can this immortal pot of good fortune really breed yuanxi and condense divine crystals on its own? What's the output? How many yuanxi can it breed and how many divine crystals can it condense in a day? Does this have anything to do with you? Don't forget the contract you made with the fortune immortal pot. If you force me to help you breed the yuanxi and condense the divine crystal, then the oaths you made will be fulfilled one by one. Nima. Hearing these words, thousands of horses galloped through Ye Bufan's heart in an instant. Contract, oath. It was obvious that the little boy knew very well in his mind that once he knew the use of the fortune fairy pot, he would be forced to breed a large number of yuanxi and condense divine crystals, so he took the initiative and tricked himself into signing a contract with the fortune fairy pot. In an instant, Ye Bufan was filled with anger, anxiety, hatred and rage. This spirit of the weapon is truly abominable. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, the little boy laughed and said, okay, now that the master recognition ceremony has been completed, I will go to sleep. At the end, the little boy muttered again, hey, from now on I don't have to worry about being discovered. I can finally sleep soundly in the future. It's so comfortable. You fucking. Hearing the little boy's words, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. There is no doubt that this spirit is definitely a lazy guy. He plotted against me and tricked me into signing the contract just to prevent me from forcing it. To put it bluntly, he just doesn't want to work. The function of the creation immortal pot is to breed yuanxi and condense divine crystal, but unfortunately, now the spirit of the artifact is on strike, so that the creation immortal pot is unable to breed yuanxi and condense divine crystal. In this case, what is the use of this creation immortal pot? This is a complete waste of pot. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at the fortune immortal pot in front of him and looked at the little boy and said, when did this broken thing recognize me as its master? It's time to sign the contract. When the contract was concluded. Of course, the contract of the fortune immortal pot is a ceremony of recognizing the master. So, the contract just now can only be concluded once, and the content of the contract itself does not have any restrictions. To put it bluntly, as long as there is a contract to complete the recognition of the master, it will be fine, right? Yes. If that's the case, why the hell didn't you say it just now? If I told you, would you still make that vow? Ye Bufan was furious, yet speechless. He had to admit that the little boy was right. If he had known that the creation fairy pot had such power, he would never have made such a vow just now. But it's too late now. But, do oaths really work? Can the oath really restrict Ye Bufan? Hee. Looking at the little boy in front of him, Ye Bufan suddenly smiled evilly. Why are you laughing? Seeing Ye Bufan's weird smile, the little boy couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, he looked at Ye Bufan with a wary expression. At the same time, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Hee. Ye Bufan laughed and said, I will laugh if I want to. Neuropathy. The little boy rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan and then went into the creation immortal pot. At this time, Long Xiaobao happened to be returning with the 7 Killings Hall group. Looking at Ye Bufan, Long Xiaobao said excitedly, Young Master Yi, all the things in the 3 areas of the inner palace of the temple, the outer, middle and inner areas, have been emptied. Very good. Ye Bufan responded, then pointed at the creation immortal pot in front of him and said, Xiaobao, do you know what this is? This is. Long Xiaobao and others looked at the creation immortal pot, but they all looked confused. Ye Bufan smiled and said, this thing is called the fortune immortal pot. It has just recognized me as its master. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth on its own and continuously refine yuanxi and shenjing for us. Can you absorb the energy of heaven and earth on your own and refine it into yuanxi and shenjing? Long Xiaobao and others were shocked. Ye Bufan continued to sigh, what a pity, this weapon spirit doesn't seem to be very obedient, and he even tricked me into signing a contract, so I can't force him at all. What do you think I should do? Is there such a thing? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Who says it's not? Ye Bufan looked helpless, and then said, forget it, this thing is useless anyway, I don't want it, you can play with it. Hey, what do you mean? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the little boy immediately appeared again and looked at Ye Bufan anxiously. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan spread his hands and said, it doesn't mean anything. I just gave you away. You. The little boy was furious, how could you give me away? Why can't I give you away? You're the owner of the Fortune Immortal Pot, how can you give it away? Besides, aren't you afraid that they will force me to help them breed Yuanxi and condense Shenjing? Oh. Ye Bufan responded weakly, if I remember correctly, the content of the contract we signed is that I cannot force you, but it doesn't seem to stipulate that I have to bear the responsibility if someone else forces you, right? In that case, what am I afraid of? Chapter 1263 You are too careless. In that case, what am I afraid of? When Ye Bufan said this, the little boy's face turned pale. Yes, what was he afraid of? The contract he had just signed only bound himself, not others. Therefore, he could not force himself, but others could. Moreover, even if others did something, it would not affect Ye Bufan, let alone have anything to do with Ye Bufan. Since it has nothing to do with Ye Bufan, the previous oath naturally cannot be fulfilled. In this case, wouldn't the oath be meaningless? After all, although Ye Bufan, his master, cannot force himself, he can use others to force himself to help him refine Yuanxi and Shenjing, and the final result is the same. The most important thing is that if Ye Bufan uses others to force himself, the oath he made before will not come true. Nima. How so? How can this be? Thinking in his heart, the little boy looked at Ye Bufan, and said angrily, you can't give the fortune fairy pot to others, and I won't allow you to give it to others. What if I send it in the wrong direction? If you dare to send it, I will. What about you? I will. Okay, forget it. You are just a weapon spirit. Can you really turn the world upside down? After Ye Bufan said this, he looked directly at Long Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, this good fortune immortal pot will be in your care from now on. You can do whatever you want with it, whether you throw it away or destroy it, I have no objection. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will treat him well. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long Xiaobao said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at the little boy again, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Seeing this scene, the little boy was terrified. The next second, he hurriedly shouted, no, I refuse, I object. You can't hand me over to others. I'm sorry, but refusal is invalid, and objection is also invalid. How could you do this? What's wrong with me? I don't think I forced you to do anything, did I? Since I didn't force you, isn't it okay? Xiaobao, put this thing away. No. You said no, so it's not possible. I want to negotiate with you. Negotiation. You and me. That's right. Sorry, I'm not interested. After saying this, Ye Bufan waved his right hand, and the fortune immortal pot in midair immediately appeared in front of Long Xiaobao. Then Ye Bufan said directly, Xiaobao, put it away. From now on, it belongs to you. For Ye Bufan, there is no difference between the immortal pot of creation in his hands and in Long Xiaobao's hands. After all, as long as the immortal pot of creation can produce Yuanxi and divine crystal, it is enough. On the contrary, it would be far more beneficial for the fortune immortal pot to remain in Long Xiaobao's hands than in his own hands. After all, the contract he had signed earlier made his situation very passive. If the spirit of the fortune immortal pot did not cooperate, then he really would have no way to deal with it. But Long Xiaobao was different. He did not sign a contract with the fortune immortal pot. Since no contract was signed, it meant that there were no constraints at all. Without constraints, there is no need to worry about the spirit of the weapon not cooperating. If soft tactics don't work, then try hard tactics. Ye Bufan thought so, but as a spirit of the weapon, the little boy became anxious. Now, the good fortune immortal pot has recognized its master. In this case, the good fortune immortal pot can no longer hide even if it wants to, and it can no longer run away even if it wants to. In this case, if Ye Bufan gives himself to someone else, then all his previous efforts and calculations will be in vain. Not only will he gain nothing, but he will also lose himself. No, Pa. Just as the little boy was about to speak, Long Xiaobao grabbed the creation fairy pot in his hand. What are you doing? Suddenly, the little boy became very anxious and said angrily. What do you think? Long Xiaobao smiled slightly. You. The little boy wanted to say something, but Long Xiaobao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly threw the body of the creation immortal pot into his Sumeru ring. As the spirit of the artifact, the little boy naturally entered Long Xiaobao's Sumeru ring as well. Xiaobao, you all should go into the Heaven Burial Palace first. It's time for me to leave. Seeing that Long Xiaobao had put away the creation immortal pot, Ye Bufan spoke directly. This. Long Xiaobao was stunned and asked, Master Yi, are you still planning to go out? Of course. But Master Yi, we have emptied the inner palace of the temple now. If you go out and get discovered, wouldn't that just cause more trouble? Besides, the old man and the others have been rescued, so why should Master Yi continue to stay here? I am now the holy son of the temple. What kind of trouble could there be? The holy son of the temple also. Etc. Long Xiaobao was halfway through his words when he was instinctively stunned. He then looked at Ye Bufan and said in astonishment, Young Master Yi, what did you just say? Are you the son of the temple? Seeing Long Xiaobao's reaction, the others were also shocked. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, If I am not the holy son of the temple, how do you think I could easily enter the inner palace of the temple? In an instant, everyone was confused and stunned. What is the son of the temple? He is an existence second only to one person in the temple and above 10,000 people. If he were in the Shenwu continent, he would be the crown prince of a country in the secular world. How long has it been since then, and Ye Bufan has become the holy son of the temple? This is simply incredible. Also, didn't he come to the temple to save people? Why did he suddenly kill the son of the temple? Long Xiaobao and others were extremely confused. Ye Bufan said, Okay, I know what you are thinking, but I am indeed the holy son of the temple now. As for what is going on, I will find a chance to tell you in detail after we get out. Master Yi, are you really the holy son of the temple now? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long Xiaobao was still a little unconvinced. It's absolutely true. It's genuine. Ye Bufan nodded and smiled slightly. Hearing this, Long Xiaobao's mouth twitched and he said, Young Master Yi, since you are already the holy son of the temple, why don't we return all the treasures in this inner palace? Originally, Long Xiaobao thought that the reason why Ye Bufan appeared in the inner palace of the temple was that he sneaked in, but who would have thought that this guy actually walked in openly under the name of the son of God of the temple? Damn, you are the holy son of the temple, and you still want to empty the temple. The most important thing is that you entered the temple openly. If you empty the inner sanctum of the temple, everyone will know that it was you who did it. How can you deny it? How can you stay in the temple? You are too heartless. Chapter 1264 How can this make me feel embarrassed? As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Ye Bufan shrugged and smiled slightly, saying, Why should I give back something that I obtained with my own ability? Something obtained through one's own ability. Nima. Looking at Ye Bufan, Long Xiaobao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If you don't seek death, you won't die. At this moment, in Long Xiaobao's opinion, the temple was extremely unlucky. Their decision to let Ye Bufan serve as the holy son of the temple was absolutely the most wrong choice, no doubt about it. After all, Ye Bufan had emptied out the inner court of the temple on the first day he became the holy son. Wouldn't things go haywire from now on? But this has nothing to do with Long Xiaobao. If it's none of your business, just ignore it. Long Xiaobao may not care about what the temple is like, but he cannot ignore Ye Bufan. Thinking about this, Long Xiaobao immediately said, Young Master Yi, you are now the holy son of the temple after all. If the temple finds out that you have emptied the inner treasury, it will have a bad impact, and the temple will definitely not let it go. What if you won't give up? Ye Bufan chuckled and said, Xiaobao, do you really think that I care about the position of the holy son of the temple? After a pause, Ye Bufan showed a layer of disdain on his face and continued, I don't even care about the position of the holy son. Hearing this, Long Xiaobao was stunned. So what are you doing now, Master Yi? The holy son of the temple is second only to one man and above 10,000 men. Ye Bufan pondered for a moment, then looked at Long Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, don't you think this temple and the holy son still have some value? Well, hearing this, Long Xiaobao was stunned again. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Okay, let's talk about these things later. I've been here for a while, and it's time to leave. As for you, I'll send you to the cemetery of gods and demons first. Okay. Long Xiaobao just responded and didn't say much. By the way, is there any divine crystal in this inner palace? But at this moment, Ye Bufan asked again. Divine crystal. Long Xiaobao frowned. Yes, yes, yes. Before Long Xiaobao could speak, a member of the Seven Killings Hall immediately stood up from the crowd. He raised his right hand and said, Young Master Yi, there are divine crystals. They are all here with me. How many? Ye Bufan glanced at the other party and said. Bang! The man didn't say much, and directly took out a box that was half a person's height. Master Yi, all the divine crystals are here. As he spoke, the man opened the box. In an instant, a box full of divine crystals appeared in everyone's sight. Counting by quantity, there were at least 200,000 or 300,000 divine crystals in the box. Yes, I will keep these divine crystals for now. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then collected the divine crystal in the box in front of him. No one cared about this at all. Are 200,000 or 300,000 divine crystals a lot? Maybe this seems like a lot to the temple, but to the Seven Killings Hall it is nothing. After all, in today's Seven Killings Hall, as long as one's cultivation reaches the Holy Realm, one can receive divine crystals from the inner palace treasury for cultivation. So, for Tianyi, divine crystals are rare and priceless, but for the members of the Seven Killing Hall of Shenwu Continent, divine crystals are just ordinary things and are consumables for their daily practice. After putting away the divine crystal, Ye Bufan sent Long Xiaobao and the others back to the cemetery of gods and demons through the Heaven Burial Palace. Only then did he walk out of the empty temple. Outside the inner palace gate. Your Highness, you are out. Seeing Ye Bufan coming out, Deputy Palace Master Zhuge immediately came forward to greet him. Ye Bufan nodded and said, let's go. This. Upon hearing this, Deputy Palace Master Zhuge hesitated for a moment. Why, anything else? Ye Bufan looked at him and frowned. Your Highness, this is it. At this time, one of the guards on the side said directly, although Your Highness has the Palace Master's order to enter and leave the inner palace at will, the resources Your Highness receives in the inner palace must be registered with us every time. Oh, how do I register? Ye Bufan said in response. Call. The two guards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. One of them said, I wonder what kind of resources His Highness has received and how much is it? Divine crystals, all of them. Ye Bufan said without thinking. Oh. The inner palace guard responded instinctively, and then he took out the inner palace account book he carried with him, and wrote down as he spoke. On X month X day of X year, Saint Sun Ye Bufan received all the divine crystals. When he read this, the inner palace guard was suddenly stunned. The next second, he came back to his senses, so he stopped writing and immediately looked up at Ye Bufan, with a look of shock and disbelief. Your Highness, what did you just say? Divine crystals. All. Deputy Palace Master Zhuge and another inner palace guard also looked shocked and horrified. Why, what's the problem? Ye Bufan looked at the guard and couldn't help but ask. Any questions? Damn, this is a big problem. Although the palace master asked you to come to the inner palace to collect resources, you don't have to be so cruel. If you take away all the divine crystals at once, what will happen to the others in the future? Also, what do you want so many divine crystals for? To eat. However, Ye Bufan came here holding the palace master's handwritten order, and it was obvious that they could not stop him. That was why they did not say much. No, no problem. Immediately, one of the guards waved his hand and said with a silly smile. Here, this is my Sumeru ring. As soon as the inner palace guard finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly took off his Sumeru ring and handed it to him. Sumeru ring. The two inner guards were stunned. They looked at each other, and then looked at Ye Bufan. One of them asked in confusion, what is Your Highness doing? Of course I'll let you check it. Ye Bufan said this as a matter of course, and then said with some dissatisfaction, it seems that the various systems of the temple need to be revised. The rules are too loose. I entered the inner palace of the temple alone, and after I came out, you didn't even check me, just asked me and registered. What if I lied and emptied the inner palace you were guarding? What will you do then? This. The two guards were suddenly embarrassed. One of them said, Your Highness, before entering the inner palace, everyone must hand over their space equipment before entering. Is there anything else? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. The two guards smiled wryly and nodded. Ye Bufan looked stunned. If that's the case, then why didn't you let me hand over the Zumi ring just now? This. The two guards hesitated. You. Before they could speak, Ye Bufan pointed at them and said bitterly, "How can I be embarrassed by your behavior? How do we embarrass you?" The two guards were speechless. "Your Highness, you entered the inner palace without even giving us a chance to warn us. What else can we do? Should we chase you in? You know, as inner palace guards, we cannot set foot in the inner palace of the temple. If we do, we will be severely punished. In this case, you have already entered the inner palace of the temple. What else can we do?" The two guards were thinking in their hearts, but Ye Bufan had already spoken again. Forget it, forget it. It's also my fault for being too anxious just now. Why didn't I ask more questions? It's not too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. You guys should quickly check my Sumeru ring. Your Highness, this is not necessary, right? The two guards looked at Ye Bufan, then hesitated and said, "Check the Sun's Sumeru ring. Isn't this tantamount to doubting His Majesty the Holy Sun? Isn't this tantamount to slapping His Royal Highness the Holy Sun in the face? How dare they do that?" The two guards didn't dare to, but Ye Bufan was not happy. "Why are you still standing there? I asked you to investigate, so you should investigate thoroughly. If you don't investigate it thoroughly for me now, if something is stolen or lost in the inner palace in the future, then I will become the most suspicious person. How can I explain and refute it then? This." The two guards hesitated. "What is this?" Ye Bufan shouted, "I told you to investigate, so you better investigate thoroughly." "Yes, Your Highness." Helplessly, the two guards could only respond, "That's more like it." Ye Bufan said this, and then took out the Heaven Burial Palace, saying, "This is the space artifact Heaven Burial Palace. After you two have checked my Zumi ring, you can check this Heaven Burial Palace carefully for me." Chapter 1265. May I ask where is the invitation? Shang Zhuang dances with a sword, aiming at Pei Gong. It seemed that Ye Bufan wanted the two guards to check him thoroughly, but in fact he wanted them and Deputy Palace Master Zug who was present to testify for him. As long as the two guards didn't find anything on him, then when the truth came out in the future, even if the temple's inner treasury was robbed, the temple would never easily suspect him. And even if they suspected him, it would be meaningless. After all, to catch an adulterer, catch both; to catch a thief, catch the stolen goods. Without evidence, what can they do even if they doubt me? Instead it's myself. The temple had no evidence, but it had witnesses. Whether it was Deputy Palace Master Zug in front of him or the two inner court guards, they were his witnesses, and they could all prove that apart from the divine crystal, he had not taken anything else today. Although doing so may not make people completely believe it, it is enough for Ye Bufan. At least even if the temple still doubts him, they will not be able to do anything to him. After a while, the two guards finished checking Ye Bufan's Sumeru ring and the Burial Heaven Palace. Of course, it was called an inspection, but in reality it was just a pretense. After all, the person in front of them was the new son of God of the temple. Although the two guards were both at the peak of demigod, they still held an attitude of not offending the son of God of the temple if possible. What's more, since Ye Bufan dared to let them check, they were not afraid of them. Since you are not afraid of their investigation, how could there be any problem? It's impossible. Besides, Ye Bufan came to the inner palace on the orders of the palace master to receive cultivation resources. In this case, Ye Bufan could just take whatever he wanted, so why would he keep it for himself? Unfortunately, the two guards took it for granted. Although Ye Bufan held the temple master's order and could take whatever he wanted in the temple, what if Ye Bufan wanted the entire temple? The temple obviously wouldn't agree. The palace master would certainly not be able to accept it. In this case, Ye Bufan can only hide and steal. However, such a crazy thing as emptying the inner court of the temple is definitely not something that everyone can do or dare to do, so the two inner court guards did not even think about it. Not only them, I believe that anyone, before the truth is revealed, would never have thought that the holy son of the temple would actually empty out the entire temple. But Ye Bufan did just that. Have you checked it out? Is everything okay? After taking back the Heaven Burial Palace and the Sumeru ring, Ye Bufan looked at the two inner court guards and said calmly, "No problem, no problem." The two inner palace guards immediately smiled and said, "That's fine." Ye Bufan responded, then looked at the two guards and said sternly, "The inner court is the foundation of our temple, and there must not be the slightest mistake. So, I don't want to see a second incident like today. If I find you guys neglecting your duties again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Yes, Your Highness." From now on, we two will never neglect our duties again. The two inner court guards spoke in succession. They had awe-inspiring looks on their faces, but in their hearts they were filled with resentment, dissatisfaction and complaints. Are we neglecting our duties? Damn it, it's you who doesn't know the rules, and you blame us. Son of God. Isn't the Son of God so great? When a villain succeeds, let's see how long he can be successful. Ye Bufan naturally had no idea what the two inner palace guards were thinking. Of course, even if he knew, Ye Bufan would not care. Let's go. After taking a look at Deputy Palace Master Zug beside him, Ye Bufan took a step forward and walked out. Deputy Palace Master Zug followed closely. Inside the temple, Ye Bufan quietly emptied the inner treasury. However, outside the temple, the entire TianYTN was in an uproar because of Ye Bufan. What? The Holy Son of the temple has been replaced. How is this possible? How can it be impossible? Who has it been replaced by? Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan. Yi Tianshang's son. Yes, it's him. Moreover, he is not only Yi Tianshang's son, but also the Niu king from Tianji city was also disguised by him. Fuck, he's the Bull King. You didn't expect that. I really didn't expect it. This is too unexpected. But his father, Yi Tianshang, was charged with treason. Why did the temple allow him to take the position of the Holy Son? Yi Tianshang betrayed his clan. Old Wang, you are too uninformed. Now everything has come to light. What is the truth about Yi Tianshang betraying the human race and joining the heavenly demons? It was simply a conspiracy between the temple commander Xuanyuan Wudi and one of the three deputy temple masters, Jia Saitong, to frame Yi Tianshang. Fuck, it's so dark. Dark. There are darker ones. What else? Do you know that many girls of our human race have disappeared in recent years because of the deputy temple master, Justin? He is an old pervert. He captured these girls and kept them in captivity for his own amusement. It is said that the saint's sister Lingu Miao Miao was also killed by him. This is not a deputy hall master, this is simply a beast. Haha, who says it's not? Where are the others? His cultivation was abolished by the temple master, and he was expelled from the temple. Finally, he was taken away by the Lingu family. Taken away by the Lingu family. Then he's dead. Death. Haha, I'm afraid the Lingu family won't let him get away with it so easily. That's right. After all, Lingu Miao Miao was so outstanding back then. If it were me, I would definitely not let Jia Saitong die so easily. Wait, that's not right. What does the matter of Jia Saitong have to do with Ye Bufan taking the position of the Holy Son? Besides, if Ye Bufan becomes the Holy Son, what about Yin Chofeng? Yin Chofeng. Dead. Dead. Yes, the temple master killed him personally. Fuck, are you kidding me? Tease you. Who teased you? What I said is all true. But, why did the temple master kill Yin Chofeng? You don't know this, do you? Yin Chofeng is the son of the temple and is now the acting temple master, but he knows nothing about Justin's affairs. Now, Justin's affairs have been exposed, and the temple master has punished him for negligence. It just so happens that Ye Bufan is gathering a crowd to cause trouble in the temple, so the temple master ordered the two of them to fight to the death. The one who survives will not be held accountable for any responsibilities. Moreover, they cannot use weapons during the fight. Anyone who uses weapons, even if he is an uncle, will be killed by the temple master. Not long after the two fought, Yin Chofeng was defeated by Ye Bufan, so he ignored the previous agreement and used weapons directly, and was then killed by the temple master. So that's what happened, but how did Ye Bufan become the Holy Son? Yin Chofeng died, so the palace master made him the Holy Son. Isn't this too much of a joke? Child's play. Do you think the palace master is stupid? What do you mean? Don't you think about it? As the saint of the temple and a strong man at the peak of demigod, how could Yin Chofeng be weak? I'm afraid that in the entire TianYTN, there is no one more powerful than Yi Shuzhishu who can fight him and not be defeated. But even so, he is still no match for Ye Bufan. What does this show? This shows that Ye Bufan's strength far exceeds Yin Chofeng. He must be ranked in the top 5 among our human race. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan is only at the initial stage of demigod now. He is already so powerful at the initial stage of demigod. What if he advances to the peak of demigod in the future? At that time, he will probably be able to kill demigods like slaughtering dogs. With such strength and talent, if he doesn't become the saint of the temple, who else is qualified to sit on the throne of the saint? Is that true? Nonsense, it is what it is. Otherwise, do you really think the temple would appoint a holy son so casually? You have to know that the holy son is one of the future successors to the temple master. How could the temple treat him as a joke? In Tianyi, almost everyone was discussing what had happened in the temple before, and the fact that Ye Bufan had replaced Yan Chofeng as the holy son of the temple. The old is replaced by the new. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. Yan Chofeng's demise and Ye Bufan's rise, all of this indicates that a new structure is about to take shape within the human race in Tianyi, and the one who leads all of this is the new saint Ye Bufan. Ordinary people did not pay much attention to this, after all, it did not have much to do with them. However, it was completely different for the 108 ancient city families and those big families in Tianyi. Especially before in the temple square, Ye Bufan's last words made these people anxious like ants on a hot pan. 3 days later, the new holy son Ye Bufan held a banquet in the temple. Anyone who received the invitation could go to the temple 3 days later to keep the appointment and discuss the clan's plans. This was the first time Ye Bufan had hosted a banquet after becoming the son of God. No matter what Ye Bufan wanted to do, in the eyes of others, the gathering of various forces in the temple this time would inevitably affect the future pattern of the human race. That is why this battle must be crucial. You can attend the banquet if you receive an invitation, but what if you don't receive an invitation? Without an invitation, you are not eligible to attend the banquet. If you can't attend the banquet, you will undoubtedly be excluded. In this case, who can agree to this? But if you don't agree, where is the legendary invitation? Chapter 1266, One City, One Pavilion, Exquisite Everywhere. Invitation, invitation, invitation. In Tianyi, although most people were talking about Ye Bufan, the major families ignored him and did not care. At this moment, in their eyes and in their hearts, there was only the invitation that Ye Bufan had mentioned before, the pass to the feast in the temple. But where is this invitation? How can I get this so-called invitation? Regarding this, the major families and the 108 ancient city families knew nothing about it. Because of this, they became more and more uneasy and anxious. After all, no one could be sure whether their family would eventually receive Ye Bufan's invitation. It's fine if you receive it, but what if you don't? I simply dare not think about the consequences. During the long and anxious wait, the major families did not forget to contact each other. Brother Wang, have you received the invitation? No, did you receive it? We don't have any either. We don't know what that Ye guy meant. After he mentioned the invitation, there was no further news. Isn't this frustrating? Who says it's not? By the way, aren't you very familiar with the second master of the Lingu family? Is there any news from the Lingu family? I have already asked, and the Lingu family still has no news. However, there is a saint girl supporting the family, so even if they don't receive the invitation, they are not in a hurry. Hey, who says it's not true? Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Just wait. Well, that's all we can do. If you have any news, you must inform me immediately. No problem, but you have to let me know if you have any news. That's a must. One family was like this, 2 families, 3 families, all the families were like this, all of them were inquiring about the news of the invitation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried or how they inquired, they did not get any information related to the invitation, as if Ye Bufan had already forgotten about it. In fact, did Ye Bufan really forget? Of course not. Even if everyone else had forgotten about the invitation, Ye Bufan would never forget. It's just that things have their priorities, and Ye Bufan has other things to deal with for the time being. Earlier, after Ye Bufan left the inner palace of the temple, he asked Deputy Palace Master Zug to take him back to the Holy Sun Palace. Afterwards, Ye Bufan sent Deputy Palace Master Zug away with an excuse, and he went directly into the cemetery of gods and demons. At this moment, in the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan and Feng Hen gathered together. In front of them were Yi Tianshong and Old Man Yi, who were lying there unconscious. After taking a look at the old man and the other man, Ye Bufan looked directly at Feng Hen beside him and said, "Uncle Feng, how are they? Can they be saved?" "Yes." Feng Hen said the 2 words slowly. "Very good." Ye Bufan's voice sounded, and he said, "Then I'll trouble Uncle Feng." Feng Hen said, "Palace Master, although I can treat their injuries, I cannot restore their cultivation. Or it would be a bit troublesome to restore their cultivation. So I suggest not to treat their injuries, but to let them directly obtain my heavenly palace inheritance." Let them directly obtain the heavenly palace inheritance. Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Yes, Feng Hen responded and said, their cultivation is completely wasted, and their bodies are almost exhausted. In this case, physical baptism is the most appropriate and effective way to save them. Although I can also perform physical baptism on them, the effect is far from comparable to the physical baptism inherited by other Tiangong members. What's more, their inheritance not only includes physical baptism, but also martial arts inheritance. Therefore, I still suggest that they obtain the inheritance directly. But, it takes time for the inheritance crystal to condense. It also takes time for them to try each inheritance crystal to see if it is suitable. In this case, do they have enough time? Or can they hold on? Ye Bufan frowned, looking worried. Hearing this, Feng Hen smiled slightly and said, Palace Master, you don't have to worry about this. With the current state of the two of them, and with this old servant watching over them, there won't be any problem for them to hold on for a year or two. Besides, if time is not enough, if Palace Master feels that the inheritance crystal is condensing too slowly, then Palace Master can just capture some heavenly demons to speed up the condensation of the inheritance crystal, just like how we dealt with the heavenly demons in the Shenwu continent. Moreover, the number of heavenly demons in the TianYTN is much greater than that in the Shenwu continent. Devil's blood sacrifice. Ye Bufan was shocked. To be honest, if Feng Hen hadn't reminded him, Ye Bufan would have almost forgotten that the condensation of the inheritance crystals in the cemetery of gods and demons could be accelerated by sacrificing living creatures. Nowadays, there are more than 370,000 and nearly 380,000 copies of inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons, but the number obtained by the 7 killing hall is less than 1/10, and is even only a little more than 1%. This speed of obtaining inheritance is really too slow for Ye Bufan. But this is not because of the negligence of the members of the 7 killing palace. It takes time to condense the inheritance crystal, and each time the inheritance crystal is recondensed, the number of times it can be refined is limited. Therefore, these two factors combined have caused the current situation. Therefore, Feng Hen's proposal is worth considering. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said slowly, then to his uncle Feng said, "It's just a demon, so I will catch it." Feng Hen smiled slightly and didn't say much. Afterwards, Ye Bufan entrusted Old Man Yi and the other man to Feng Hen, while he himself returned to TianYTN again and returned to the Hall of the Son of God in the temple. Time flies by. The next day, early morning. Divine Emperor City. As the central city of the first heaven and the existence of the second heaven, the Divine Emperor City is definitely the most lively city in the first heaven. Today, early in the morning, even before dawn, the residents of Shenwang City were awakened by a burst of dense firecrackers. Then, amid countless curses, a shop called Linglong Pavilion opened in the center of Shenwang City, next to Yujian Inn, near the teleportation array. As soon as Linglong Pavilion opened, it immediately attracted countless people to watch because of the sound of firecrackers that lasted for nearly half an hour. At the entrance of the store, a young woman in green, whose appearance was not stunning but still pretty, looked at the crowd in front of her and said with a smile, "I am Qian Chuyu, a new arrival. I hope everyone in Divine Emperor City will take good care of me in the future." In addition, to celebrate the opening of Linglong Pavilion will auction 10 invitations to the banquet of His Royal Highness the Holy Son of the Temple in 3 hours. Friends in need can come to participate in the auction in 3 hours. Please remember one more thing. We will only accept yuanxi in the auction. Well, after the girl finished speaking, most of the people present were stunned. They could understand the auction, but what was this invitation to the banquet of the Son of God in the temple? However, most people couldn't figure it out, but the members of the major families present knew it very well. Invitation from the Holy Son. Isn't this the thing they had been looking for all day yesterday but had no news about? This Linglong Pavilion is actually going to auction the Holy Son's invitation, and there are only 10 copies. In an instant, the family members present either went home directly or contacted the elders in the family directly. In short, they all immediately reported the news that Linglong Pavilion was about to auction the invitation to the Holy Son back home. So much so that in just a moment, all the major families in the Divine Emperor City were in an uproar. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, not only in the Divine Emperor City where they were, but also in the entire TianYTN, as long as it was the main city in the human area, there would be a shop opening at the same time. These shops are all named Linglong Pavilion. These shops all announced that they would auction off 10 invitations to the Holy Sun. Chapter 1267 The Saint Gives Pills. The changes that took place in just one night shocked and horrified everyone in Tianyi. Every city and every pavilion is exquisitely decorated. With such a scale and such a style, even the 3 major super chambers of commerce cannot compare with it. The most important thing is that as soon as Linglong Pavilion opened, it actually wanted to auction the Holy Sun's invitation. Although most people didn't know what the Holy Sun's invitation was used for, since it was something belonging to the Holy Sun of the temple, how could it be simple? However, unlike those who were unaware of the situation, the major families who had been inquiring about the news of the Holy Sun's invitation yesterday were also shocked at this moment, but they were more confused, crazy, speechless, and even angry in their hearts. Linglong Pavilion. Invitation from the Holy Sun. Auction. 1 city, 10 parts. Nima. There is no doubt that Linglong Pavilion is absolutely inseparable from the current Saint Sun Ye Bufan. In fact, Linglong Pavilion, which has been opened in every city of the human race overnight, is the private property of the current Saint Sun Ye Bufan. If not, where did Linglong Pavilion get the Holy Sun's invitation that would allow them to auction it? It is obvious that this was done by Ye Bufan. Originally they were still wondering why Ye Bufan had no further news after he proposed the invitation to the Son of God. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Auction. Return 1 city 10 posts. Looking at the entire Tianyi clan, how many cities are there? How many families and forces are there? Although the exact number cannot be determined, one thing is certain, that is if all the families are divided equally into each city, then there will definitely be no less than 10 families or forces in each city. 1 city, 10 posts. There are definitely more wolves than meat. In this case, once Linglong Pavilion auctions the Holy Sun invitation, what kind of scene will it be? What kind of picture will it be? You know, this invitation to the Son of God is the pass to attend the Son of God's feast the day after tomorrow. Without this invitation, you will not be eligible to attend the next feast. Although no one knows what Ye Bufan wants to do with this feast yet, Ye Bufan has just been appointed as the Holy Sun of the temple, and this feast is likely to be related to the future structure and interest division of the human race. If you don't have an invitation, you can't attend, and if you can't attend, you're doomed to be excluded. In this case, who would agree? Who would easily give up this invitation from the Holy Sun? At that time, in order to get a copy of the Holy Sun's invitation, everyone will inevitably bid and scramble frantically. In this case, each Holy Sun's invitation will inevitably be sold at a sky-high price. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. All the major families scrambled for it, but in the end, Ye Bufan was the only one who benefited. The most hateful thing is that the thing that everyone is fighting for is just a piece of waste paper to Ye Bufan. Is this the Son of God? This guy is even more unscrupulous than a businessman and even more of a robber than a robber. However, no matter whether it is the 108 noble families or other families or forces, although they are resentful in their hearts, they are still determined to obtain the invitation to the Holy Sun. There is no way. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Who makes Ye Bufan the Holy Sun of the temple? Even if they don't want to jump into this pit, they still have to jump. At this moment, all the major families began to miss the time when Yin Chofeng was in power. At least, although Yin Chofeng was the Son of God at the beginning, he never dared to openly provoke various forces, let alone blackmail them. On the contrary, most of the time, he would deliberately make friends with or even please various forces. But what about Ye Bufan? It's fine that this guy is arrogant, presumptuous and domineering, but now that he has just sat on the throne of the Son of God, he openly asks for benefits from them. If this continues, what will happen in the future? It's a pity that although the major forces are unwilling, they are helpless because Ye Bufan is too strong. They have no doubt that if anyone dares to provoke Ye Bufan today, he will destroy your entire family tomorrow. This is a madman, and a madman with great strength and prominent status. Since I can't afford to provoke and can't hide, I can only endure it all silently. All forces in Tianyi are collecting yuanxi in preparation for participating in the upcoming Holy Sun invitation auction to be held by Linglong Pavilion. However, inside the temple, in the Holy Sun Hall, Ye Bufan welcomes an unexpected guest, a young woman who gives people a feeling of being out of touch with the world. At this moment, although the woman's face was covered with a veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance, but through the thin veil, Ye Bufan could still faintly see an exquisite face, a face that was no less beautiful than Nizi or Chen Yao. In addition, the woman is wrapped in a light pink gown with a white gauze dress on the outside, revealing her graceful neck and clearly visible collarbone. The folds of her skirt flow like the light of snow and moonlight and cascade down to the ground. It is more than 3 feet long, making her gait even more graceful and soft. Her 3,000 black hair is tied up with a hairband and a butterfly hairpin is inserted in her hair. A strand of black hair hangs in front of her chest. She applies light makeup, which only adds color. The faint red on her cheeks creates a pure skin that is as delicate and lovely as petals. The whole person is like a butterfly flying in the wind, or like clear and transparent ice and snow. I have to say that this is a woman with excellent temperament and appearance. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, seeing the sudden arrival of the woman, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Saintess Lingu Shui. Exactly. Lingu Shui's voice was calm, but it gave people a feeling of being kept 1,000 miles away. I wonder why the saint came to see me. Ye Bufan's expression changed immediately, and his originally frowned brows relaxed instantly, and then he smiled leisurely. Linglong Pavilion is yours. Lingu Shui did not answer Ye Bufan, but asked a question directly. No. Ye Bufan shook his head. No. Lingu Shui frowned, seeming a little unconvinced. Why? Your Highness the Saint doesn't believe it. Ye Bufan smiled and continued, in fact, Linglong Pavilion does not belong to me. It is the property of a friend of mine. Yeah, of course, Her Highness the Saint is so beautiful, I will never lie to anyone else but you. A playboy. Saint, no, Shui, where did you get this from? How did I become a playboy? What did you call me? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lingu Shui glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Shui, Ye Bufan said as a matter of course. You. Lingu Shui was furious, and then said in a deep voice, call me Lingu Shui or Saint Girl. Why? I don't know you well. How is that possible? I know your name is Lingu Shui, and you know my name is Ye Bufan. How can you say that we are not familiar with each other? Besides, you are the saintess, and I am the saint's son. We are a match made in heaven. Sooner or later, we will live together and fly together. Even if we are not familiar with each other now, we will definitely be familiar with each other in the future. Lingu Shui's eyes widened instantly. She pointed at herself, then at Ye Bufan, and said in bewilderment and disbelief, you and I, a match made in heaven. And we're going to live together. Yeah, what's the problem? Any questions, please? Lingu Shui's mouth twitched, and she said in a messy voice, who is the perfect match for you? Who wants to live with you forever? You. Ye Bufan blinked his eyes and said with a smile, shouldn't the saint girl marry the saint's son? I. In an instant, Lingu Shui was extremely confused, and it seemed as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through her heart. Must the saint marry the son? Who stipulated this? How come I don't know? Brush. But at this moment, before Lingu Shui could come back to her senses, Ye Bufan suddenly grabbed her delicate hand and said affectionately, Shui, don't worry, I will treat you well and take good care of you in the future. Damn it, who asked you to take care of me? Lingu Shui was furious. Bang. The next second, she broke free from Ye Bufan's hands, then glared at Ye Bufan and said angrily, Your Highness, please respect yourself. I want to respect myself, but Shui, you know, I can't help myself when I see you, so I can't control my emotions, so there's nothing I can do. As he spoke, Ye Bufan grabbed Lingu Shui again with both hands. Lingu Shui felt a chill in his heart and goosebumps all over his body. Asshole! She shouted angrily, then quickly retreated several meters away from Ye Bufan. Shui, you. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan looked lost and frustrated. Lingu Shui ignored him and said with a gloomy face, Ye Bufan, remember, you are now the holy son of the temple. Your words and deeds represent the entire temple, so please respect yourself and don't act recklessly. Also, you are the son of the temple, not a businessman, so I advise you not to waste your energy on those unimportant things. If you have that time, you might as well concentrate on practicing and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. This is for you. As he spoke, Lingu Shui threw a jade bottle directly at Ye Bufan. This is. Ye Bufan took the jade bottle, then looked at Lingu Shui with a confused expression. Divine blood pill. Lingu Shui said these 3 words. Divine blood pill. Ye Bufan frowned. Lingu Shui said, Each divine blood pill can double your cultivation speed for 1 month. There are 12 divine blood pills in here, which are also the last 12 divine blood pills in the temple. They can just speed up your cultivation for 1 year. As a son of the temple, although you are not weak, you can still be stronger, so hurry up and practice. Your initial demigod level is really too annoying. Chapter 1268. Will I die if I don't brag? Divine Blood Pill. Taking 1 pill can double the speed of cultivation for a month. After taking a look at the jade bottle in his hand and then looking at Lingu Shui who was several meters away, Ye Bufan's mind short-circuited and he didn't react for a moment. In the temple, whether it is the son of God or the holy daughter, both of them are second only to one person and above millions of people. At the same time, there is an inevitable competition between the two. After all, both of them are one of the future heirs to the temple master, but there is only one temple master. Therefore, it takes 2 people to compete for who will inherit the position of temple master. Under such circumstances, the relationship between the holy son and the holy daughter would definitely not be good even if it was not hostile. But now, Lingu Shui actually came to give herself 12 divine blood pills. What was this? Aiding the enemy. Is there such a generous person in this world? Ye Bufan was a little unconvinced. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at Lingu Shui and asked, "Are you sure you want to give these 12 god blood pills to me?" "Any questions?" Lingu Shui asked back. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Any questions? This is a huge problem. Although you and I are not enemies, we are definitely competitors. Now that you are giving this divine blood pill to me, isn't that the same as aiding the enemy?" Aid the enemy. Lingu Shui thought about it and said, "I guess so." "Is that so?" Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and then he frowned and said, "Don't blame me for judging you by my own standards. Are you really that kind? What else? Could it be that you have tampered with these 12 divine blood pills, and you want to use this to plot against me?" While speaking, Ye Bufan stared at Lingu Shui's eyes closely, hoping to see something from her eyes, but unfortunately, Lingu Shui's eyes remained as calm as water. Ye Bufan felt helpless about this. Lingu Shui said slowly, "You're overthinking it. If I wanted to harm you, I would never use this method. After all, the pills were given by me. If you had any problems because of this, wouldn't I be unable to defend myself?" 2. Ye Bufan responded, and then said, "But there is a competitive relationship between you and me after all. If you are not trying to harm me, then what is your reason?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Don't tell me that you just want to help me. If it were you, would you believe such a reason? Why shouldn't I believe it?" Lingu Shui asked back, "Actually, you don't have to think so much. I gave you 12 god blood pills for only one purpose, which is to help you quickly improve your cultivation and increase your strength. Because you are too weak now, I am not interested in competing with you." "Am I too weak?" Ye Bufan pointed at himself and looked at Lingu Shui with some confusion. "What do you think?" Lingu Shui said solemnly, "There are always people who are better than you. Even though you defeated Yin Chofeng, it doesn't really matter, because I can destroy a waste like Yin Chofeng with just one palm." "Can you kill a waste like Yin Chofeng with just one palm?" Nima. Looking at Lingu Shui in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Your Highness the Saint, are you sure you are not bragging or pretending to be cool?" Although Ye Bufan did not have any good feelings towards Yin Chofeng, he had to admit that Yin Chofeng was indeed very good and outstanding. If he had not obtained the inheritance of Dao Wuya in the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan was sure that he would never be Yin Chofeng's opponent. But even with the inheritance of Dao Wuya, Ye Bufan did not dare to say that he could kill Yin Chofeng with one palm, and that was simply impossible even if they were at the same level. But what about Lingu Shui? She actually said that she could kill Yin Chofeng with one palm. If this isn't bragging, what is? After all, if Lingu Shui was really that strong and abnormal, why was Yin Chofeng jumping around before? Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat and choose to retire? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at Lingu Shui, smiled slightly and said, "Your Highness, since you are so powerful, then how about we make a bet?" "Bet?" Lingu Shui frowned. "That's right." Ye Bufan responded, then smiled and said, "Let's compete. If you win, I will agree to one of your requests. If I win, you will agree to one of my requests. How about that?" "Not interested." Lingu Shui refused directly. "Are you afraid?" Ye Bufan was stunned at first, then he smiled with a playful look on his face. Obviously, this is a provocation. It's a pity that this method of provoking Lingu Shui doesn't seem to have any effect at all. Just think of me as being scared. Looking at Ye Bufan, Lingu Shui spoke directly, with a completely indifferent look. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he looked embarrassed. At this time, Lingu Shui spoke again. If you really want to compete with me, you can, but that is after you reach the peak of the demigod realm. As for before that, I will never attack you no matter what, because you are not worthy of me. In other words, you are just like that useless Yan Chofeng, who can't even take a blow from me. Damn it, will you die if you don't brag? Seeing Lingu Shui's look that said, you are not worthy of my attack, Ye Bufan was instantly confused and even mad. In Ye Bufan's opinion, he was already crazy enough, but he didn't expect that the Saint Maiden of the temple was even crazier than him. Can't I block her palm? Joke. In Tianyi, although Ye Bufan was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible, he possessed a supreme divine body at the semi-god level. He thought that in Tianyi, no matter whether it was human or demon, who would he not dare to take a blow from? Who would he not be able to take a blow from? Even Yang Xian, a powerful servant of the gods, might not be able to kill him with one palm. Is Lingu Shui stronger than Yang Xian? Don't be funny. If Lingu Shui was stronger than Yang Xian, would she still be just the saint of the temple? She might have already replaced Yang Xian and become the new lord of the temple. This woman is just bragging and showing off. But if you think about it carefully, Lingu Shui doesn't look like he's joking. Is what she said true? Is she really that strong? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Lingu Shui spoke again. Okay, the things have been delivered. Whether you use them or not is your business, not mine. In addition, I need to remind you that as the son of the temple, your strength is indeed sufficient, but if you want to become the master of the temple, your strength is far from enough. I still say that, you are too weak, hurry up and improve your cultivation and strength. I finally found a competitor that I'm somewhat interested in. I don't want to defeat you in the future when we're not equal. That would be too unfair. Goodbye. Chapter 1269 Targeting the Demigods of the Temple. Goodbye. After leaving two words, Lingu Shui left. Ye Bufan didn't care at all and didn't try to stop her. However, looking at Lingu Shui's receding back, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frowning, with a thoughtful look on his face. There is no smoke without fire. As the holy maiden of the temple and the rival of the holy son of the temple, Lingu Shui suddenly came to him and presented him with 12 divine blood pills. Was it really just as she said, that she wanted to help him improve his cultivation because he was too weak and unworthy to compete with her? Ye Bufan was a little skeptical about this. There are many reasons why I don't believe it. First, Lingu Shui acted a little too confident in front of him. Can't I even take a blow from her? Ridiculous. Although Ye Bufan did not think that he was invincible in the demigod realm, if others wanted to defeat him with a palm strike using their demigod cultivation, it would be absolutely impossible. After all, the supreme divine body was far from being so vulnerable. What's more, he didn't use his full strength in the previous battle with Yan Chofeng. Ye Bufan himself knew this, and the people present at the time, at least those demigods must have seen it. Since they knew this fact, it seemed that Lingu Shui also knew that he didn't use his full strength in the battle with Yan Chofeng. Since he hadn't used his full strength, it meant that no one knew his true strength yet. Since no one knows her true strength, how can Lingu Shui be sure that she can't take her palm? Is she really powerful enough to kill demigod warriors at will? This is impossible. She is too confident and too arbitrary. Her confidence made Ye Bufan suspicious, and her arbitrariness made him think she was bluffing. Second, aloof and arrogant. This was the first impression Lingu Shui left on Ye Bufan after they met today. Just like she had directly rejected Ye Bufan's challenge, in her heart, she was the king who was high above, overlooking everything and dominating everything. Just ask, how could such an arrogant person make a personal trip just for 12 divine blood pills? This is totally unreasonable. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. In short, when they met today, Lingu Shui gave Ye Bufan a very strange feeling. As for what was strange about it, Ye Bufan couldn't figure it out for a while. But there was one thing Ye Bufan could be sure of, that is, Lingu Shui suddenly came to him today and gave him 12 divine blood pills. It was definitely not as she said, that she was helping him because she disliked his weak cultivation. If it's not because of this, then what else could it be? Ye Bufan felt confused. It was fine that the previous hall master Yang Xian allowed him to enter and leave the temple freely, but now, his competitor Lingu Shui actually sent him 12 divine blood pills. Are all the people in the temple really so selfless? Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's mind was shaken, as if he had thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Inner part of the temple. 12 divine blood pills. Cultivation resources. Whether it's Yang Xian or Lingu Shui, they both seem to want me to improve my cultivation as quickly as possible. Ye Bufan touched his chin, but why? Is it really because my cultivation is too weak and it would bring shame to the temple, so they want me to improve my cultivation as quickly as possible? Don't be ridiculous. Even if I believe this reason, Lingu Shui and Yang Xian themselves won't believe it. But why are they doing this? Ye Bufan was puzzled. Never mind. After a moment, he shook his head and said, no matter what they want to do, I will fight them with my own strength. If it doesn't work, I will just run back to the cemetery of gods and demons. No matter what conspiracy you have, it's all empty talk. As for now. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at the jade bottle in his hand that contained 12 divine blood pills, and smiled evilly, saying, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Now that I've taken the position of the holy son of the temple, if I don't use my power for personal gain, wouldn't that be too unfair to myself and the temple? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. A mere inner palace is not enough. But besides the inner palace, what else is more valuable in the temple? Bang! Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, that's right, talent. Ha ha ha, how could I have forgotten this? The temple is known as the leader of the human race. It is filled with powerful people, including hundreds of demigods. If I can abduct all these demigods, invite them. If I can invite all these demigods to the cemetery of gods and demons, then once Uncle Feng makes a move, won't they all become my thugs? Yes, let's do it. What temple master, what saint lady, no matter what you want to do, I will cut off your support, subdue all the demigods, and take over your temple. It would be best to trick Yang Xian into the cemetery of gods and demons as well. This guy the first always feel that he is very dangerous. As long as we can get him into the cemetery of gods and demons, then what a bullshit servant of the gods. When the time comes, Uncle Feng will teach you a lesson in a minute. But it's not an easy task to trick him into the cemetery of gods and demons. After all, if you want to bring someone into the cemetery of gods and demons, you must rely on the burial heaven palace. But, will Yang Xian easily enter the burial heaven palace? Even if he can, I dare not let him into the Zhangtian palace easily. After all, this guy is at least a powerful servant of the god. Zhangtian has not experienced the weapon tribulation yet. At most, he is just a pseudo-divine weapon spirit. If Yang Xian finds out something unusual, Zhangtian will not be able to stop him or trap him. Forget it. It's too risky to attack Yang Xian now. Let's put him aside for now and start with the other demigods in the temple. Defeat them one by one and subdue them one by one. By then the entire temple will be in my hands. Are you still worried that I won't be able to trick Yang Xian into the cemetery of gods and demons? As long as Yang Xian enters the cemetery of gods and demons, he will be unable to escape. Ha ha ha, it's such a happy decision. Yang Xian, Yang Xian, although I don't know why you want to promote me to the position of the holy son of the temple, I know that you must have other intentions. And I dare to guarantee that bringing me into the temple is definitely the most unfortunate decision in your life. In the temple of the Son of God, Ye Bufan prepared to work hard, and take the opportunity to annex the entire temple. Outside the Holy Sun Temple. Call. Lingu Shui couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief as she looked at the Holy Sun Temple in front of her. At the same time, she gently patted her chest a few times and said to herself, I was so scared. I thought he was going to attack me just now. Fortunately, he didn't do it in the end, otherwise I would have been exposed. After calming down, Lingu Shui looked at the Holy Sun Hall and spoke again. He shouldn't have noticed anything wrong, right? Probably not. Call. Ye Bufan, you have to improve your cultivation quickly. With your talent, as long as you reach the peak of demigod, I will definitely have nothing to worry about. Then I will be free. Temple. I, Lingu Shui, don't want to stay in this place for even a day. How can this be a holy place for the human race? This is clearly a wolf's den, a demon's lair. As he spoke, Lingu Shui instinctively glanced at Yang Xian's location in the distance. At this moment, her body could not help but tremble. Although she was a saint of the temple, her eyes were filled with panic and fear. Chapter 1270. Honesty is the basis, never force buying or selling. The fourth heaven, Obsidian City, Linglong Pavilion. Just like the Linglong Pavilion in the first heaven, or in other words, all the Linglong Pavilion in the entire Tianhui heaven are the same, all of them are located next to the teleportation array in the center of each city. It has been almost 2 hours since the opening of Linglong Pavilion, and there is less than an hour left before the auction of Holy Sun's invitation. In the past 2 hours, the news of the Holy Sun invitation auction at Linglong Pavilion had already spread throughout the entire Obsidian City under the instigation and wanton dissemination of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, everyone in Obsidian City has become aware of what the Holy Sun invitation, being auctioned at Linglong Pavilion, is, to the point that now every Linglong Pavilion is crowded with people. As one of the many Linglong Pavilions, the Linglong Pavilion in Obsidian City is naturally no exception. At this moment, at the entrance of Linglong Pavilion in Obsidian City, a burly bearded man stared at the Linglong Pavilion servant guarding the entrance, with a look of shock and disbelief. "Boy, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? I came to participate in the auction, and you asked me to pay the entrance fee, but you actually charged 1 million yuanshi per person for the entrance fee. Are you robbing us, or do you think we are all idiots?" After the big man finished speaking, the others around him also expressed their agreement. The admission fee is 1 million per person. Although 1 million yuanshi is not a lot, it is definitely not a small amount. Moreover, from ancient times to the present, they have never heard of charging 1 million yuanshi just for the entrance fee. This is even worse than a robber and even worse than a bandit. Unfortunately, facing the big man's question and the strange looks from the people around him, the servant of Linglong Pavilion didn't care at all. He said calmly, "Big brother, you heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong. Anyone who wants to participate in the next auction must pay 1 million yuanshi, not a single less. Not even one less. Are you guys at Linglong Pavilion crazy about money? You're charging 1 million yuanshi entrance fee for an auction. Why don't you just go and grab some?" As soon as the servant finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately spoke angrily. "Rob." Hearing this, the servant looked at the person who spoke, then shook his head and said, "My friend, you must have made a mistake. Our Linglong Chamber of Commerce has always been honest and trustworthy when it comes to doing business. We will never force anyone to buy or sell anything. So the kind of robbery you mentioned will never happen in our Linglong Chamber of Commerce. After all, we are legitimate businessmen. Besides, how much money can you make from robbery? It's exhausting and not worth it." Puff. Hearing this, many people present almost couldn't hold back and spit out blood. How much money can you make from robbery? Damn, you are so cruel. But it is true that compared with your Linglong Pavilion, this robbery is really nothing. But aren't you going a bit too far? People need face and trees need bark. Although 1 million yuanshi is not a lot, or even very little, we are at least well-known figures in Obsidian City. If we are cheated out of 1 million by you today, how can we survive in Obsidian City in the future? Money is a small matter, face is a big matter. As soon as they thought of this, someone in the crowd immediately looked at the servant of Linglong Pavilion in front of them and said, "Brother, Linglong Pavilion charges such a high entrance fee. Are you trying to exclude us all? If so, who will come to your auction? So, I advise you not to lose the big picture for the small one." After this person finished speaking, everyone around him nodded in agreement. The servant didn't care. He just looked at the person who was speaking and said, "As a matter of course, keeping you out. No, the door is open. You can come in after paying the entrance fee." Nima, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Don't we know that we can enter your Linglong Pavilion by paying the entrance fee? However, you, Linglong Pavilion, are clearly taking advantage of the situation, so we don't want to compromise and don't want to pay the entrance fee. Can't you see? Everyone was in a mess and speechless. The servant glanced at everyone and asked again, "Is there anyone who wants to come in to participate in the auction? If so, please pay quickly. If not, I will close the door. Pay money. Fuck your sister." As for closing the door, no one present believed that Linglong Pavilion would do this. After all, no one had entered Linglong Pavilion yet. If Linglong Pavilion closed at this time, how would the auction proceed? Therefore, Linglong Pavilion will never ignore them, and cannot ignore them. Unfortunately, the representatives from Obsidian City present underestimated the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. They knew nothing about Qian Duoduo, the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. That's why. Bang! Seeing that no one paid attention to him and no one answered him, the servant did not hesitate at all. He turned around and walked into the Linglong Pavilion, and then closed the door of the Linglong Pavilion heavily. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, the representatives of all the major families present were stunned. Did he really close the shop? How could he close the door? How could he close the door? Everyone was confused. Hee. After a while, someone in the crowd chuckled and said, "Everyone, in my opinion, Linglong Pavilion is just bluffing. They are doing this to retreat in order to advance, and they want to force us to submit. So, we must not be fooled by them. They are just an external force. Without the Holy Sun invitation, they are nothing. Why should we compromise? Just wait and see. They will definitely open the door in 10 minutes at most." Hearing this, most of the people present nodded instinctively. Businessmen pursue profit. Since Linglong Pavilion has opened its doors for business, there is no reason not to make money. If they really turn people like us away, what will happen to the next auction? Should we cancel it directly? If that were the case, the ones who would suffer the loss would be not Linglong Pavilion, but them. So they believed that as long as Linglong Pavilion was not stupid, they would never make such a stupid decision. In the end, they could only compromise with their side. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the tightly closed door of Linglong Pavilion was opened again, and the previous servant also walked out of Linglong Pavilion and appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone present smiled indifferently. It was obvious that, as they had expected before, Linglong Chamber of Commerce was clearly retreating to advance and wanted to force them to submit. Unfortunately, they guessed the beginning correctly but not the ending. The servant of Linglong Pavilion did come out, but he did not come to compromise, nor did he come to invite everyone into Linglong Pavilion. The president has ordered that from now on, the admission fee will be increased from 1 million yuanshi per person to 5 million yuanshi per person. Looking at the people in front of him, the servant spoke directly. Holy crap! After hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes and looked at the servant in disbelief. The admission fee increased from 1 million to 5 million. Are you kidding me? Didn't they say that in 10 minutes, Linglong Pavilion would compromise with them and invite them to participate in the auction? How come Linglong Pavilion not only didn't do that, but also increased the admission fee to 5 times the previous amount, reaching 5 million? What is going on? Is there anyone who wants to attend the auction? Without waiting for the representatives of the major families present to think more, the servant glanced at them again and asked. Is there anyone who wants to attend? Join your sister. We didn't agree to the 1 million yuan stone offer before, and now you've raised it to 5 million. Will we still agree? Do you think we're stupid, or do you think we like to be cheap? Everyone was speechless. The servant ignored him. No one, right. Looking at everyone, he said something, and then added, "Since no one is here now, I will come back to ask in 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the servant did not stop, and walked directly into the Linglong Pavilion. Seeing this scene, everyone's face turned pale. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. You are too arrogant. Does this Linglong Pavilion really not care about us? Aren't they afraid that the auction won't be able to go on? Etc. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. How? The servant stopped, turned around and looked at the man and asked. Is it really okay for you to do this at Linglong Pavilion? The man asked through gritted teeth. Any questions? The servant said with a confused and curious look on his face. You. The man was furious, then he took a deep breath and glared at the servant. Aren't you afraid that we will just leave and then your auction won't be able to go on? Oh. The servant responded weakly. Oh. The person who was speaking was stunned. Aren't you afraid that the auction won't be held? Why should I be afraid? The servant shrugged, spread his hands, and said with a smile, nowadays, the only place in TianYTN that sells the Holy Sun invitation is our Linglong Pavilion. Other than that, other places you can't buy it even if you have a lot of money, let alone buy it. So, if you want the Holy Sun invitation, you can only come to our Linglong Pavilion. Besides, there aren't many Holy Sun invitations to begin with. Our president wanted to take care of everyone in TianYTN. Or, the president is kind and wants to give everyone a chance, so he decided to sell 10 Holy Sun invitations in each city. But there is no doubt that 10 copies per city are far from enough. But there is nothing we can do about it. The number of Holy Sun invitations is limited. You don't want it. No one from Obsidian City is participating in the auction. That's fine. As long as we take these 10 Holy Sun invitations to other cities, I believe they will be snapped up in a matter of minutes. In that case, what does my Linglong Pavilion have to be afraid of? Besides, I've already said it before, when Linglong Pavilion opens its doors to do business, we always base our business on honesty and integrity, and we will never force anyone to buy or sell anything. If you don't buy it, what can I do? Are you forced to buy it? That won't do. After all, we are businessmen, not robbers. We will never do such forced buying or selling. After a pause, the servant changed the subject and said, okay, it's almost time. The entrance fee is now 10 million yuan stones. While speaking, the servant looked at everyone and asked, is anyone coming? Hearing this, all the major families present couldn't help but twitch their lips. They looked at the servant in front of them, and the millions of rages in their hearts instantly converged into 3 words, FKU. Chapter 1271 Everyone, the time for you to rise has come. Linglong Pavilion, auction, admission fee. It's just an admission fee. At the beginning, it was only 1 million per person, then 5 million, and now it has directly increased to 10 million. What the hell, it increases every 10 minutes, which is faster than them drinking water. But what can they do? This Linglong Pavilion belongs to someone else, so naturally they have the final say on the price. Not to mention raising the price every 10 minutes, they raise the price every minute, which means raising the price 100 times each time. As customers, or outsiders, they have no right to interfere. Besides, the people at Linglong Pavilion have made it very clear that Linglong Pavilion will never force anyone to buy or sell anything. Just like the entrance fee now, it is entirely voluntary to pay or not. If you think it is too expensive, you can leave. But the invitation to the Holy Sun has not been received yet. As representatives of the various families in Obsidian City, can they leave? If they leave, what will happen to the invitation to the Holy Sun? Originally, the representatives of the major families present were dissatisfied with the high admission fee charged by Linglong Pavilion, so they joined hands and wanted to force Linglong Pavilion to cancel the admission fee on the grounds of not participating in the auction. Unexpectedly, Linglong Pavilion did not play by the rules at all. Not only did they not compromise and cancel the entrance fee, they also tricked the major families. No entrance fee. Not attending the auction. Can. Linglong Pavilion never forces sales, and there is no worry that the Holy Sun's invitation will not be sold. In an instant, the representatives of all the major families seemed to be awakened from a dream. The attitude and response of Linglong Pavilion made them all panic. Just as the people from Linglong Pavilion said, if no one in Obsidian City bought their Holy Sun invitation, they could just take it to other places to sell. The invitation to the Holy Sun is hard to come by. Nowadays, given the rarity of the Holy Sun's invitation, there is really no need to worry about no one buying it. Therefore, Linglong Pavilion is not afraid that they will not participate in the auction. But they even tried to threaten Linglong Pavilion by threatening not to participate in the auction. This is simply a case of water in the brain. Thinking about it now, the representatives of all the major families present couldn't help but want to slap themselves hard in the face. But fortunately, there is still a chance to save it. Immediately, someone looked at the boy in front of him and said with a smile, "Hey, little brother, we are just joking with you, don't take it seriously. The entrance fee is 10 million yuanshi, right? I'll pay it right away." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else came back to their senses. Yes, little brother, we are just joking with you. Here, this is my 10 million. It's normal to pay for meals, to pay for entrance, and to pay for admission to auctions. 10 million, little brother will give it to you. The voices came one after another. Although the representatives of the major families present were extremely angry, they all endured it and had smiles on their faces. Isn't it just 10 million yuan stones? Isn't it just that someone cheated you? As long as I can get the invitation from the Son of God, what does all this matter? The representatives of the major families present were eager to pay the entrance fee, but unexpectedly, the servant at the door suddenly coughed lightly, looked at the people in front of him and said, "Excuse me, everyone, 10 million was the price just now, and now it is 20 million. Why the hell don't you just go and rob it?" As soon as the servant finished speaking, everyone present instinctively roared in anger in their hearts. The money increased by 10 million in just one sentence. This is clearly raising the price. In this case, how could the representatives of the major families present not be angry and hateful? But what can they do after being angry? Just turn around and leave. Give up the auction. Give up the invitation to the Holy Son. That's impossible. For the representatives of the major families, they are determined to obtain the Holy Son's invitation, and they will never give up easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Since I can't leave and can't give up the invitation from the Holy Son, what else can I do? Kill the servant, massacre Linglong Pavilion, and directly snatch the Holy Son's invitation. I have to say, there are people who have thought about this, but they quickly gave up. After all, since they can come to participate in the auction as representatives of various companies, even if these people are not smart, they are definitely not stupid. Since they are not stupid, they naturally think that since Linglong Pavilion can take out the invitation from the Son of God, it must be inextricably linked with the new Son of God of the temple, or even that Linglong Pavilion is his property. The most important thing is that nowadays, everyone in Tianyi knows that the new Holy Son of the temple, Ye Bufan, is a madman who kills people without mercy. The one who killed him. Steal his things. This is simply seeking death. Since we can't leave and can't rob, what else can we do? 20 million, I'll give it to you. In desperation, someone in the crowd immediately spoke in a deep voice, gritting his teeth. Every little bit of experience makes you wiser. If you don't give it now, you may have to give 30 million, 40 million, 50 million, or even more later. Rather than getting cheated again, it would be better to just give him 20 million as soon as possible and be done with it. Others no longer hesitated. After all, everyone had the same idea at the moment. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Since Linglong Pavilion holds all the Holy Son's invitations, we can only let them control us. Seeing the reactions of the representatives of the major families, the servant at the door smiled slightly. Aren't you tough? Aren't you all united in the common hatred of the enemy? What is happening now? He doesn't want 1 million, he doesn't want 5 million, he can't give 10 million, he insists on giving 20 million. Tell me, are you guys being cheap? Thinking in his heart, the servant stopped talking nonsense and turned directly to the crowd, stretched out his hand and said, "The admission fee is 20 million per person. Hurry up and pay the money and enter." Damn it, I really want to kill him. Seeing the servant asking for a beating, the representatives of the major families present gritted their teeth, as if they wanted to eat the servant alive. However, they finally paid the entrance fee of 20 million yuanshi per person. This is the case in Obsidian City, and other places are no exception. Seize Linglong Pavilion by trickery and force. He made a lot of money by cheating and defrauding others. It can be said that Qian Duoduo directly offended 99% of the families in Tianwei with just the entrance fee. But will Qian Duoduo care? Obviously not. When he was in Shenwu continent, which faction, which family had not been cheated by Qian Duoduo? But what was the result? Qian Duoduo still thrived. Of course, this is all later. 1 hour later, that is, Linglong Pavilion had been open for 3 hours. Obsidian City, Linglong Pavilion. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor of Linglong Pavilion, more than 30 men and women gathered together. There was no doubt that they were the representatives of the major families in Obsidian City. The reason why there were only so few people was that only one person from each major family entered Linglong Pavilion to participate in the auction. After all, although 20 million is not a lot, no one wants to be taken advantage of. Most importantly, they don't want to let the unscrupulous businessmen of Linglong Pavilion get anything for free. However, the moment they entered Linglong Pavilion and looked at its interior, the more than 30 family representatives present were dumbfounded and stunned. What did they see? They saw a restaurant, or rather they saw that what was before them was exactly the same as before. Yes, it is exactly the same as before. As people who were born and raised in Obsidian City, the 30+ people present naturally knew that this was a restaurant before. In their opinion, the owner of Linglong Pavilion bought this place and converted it into Linglong Pavilion. But why is everything here still the same as before? I won't talk about other places, let's just talk about the hall in front of us. Nowadays, there are still 18 tables neatly arranged in this hall. Why are these tables and chairs still here? What are these tables and chairs used for? Is this Linglong Pavilion? Could it be that Linglong Pavilion is also a restaurant? More than 30 representatives from various companies looked at everything in front of them, their hearts were confused and at a loss. Bang bang. At this time, the waiter closed the door and walked over. Looking at the expressions of the more than 30 people in front of him, he didn't care at all. He just coughed twice, then looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Take a seat. Enter your sister." Looking at the 18 pairs of tables and chairs neatly arranged in the hall, the corners of the mouths of more than 30 people could not help but twitch. "By the way, there is something I need to remind you of." At this time, the servant spoke again. "This place is temporarily rented by our president, so please be careful and do not damage the items here during the auction, otherwise you will be required to pay compensation according to the price." I rented. Looking at the servant, the 30 or so people present, without exception, all opened their eyes wide, with expressions of shock, disbelief, and most of them looked confused. No wonder everything here looks like a restaurant. No wonder everything here is still the same as before. It turns out this place was rented by that crappy Linglong Pavilion. Damn, you charge 20 million per person for admission fee, is it necessary to be so stingy? Ahem. Before anyone could think about it, a few light coughs suddenly and inexplicably sounded on the second floor of the restaurant. Who? More than 30 people present immediately looked in the direction of the voice. On the second floor of Linglong Pavilion, Qian Duoduo was wearing a green robe. When he saw more than 30 people below looking at him, he clasped his fists and said with a smile, "I am Qian Duoduo, the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Today, I welcome you all to participate in the auction held by Linglong Chamber of Commerce, which is Linglong Pavilion." Qian is very grateful. President of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, how much money does he have? Looking at Qian Duoduo, the more than 30 people present were stunned. Qian Duoduo ignored him and continued with a smile, "Of course, I believe that you must be very confused and curious now. For example, you are curious about why my Linglong Chamber of Commerce has the invitation from the Holy Sun. For example, you are all curious about why the new Holy Sun of the temple held a banquet and invited various forces this time." When Qian Duoduo said this, everyone frowned. It has to be said that what Qian Duoduo said is exactly what they thought in their hearts. Unfortunately, Qian Duoduo would not answer their questions directly. He just shouted, "Everyone, these are actually not important. The important thing is that you only need to know one thing." "Which one?" As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, someone immediately asked. "That's the point." Qian Duoduo deliberately prolonged his voice, his smiling eyes swept over the 30-odd people below one by one, and then he shouted loudly, "A new pattern is about to take shape. Everyone, the time for you to rise has come." Chapter 1272, Bluff. A new pattern is about to emerge. Everyone, it's time for you to rise up. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. They looked at each other, and then looked at Qian Duoduo with a look of surprise and confusion. A new pattern is about to emerge. Is it time for us to rise? What's the meaning? Also, what does all this have to do with your Linglong Pavilion auction? Seeing the bewildered and stunned faces of the more than 30 representatives present, Qian Duoduo did not give them a chance to think and spoke directly, "Everyone, are you confused? Are you confused about what Qian meant? It doesn't matter. Please listen to Qian's explanation slowly." After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers, and the old are replaced by new ones. Now, the new saint of the temple has taken office, which means a new situation is about to take shape. I believe everyone present is well aware of this, but do you know what the new saint will do next? You certainly don't know. But it doesn't matter. You don't know, but I, Qian, know a thing or two. Since you all came to support Linglong Pavilion today, I will reveal a little to you all." Brush. When Qian Duoduo said this, the eyes of more than 30 people present lit up. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. The more than 30 representatives present were naturally clear about this. Not only them, but everyone else in TianYTN was also aware that with the new Holy Sun taking office, the situation in TianYTN would inevitably change. However, no one knew what kind of changes would occur. The unknown is always the scariest thing. If the new Holy Sun was replaced by someone else, the various forces outside the heaven might not care at all. No matter what arrangements the new Holy Sun made, they only needed to pretend to obey and secretly disobey. Just like when Yin Chofeng was the Holy Sun of the temple, he was called the Holy Sun, but he could not command the entire human race at all. But now that the Holy Sun of the temple has been replaced by Ye Bufan, things are different. Killing people and massacring the city. Confiscating property and exterminating the entire clan. In the eyes of everyone in Tianyi, Ye Bufan is a devil who kills people without blinking an eye. He is also a fierce and madman who dares to challenge even the temple master Yang Xian. Let me ask, in the face of such a holy sun, who would dare to pretend to obey him but actually disobey him? I dare not at all. After all, if they dare to disobey his orders, Ye Bufan will most likely wipe out their entire family. Therefore, since Ye Bufan became the holy sun of the temple, all major forces in Tianyi have been worried. They all want to know what Ye Bufan will do next. After all, this concerns their family interests and their lives. It's a pity that during this period of time, the various forces in Tianyi knew nothing except that Ye Bufan was about to hold a banquet in the temple. In this case, how can they not be anxious? In this case, how could they not be afraid? Now that Qian Duoduo said that he knew what Ye Bufan, the new holy sun of the temple, would do next, that naturally attracted the attention of the more than 30 people present, and even touched their most sensitive nerves. What would Ye Bufan do? More than 30 pairs of eyes in the audience were looking at Qian Duoduo, eagerly and expectantly. Seeing this scene, Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. It was clear that he had everything under control. The next second, he smiled faintly and said slowly, "In fact, you don't need to be nervous, and there is no need to be frightened, because His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has never thought of making things difficult for you. Everything about the human race remains unchanged. Real." As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, someone present immediately started asking. Qian Duoduo, of course it's true. The person asking the question, but how do you know? Or, how can you be sure that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun will not embarrass us? Of course Qian knows. Qian Duoduo responded, then looked at the person who was speaking, changed the subject, and asked with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" "You." The man was stunned and asked in confusion, "Aren't you the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Qian Duoduo?" Yes, it is true that Qian is the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, but besides that, Qian has another identity. Qian Duoduo said with a smile. There are other identities. What identities? Father-in-law of the Holy Sun. The 4 words, Qian Duoduo, came out of his mouth. Father-in-law of the Holy Sun. The person who spoke was stunned, and so were the others. What do you mean? You don't understand this. Qian Duoduo was speechless. Qian's daughter is the wife of the current Saint Sun Ye Bufan. In this case, doesn't Qian mean he is the father-in-law of the current Saint Sun? In this way, you should understand, right? Holy crap. Hearing this, the 30-odd people present were all shocked. Is this fat man Ye Bufan's father-in-law? This Nima. No wonder he had the Holy Sun invitation. No wonder he dares to cheat people so unscrupulously. Holy Sun and father-in-law. With just these 4 words, this fat man can run rampant in Tianyi. After all, for now, no one in Tianyi dares to risk the world's condemnation and provoke Ye Bufan. If you don't dare to provoke Ye Bufan, then naturally you won't dare to provoke the people around Ye Bufan. What's more, the fat man in front of you is not just someone around Ye Bufan, he is Ye Bufan's father-in-law. There is no doubt that this fat guy is not easy to mess with and should not be messed with. The next second, someone immediately clasped his fists towards Qian Duoduo and said with a smile, "Haha, it turns out that you are the father-in-law of His Royal Highness the Saint Sun. I am so sorry for your disrespect." In an instant, others also responded. "You are welcome." Qian Duoduo clasped his fists and said with a smile to the 30 or so people present. So, what the former president just said is true. Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked. Everyone tensed up. Of course. Qian Duoduo said with certainty, he told me this himself, how could it be false? Call. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Qian Duoduo spoke again. But everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. After all, if it didn't happen, it would definitely not be a good thing. Qian Duoduo ignored the thoughts of the more than 30 people present and said directly, However, although Qian's son-in-law will not change the existing situation, from what he said, he seems to want to use the resources of the temple to build 10 proxy families. Agent family. The more than 30 representatives were puzzled. President Qian, what is a proxy family? This actually, I'm not very clear about it. You don't know either. Yes, Qian is not sure what this proxy family does, but according to my son-in-law, these 10 proxy families will receive full support and training from the temple. In the future, they will definitely surpass and rise above the existing 108 ancient city families and become the true overlords of the human race. This. In an instant, more than 30 representatives were dumbfounded. After a moment, more than 30 representatives were all dumbfounded. Top 10 agents. The temple fully supports and trains you. In the future, he will surely surpass all the 108 ancient city families and become the true overlord of the human race in TianYTN. Nima. Does this mean it won't change the existing situation? This is simply a revolutionary change. Top 10 agents. There is no doubt that once you become one of these 10 agents, then no matter who you are, you will definitely soar to the sky and become successful in the future. Just as Qian Duoduo said before, their chance has come. President Qian, I wonder how I can become one of the top 10 agents. Or in other words, what are the conditions to become one of the top 10 agents? Immediately, someone looked at Qian Duoduo and asked. This. Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment, and then said, I am not very clear about the specific situation. After all, my son-in-law did not tell me in detail. However, everyone should have a chance to be selected for the top 10 agents, and it will definitely not be a competition by force. As for the specific situation, it will only be revealed when the feast begins the day after tomorrow. Reveal it when the feast begins. Yes, that kid said that the reason for holding this banquet is to select the top 10 agents from all the forces in the outer world. That's why I just said that it's time for you to rise. After all, as long as you can participate in this banquet, you will most likely be selected. Once selected, tisk tisk, you will really be very successful. The reward of divine crystals alone is enough to make anyone envious and jealous. Fuck, there's also a divine crystal as a reward. Of course. How much? How much? You guys underestimate that kid's courage. As long as he becomes one of the top 10 agents, from now on, the clan's children can have as many divine crystals as they want for their cultivation. I want divine crystals. How many do you want? The representatives from more than 30 organizations present were stunned for a moment. What do you think? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes, then shook his hands and said, forget it, let's not talk about this, let's just start today's auction. Chapter 1273. I really want to kill him. Let's start today's auction. When Qian Duoduo said this, everyone present who were originally very emotional were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, becoming messy and even mad. Feast of the Son of God, top 10 agents. Obviously, Qian Duoduo said so much and did so much, undoubtedly in preparation for the next auction. Now that the top 10 agents have been exposed, who would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Absolutely not. As long as they have the ability and as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will definitely fight to the end. As a result, today's auction is bound to turn into a fierce battle. In this case, the final transaction price of the Son of God's invitation is bound to reach an astonishing, even unimaginable price. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This is Qian Duoduo's purpose, and this is his real intention in revealing the top 10 agents. Thinking in their hearts, the more than 30 people present looked at Qian Duoduo and couldn't help gritting their teeth. This damn fat guy. This cunning fat man. This despicable, shameless fat man. If they had known this would happen, they would never have listened to Qian Duoduo's nonsense. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. Qian Duoduo clearly dug a pit, and then pushed all of them into the pit without their knowledge. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Once you are in the situation, you have no choice. This is an open conspiracy. Even though they knew Qian Duoduo was trying to rip them off, for the sake of becoming one of the top 10 agents and for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they had no choice but to be ripped off, and they would rather be ripped off. The next second, under the infinitely hateful looks of more than 30 representatives, Qian Duoduo raised his right hand, and a golden invitation immediately appeared in his hand. Is this an invitation from the Holy Sun? Seeing the golden invitation in Qian Duoduo's hand, everyone present was dazzled. Qian Duoduo did not explain, but directly said, the first invitation to the Holy Sun is auctioned without a reserve price. Each bid must not be less than 1 million yuanxi. Now. 500 million. Before Qian Duoduo finished speaking, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically, even Qian Duoduo was slightly stunned. Then, everyone looked at the person who was shouting out the bid. I saw a burly man looking up at Qian Duoduo on the second floor. He said with a firm look, my Nane family will pay 500 million. Nima. Hearing this and seeing this scene, the other representatives couldn't help but twitch their lips. You directly offer 500 million, what should we do next? Although this is an auction and the highest bidder wins, you don't have to be so impatient, right? Everyone was in a mess, but Qian Duoduo smiled and said, congratulations to this friend for bidding 500 million. Now, you have taken a big step towards becoming one of the top 10 agents. I hope you can keep up the good work and win the position of agent in one fell swoop. After saying this, Qian Duoduo looked around the room and said, everyone, do you have any intention to increase the price? If not, then this first invitation will belong to this friend. Are you willing to give it up? Are you willing? 501 million. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately raised the price by 1 million. However, this 1 million was like a fuse that instantly ignited the flames of war between the more than 30 families present, causing them to bid frantically. 500 and 200,000. 500 and 700,000. 530 million. 570 million. 600 million. 610 million. The price soared all the way, breaking through 600 million in a breath, and the speed of increase continued to increase. 640 million. 700 million. 711 million. 712 million. When the price exceeded 700 million and reached 710 million, the bidding and price increase rate immediately dropped. It was obvious that this price was approaching the psychological limit of the more than 30 families present. Unfortunately, this was not what Qian Duoduo wanted to see, or rather, the current price was far from satisfying Qian Duoduo, so he immediately shouted, everyone, what is money? Money is a bastard. You can earn it again after you spend it, but there is only one chance to become an agent. Are you willing to miss it? Opportunity is fleeting. Everyone, please don't ruin your infinite future for a few trivial things. Besides, once you become one of the top 10 agents, are you still worried that you won't make money? A few billion is just a drop in the bucket. So, we should take a long-term view and not be too concerned about the gains and losses in the short term. After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, all of the 30 or so people present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Some of them even had the urge to rush up to the second floor and beat Qian Duoduo up. Really, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Qian Duoduo is clearly trying to deceive them in various ways in order to raise the price. But what can they do? Shut him up, or get him out. Don't forget, this Holy Sun invitation belongs to him, and even this auction was organized by him, so how can we make him shut up? How can we make him leave? 800 million. But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. The person who raised the price by another 88 million, directly bringing the price to 800 million, was none other than Nane Wuyu, the head of the Nane family, who had directly offered 500 million at the beginning. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The next second, one of the people in the crowd glared at Nane Wuyu and shouted angrily, Nane Wuyu, are you sick? 700 million is almost everyone's psychological bottom line. Now Nane Wuyu has directly raised the price by 88 million. How can they accept this? Unfortunately, Nane Wuyu didn't care about it at all. He stared at the man who scolded him and said in a deep voice, Master Xiao, be careful with your words, otherwise, don't blame me, Nane Wuyu, for being rude to you. You. Master Xiao was furious. Nane Wuyu ignored him. He just glanced at the whole place and said, 800 million is the bottom line of my Nane family. If someone offers a higher price than me, I will give up directly. However, I will bid 800 million for each invitation from now on until the auction ends, or in other words until I bid for the next invitation. When Nane Wuwang said this, everyone present was shocked. According to Nane Wuyu, if he failed to bid for the Holy Sun's invitation, then the final transaction price of these 10 Holy Sun's invitation would be more than 800 million, which is obviously not what they want to see. But what else can we do? Should Nangong Wuyu take a photo of the invitation first, and then they will compete for the remaining 9? No, this is absolutely not possible. Not to mention that there are only 10 invitations in total. After one is auctioned, their chances of getting it will become smaller. Let's just talk about the price. After Nangong Wuyu withdraws, will there be no one else who will offer a price of more than 800 million? No one knows this and no one can guarantee it. If a second, Nangong Wuyu, appears and offers the same 800 million, what will the rest of them do? Should they give up? But what if a third, fourth, or fifth, Nane Wuyu, appears after they give up again? Should they just keep giving up until the auction is over? If this is true, then why should I come to the auction and why should I pay the 20 million entrance fee? In the final analysis, I am determined to get the invitation from the Son of God. In that case, why should we give in? Only 800 million. You can't return it even if you sell everything you have. As he was thinking about this, someone in the crowd immediately spoke up. Nane Wuyu, you want to bid for this invitation to the Holy Son for only 800 million. In my opinion, you are simply dreaming. Now, I, Xie Dao, will offer 810 million. Good. Qian Duoduo was overjoyed and blurted out, everyone, Boss Xie has already offered 810 million. Do you have any more bids to raise the price? Do you have any? 820 million. Okay, this friend has already bid up to 820 million. Qian is so excited that Qian has decided that no matter who wins the first invitation today, Qian will introduce him to my son-in-law, the current saint son Ye Bufan. Well, when Qian Duoduo said this, everyone present was stunned, but soon, they couldn't help but twitch their lips, and a hint of unkindness appeared in their eyes when they looked at Qian Duoduo. This fat guy, I really want to kill him. Chapter 1274, there is one more. Introduce the first person who took the invitation to the Holy Son of the Temple. The more than 30 family representatives present were not fools. They could naturally hear that Qian Duoduo was forcing them to continue raising the price. In an instant, the hearts of more than 30 representatives were in confusion. As representatives of the major families in Obsidian City, although they cannot be compared with the 108 ancient city families, they are definitely not ordinary people. The people they have come into contact with in their lives are also of all kinds. However, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shamelessness. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shamelessness. When a person is extremely lowly, he is invincible. Now, they finally have a full understanding and deep knowledge of this sentence, because this sentence is referring to the fat guy in front of them. Too shameless, too despicable, and too bullying. But what can they do? This is an open conspiracy. This is an unsolvable conspiracy. 850 million. The next second, someone in the crowd shouted through gritted teeth. Money is a bastard. You can't bring it with you when you were born and you can't take it with you when you die. Just earn it again after you spend it. Besides, just like what the fat guy said before, if you can become one of the top 10 agents, then you won't be afraid of not being able to earn just a few hundred million or billions. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. Without pain, there will be no reward. Let's do our best. Among the more than 30 representatives present, one thought so, 2, 3 everyone thought so, so much so that at this moment, they seemed to have lost their minds. 860 million, 880 million, 950 million, 1 billion. 1 billion and 10 million. In a breath, the price directly exceeded 1 billion, soaring from the previous 850 million to 1.01 billion. But even so, the bidding speed did not slow down at all. 1.5 billion. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. 1.5 billion. Everyone was stunned. Raising the price by 490 million all at once, is this guy crazy? The next second, everyone present looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw the man who shouted out the sky-high price of 1.5 billion, they were all stunned instinctively. It was not for any other reason, but because the person who bid the price was none other than Nane Wuyu, who had bid 500 million and 800 million twice before. It happened once, twice, and 3 times. What does Nane Wuyu want to do? Is he here to cause trouble sincerely? Etc. Could it be that this guy was bribed by that fat guy? Is he the fat guy's shill? Very likely. As they thought about it, the look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Nane Wuyu immediately changed drastically. It would be fine if Nane Wuyu was not Qian Duoduo's stooge, but what if he was? Continue to compete with him. That's stupid. What to do? Give up the first round and let Nane Wuyu take the first invitation, making him the first to be eliminated. In this way, although they lost the opportunity to be introduced to Ye Bufan by Qian Duoduo, at least they could save a lot of money. Otherwise, if they continued to compete with Nane Wuyu as they did now, God knows what kind of sky-high price this Holy Sun invitation would eventually be sold at. Besides, the price of the first invitation has already been raised to 1.5 billion. If Nane Wuyu is not allowed to take it, the next 9 invitations will definitely start at 1.5 billion. Starting with 1.5 billion. This is definitely not what the major families want to see. In this case, let Nane Wuyu be the first to be eliminated. Thinking in their minds, more than 30 representatives fell into endless silence. They all tacitly did not continue to bid. However, who is Qian Duoduo? He is the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and was once the #1 profiteer in the Shenwu continent. Reading people's expressions is just a common thing for him, and it is just his most basic ability. At this moment, seeing the reactions of more than 30 representatives and the way they looked at him and Nane Wuyu, Qian Duoduo knew what they were thinking. Was Nane Wuyu a stooge, hired by himself? Don't be funny. If he, who has a lot of money, really wants to hire someone to raise the auction price, would he hire a fool like Nane Wuyu? At the very least, no one except himself can tell that he hired a shill with a lot of money. Therefore, the more than 30 representatives present had misunderstood Nane Wuyu. Of course, Qian Duoduo would not make any explanation for him or herself, because in this situation, no matter how much she explained, it would be useless and would only make things worse. What's more, as the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and the auctioneer of this auction, Qian Duoduo already knew how many yuanxi the people present could take out to participate in the auction. 1.5 billion shi. Even if this is not all the Nane family has, it is already their last bottom line. Qian Duoduo believed that the reason why Nane Wuyu directly shouted out 1.5 billion was that he was risking everything and taking a gamble. Therefore, after 1.5 billion, regardless of success or failure, Nane Wuyu would not add another yuanxi. Nane Wuyu is like this, and so are the other families present. According to Qian Duoduo's analysis, the price that the people present can accept is between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. Even if there is a deviation in the end, the deviation will not be too large. Since Nane Wuyu's 1.5 billion is already the limit for their Nane family and the limit for most people present, Qian Duoduo naturally won't waste any more words. So, Qian Duoduo didn't even ask, and just looked at Nane Wuyu below and said, "Congratulations to this friend for buying the first invitation to the Holy Sun for 1.5 billion. Later, Qian will personally introduce you to my son-in-law, the Holy Sun." Well, when Qian Duoduo said this, everyone present was stunned. Even Nangong Wuyu is no exception. Just a direct deal. Don't you want to ask other people's opinions? What if someone else makes an offer? Aren't you being too casual? It's a pity that Qian Duoduo didn't care about these things at all. Random. So what? Qian Duoduo had rented the Linglong Pavilion with his own money. It was obvious that he had no intention of operating the Linglong Pavilion in TianYTN. This was simply a one-time deal. Since it was a one-time deal, why bother about it so much? Besides, if someone was really dissatisfied with this and wanted to raise the price to compete, it would be great for Qian Duoduo. Call. But at this moment, Nane Wuyu in the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he immediately called out a high price of 1.5 billion, he was actually in a state of tension and anxiety. He was afraid that others would continue to raise the price to compete with him. Fortunately, the first round of auctions had ended, and everything had been settled. The first, Son of God's invitation, also fell into his hands. However, while Nane Wuyu was like this, the reactions of the other people present were different. Especially when they saw Nane Wuyu heaved a sigh of relief and then looked relaxed and natural, they were suddenly a little confused. They couldn't help but look at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Could it be that Nane Wuyu is not a hired agent of Qian Duoduo? How is that possible? But if Nane Wuyu was a shill, hired by Qian Duoduo, how to explain this scene? If Nane Wuyu was a shill, after he shouted out 1.5 billion and no one raised the price, shouldn't Qian Duoduo continue to guide and confuse them to raise the price to compete? But why didn't he do so, but instead directly close the deal? This doesn't make sense. Everyone was confused, but Qian Duoduo spoke again. Okay, the first invitation to the Holy Sun has been sold, and the next one is the second one. Etc. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately spoke up to stop him. Qian Duoduo paused, then looked directly at the person who was speaking, frowned, and said, "What's the matter, friend?" The others also looked at the person who spoke with confusion. The man asked, "President Qian, is the auction for the first invitation to the Holy Sun over?" "Yeah, what's the problem? President Qian, you announced a deal without even asking us whether we want to raise the price. Isn't this a bit against the rules? So do you want to raise the price? Well, if you want to raise the price, Qian will give you a chance." This. After Qian Duoduo said 2 sentences in a row, the person who was speaking was speechless. He even looked weird, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. This person is like this, and so are others. Do you want to raise the price? If you want, Qian can give you another chance. The reason why this fat guy made the deal directly just now was not to give us a chance to continue to raise the price, or in other words he was simply trying to stimulate us to continue to raise the price, right? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Qian Duoduo ignored him and asked directly, "Do you want to increase the price? Or do you want to increase the price? If not, let's continue with the second round of auction. Let's start the second round." Everyone thought about it and then spoke directly. It is better to have less trouble than more. There are still 9 invitations anyway, so why bother focusing on the first one? Qian Duoduo did not hesitate. Then let's start the auction of the second invitation. It will be the same as the first one, with no reserve price. Each bid must not be less than 1 million yuanxi. The second invitation auction begins. However, without Nane Wuyu's troublemaking, will prices really be curbed? It's impossible. First, with the precedent of Nane Wuyu's bid of 1.5 billion, the people present will certainly be very receptive to bids below 1.5 billion in the next competition. Second, lots of money. As a profiteer, if the transaction price of the 9 copies of the Holy Sun invitation decreases instead of increases, how can he have the face to call himself a profiteer? Therefore, in the following auctions, the final transaction price of each invitation to the Son of God will increase instead of decrease compared to the first invitation to the Son of God. The second one, 1.531 billion. The third one, 1.538 billion. The eighth, 1.587 billion. The ninth, 1.596 billion. By the time the 10th, which was also the last Holy Sun invitation in Obsidian City came around, its transaction price had directly exceeded 1.7 billion, reaching 1.785 billion. There were 10 invitations, the cheapest one was 1.5 billion and the most expensive one was 1.785 billion. After the auction, the total transaction amount of the 10 invitations reached more than 15 billion, which is definitely a shocking number. Most importantly, this is just the income of Obsidian City. There are countless cities of the human race in TianYTN, and Linglong Pavilion in each city. Each pavilion has 10 invitations. If all the cities are added together, what will the price of the Holy Sun's invitation be? That would certainly be a staggering astronomical figure. But these are all later stories, and they have nothing to do with the representatives of various families in Obsidian City in front of them. At this moment, they are all lost, frustrated, and even regretful. If they had known it would be like this, they would have snatched it at all costs when the auction just started, or when the first invitation was issued. At least they would not be forced out at the last invitation auction because they could not come up with enough yuanxi like they are doing now. It's a pity that time cannot be reversed and what has happened will never happen again. Just when the family representatives who didn't take the photo of the Holy Sun's invitation were feeling extremely frustrated and regretful, Qian Duoduo on the second floor suddenly sighed and said, "Everyone, it's just an invitation, why are you so upset?" After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "Forget it. Seeing you like this, I can't bear it. How about this? I'll auction off my invitation as well. However, I only have one invitation. If this one is auctioned off, I won't be able to do anything. So this is your last chance, everyone, make the most of it." Chapter 1275 President, I will also sell the invitation. Forget it. Seeing you like this, I can't bear it. How about this? I'll auction off my invitation as well. However, I only have one invitation. If this one is auctioned off, I won't be able to do anything. So this is your last chance, everyone, make the most of it. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. In particular, Qian Duoduo's compassionate look made the more than 30 family representatives present stunned. They looked at Qian Duoduo with a look of astonishment in their eyes. Is this really the treacherous fat man? Is this really that shameless fat guy? When did he become so kind? This is totally against common sense. But, if he didn't have a change of heart, why did this fat man do this? Everyone was puzzled. Of course, since they couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it anymore. One more invitation would only benefit them, not harm them. So, they had to get this last invitation first. Everyone was thinking about this, but Qian Duoduo had already spoken again. Okay, the last invitation will still be auctioned without a reserve price, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. Now start the bidding. 1.632 billion. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Opportunity is fleeting. When the 10 copies of the Holy Sun invitation were auctioned just now, all those who did not win an Holy Sun invitation had personally experienced the feeling of regret but not being able to start over again. Now that another Holy Sun invitation has appeared, how could they let the tragedy happen to themselves again? So, although this is an auction, facing the last remaining Holy Sun invitation, those who have not yet bid for the Holy Sun invitation have no patience at all, so that they will give up everything they have once they bid. Go all in and give it your all. If they can take the picture, they will take it. If they can't, there is nothing they can do. If this is true for one person, it is true for everyone. 1.651 billion. 1.678 billion. 1.729 billion. Crazy bidding, crazy competition. Prices have skyrocketed. Although it is an auction, there is no skill or temptation involved. The price everyone calls out is all they have. As long as someone continues to raise the price, it means that all the people who called out the price before will be eliminated. 1.784 billion. A moment later, when the price was announced, which was only 1 million yuan less than the previous transaction price of the 10th Holy Sun invitation, the whole venue fell into silence and no one continued to bid. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't afford it. 1.784 billion. Perhaps if they were given a little more time to prepare, any family present would be able to come up with 1.784 billion yuanxi, and they could even raise more yuanxi. But now the auction has already begun and is even coming to an end, so where would they have the time to raise more yuanxi? So, everything has been settled. The final transaction price of this 11th and final Holy Sun invitation is 1.784 billion. Why? Such an outcome made all the representatives present who did not receive the Holy Sun's invitation couldn't help but sigh. They felt disappointed and helpless. After all, it was not that they didn't want to compete, but that they simply couldn't win. Qian Duoduo didn't care about these, but looked at the more than 30 people below and said with a smile, "Congratulations to this friend for winning the last Holy Sun invitation today. At the same time, I declare that today's auction has come to a successful conclusion." President. However, before Qian Duoduo could utter the last word, "Shoo," an anxious voice in the hall on the first floor interrupted him. Then the servant who collected the entrance fee at the door ran to the representatives of the major families. He raised his head and looked at Qian Duoduo on the second floor, and said timidly, "President, I want to sell my copy of the Holy Sun invitation, as well. Is it possible?" Puff. As soon as the servant finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, and then most of them almost couldn't help but spit out blood. They looked at the servant with a messy and crazy look on their faces. "Are you going to auction off the Holy Sun's invitation, too? Do you also have an invitation to the Holy Sun? Are you teasing us? How did a servant like you get the Holy Sun's invitation? Still auctioning? I'll auction you off." At this moment, the representatives of more than 30 companies present didn't understand that all this was clearly Qian Duoduo's doing, it was all a trick. To put it bluntly, things are valuable because they are rare, and this was all a trick used by Qian Duoduo to sell the Holy Sun invitation at a high price. The talk that he didn't want to see these people disappointed, so he put his own Son of God invitation up for auction, etc., is all nonsense, all misleading, all deceiving. It's so fucking shameless. The most hateful thing is that they actually believed it. This. However, facing the servant's proposal, Qian Duoduo hesitated for a moment, and then he looked at the more than 30 representatives of various companies around the boy. However, Qian Duoduo did not pay attention to their mood at the moment, but directly asked, "Everyone, I wonder if you are willing to auction another invitation. Are we willing?" As soon as Qian Duoduo said this, the more than 30 representatives of various ethnic groups present, whether they had already taken a photo of the Holy Son's invitation, or not, all of them, without exception, clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. How can people be so shameless? How can people be so mean? I really want to kill him. Chapter 1276, Prepare to attack the demigods. All businessmen are dishonest, and all dishonest people are businessmen. At this moment, these two sentences are most perfectly interpreted in Qian Duoduo. This fat man would do anything to make huge profits. It's so hateful and infuriating. But unfortunately, no one could do anything to him. Even though they knew that this was Qian Duoduo's trick and that this was a trap set by Qian Duoduo, they still had to jump in. This is the case with Obsidian City, and other main cities in TianYTN are no exception. 10 invitations to the Holy Sun in each city. Don't be funny. There are too many wolves and too little meat, 10 portions are not enough. Therefore, in each city, after sending out 10 invitations, Linglong Pavilion would take out the 11th, 12th, and even the 13th and 14th invitations to the Holy Sun. For a moment, the unscrupulous nature of Linglong Chamber of Commerce was exposed. If it weren't for the fear of Ye Bufan, if it weren't for some unknown connection between Linglong Pavilion and Ye Bufan, at this moment, I'm afraid that all the Linglong pavilions in TianYTN would have been razed to the ground by the major families. It's not for any other reason, it's just because this damn Linglong pavilion is so bullying. It's a pity that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, with Ye Bufan, the holy son of the temple, suppressing everything, all the major families in TianYTN, even the 108 ancient city families dared not act recklessly. They could only be angry but not speak out. The auction of Linglong Pavilion is still going on. Temple of the Sun. Ye Bufan sat back on the throne of the Son of God in the depths of the hall, looking at the several demigod deacons standing in the center of the hall. He said slowly, "Tell me, what is the situation inside this temple? Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. If you want to gain a foothold and develop inside the temple, you naturally need to know something about the temple." That's why Ye Bufan asked this. As for the people in front of him, there is no doubt that they are the temple deacons who were kidnapped by King Niu in Wangshu City. After Feng Hen's memory was tampered with, they are now completely loyal to Ye Bufan. At this moment, facing Ye Bufan's question, the demigod deacons were all stunned, and then one of them looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "I wonder where does the master want us to start?" "Let's first talk about the division of power within the temple," Ye Bufan said after thinking for a while. "Yes." The demigod deacon who spoke responded, and then directly said, reporting to the master, "In fact, the division of power within the temple is very clear and simple. Before the master, the entire temple was mainly divided into 4 major camps. These 4 major camps were led by the 3 deputy temple masters, Jia Saitong, Zhuge Ming, and Dongfang Chuyu, and the holy son Yan Chofeng, and the rest of the temple was completely dependent on them. 4 major camps." As soon as the demigod deacon finished speaking, Ye Bufan could not help but frown, and then asked, "Why are there only 3 deputy hall masters and Yan Chofeng? Where is the saint girl Lingu Shui?" "Saint?" The demigod was stunned for a moment, then he said, "My lord, when the saint first entered the temple, she did compete with the 3 deputy temple masters and His Royal Highness the Saint's son. But since about a year ago, His Royal Highness the Saint has stopped caring about other things besides cultivation, so that those who originally relied on Her Royal Highness have chosen to withdraw from the saint's camp. Over time there are only 4 major camps left in our temple." "Has she given up the position of palace master?" Ye Bufan frowned. "Not really. No." Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and said, "If she didn't intend to give up the position of palace master, then why did she do this? After all, without her own support, it would be very disadvantageous for her to compete for the position of palace master in the future, right? This it is said that Her Highness the Saint intends to compete for the position of palace master in a different way." "Another way? What way?" "Attack the servant god." "Attack the servant god." Yes, as long as Her Highness the Saint can reach the level of a divine servant, Yin Chofeng will lose his qualifications. At that time, the position of Palace Master can only belong to Her Highness the Saint. Ye Bufan frowned, reaching the God-servant realm and directly taking over the position of Palace Master. Even so, even if she wants to rely on her cultivation to win, then there is no need for her to give up the forces she already has, right? After all, keeping these people will only benefit her, not harm her, right? This actually, I don't understand it either, but one thing is certain, that is Her Highness the Saint doesn't care about anything else except cultivation, and she never asks about it. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Lingu Shui's sudden change was just like when she suddenly came to him and hoped that he would improve his cultivation quickly. There must be some unknown reason behind this. But what could it be? Ye Bufan frowned, and after a moment he slowly asked, "Do you remember if anything special happened a year ago, before Lingu Shui changed? Is there anything special happening?" Several demigod deacons present looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, "Master, during that time, or in other words, during these years, the temple was always very peaceful, and nothing special happened at all." Yeah, Ye Bufan was a little unconvinced. After all, sometimes just because someone hasn't discovered it doesn't mean it didn't happen. However, since the people in front of him knew nothing, continuing to ask would definitely not yield any results. However, Ye Bufan was certain that there was definitely something wrong with Saint Lady Lingu Shui, and it was a big problem. But it had nothing to do with him. Don't interfere with others' business. As long as Lingu Shui doesn't cause trouble for him, Ye Bufan is too lazy to bother with him. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan spoke again, "What about Yang Xian? As the master of the temple, what role does he play inside the temple? Or what does he usually do in the temple?" This. Several demigod deacons hesitated for a moment, and then one of them said, "Master, actually we don't know what the hall master usually does." "You don't know?" "Yes, Master, you don't know that although we have been in the temple for more than 10 years, we have never seen the master of the temple before the day before yesterday. We didn't even know whether the master was a man or a woman before the day before yesterday. Is there anything else?" Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, and then he said in astonishment, "You are the deacons of the temple after all. How is it possible that you have never seen the master of the temple in all these years? Does he never show up?" "Yes, the palace master never shows up." "Not showing up. Then how does he manage the daily operations of the temple?" Reporting to the master, these matters were previously handled by the 3 deputy hall masters. A few years ago, with the birth of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter, these matters are now in the charge of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter. Although Yang Xian is the master of the temple, it turns out that he is just a hands-off manager. Ye Bufan felt confused. But this has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, it is a great thing for him. The saint only wants to practice. The palace master turns a blind eye to worldly affairs. In this case, wouldn't the entire temple become a one-man show for the new Holy Son? Resist. Disobey. I am not Yin Chofeng. If anyone disobeys me, I will suppress him directly. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at the several demigod deacons in front of him and asked directly, "Now that Jia Sidong and Yin Chofeng are both dead, do you know what is the current situation of those who originally depended on them?" Chapter 1277. Are you willing to submit to me? A new emperor appoints his own ministers. Ye Bufan believed that with the deaths of Jastin and Yin Chofeng, the members of their 2 major camps would inevitably take action, or they might choose new objects to rely on. However, Ye Bufan knew nothing about what these people were thinking, and Ye Bufan had just arrived at the temple and was not very familiar with the situation here, so he could only understand the situation by asking several temple deacons in front of him. Facing Ye Bufan's question, the several temple stewards in front of them naturally did not dare to neglect it, let alone hide anything. One of them said directly, reporting to the master, "In fact, several of us originally belonged to the lineage of Deputy Hall Master Jia. Since Deputy Hall Master Jia died the day before yesterday, Deputy Hall Master Zug and Deputy Hall Master Dongfang have sent people to win us over. Moreover, I believe that in addition to us, others must have been recruited by the 2 of them." Oh. Ye Bufan raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. After all, Jia Sidong and Yin Chofeng were dead. It was natural for the 2 deputy hall masters Yu Yangming and Dongfang Chuyu to take the opportunity to swallow up their forces and strengthen themselves. However, Ye Bufan did not expect that they would act so quickly. Of course, Ye Bufan didn't care about these. So what if it's fast? So what if it's slow? This is not like buying vegetables at the market, and there is no first-come first-served policy. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at the several demigod deacons in front of him and asked, if I summon them, will they come? Well, hearing this, the 4 demigod realm deacons were stunned for a moment, and then one of them said, Your Highness, if your Highness summons them, they will definitely not dare not come. In that case, please invite all the demigods from the 2 camps of Jastin and Yin Chofeng to come here. Ye Bufan said with narrowed eyes. Yes, Your Highness. The several demigod-level deacons present did not ask any further questions and simply took the order and left. Half an hour later, the main hall of the Holy Sun Temple. As the last demigod deacon from the 2 major camps stepped into the Holy Sun Temple, nearly 200 demigods had gathered in the entire Holy Sun Temple, accounting for more than half of the demigods in the entire temple. At this moment, nearly 200 demigods gathered in the center of the hall. They all looked at Ye Bufan, who was sitting on the Holy Sun's throne in the depths of the hall, with a serious expression, not even daring to breathe. The Bull King who robs people and their money. Ye Bufan, the murderer and massacrer. Nowadays, everyone in the entire temple, and even in the entire human race, knows that the new Holy Sun of the temple, Ye Bufan, is not easy to mess with, and no one dares to mess with him. Half an hour ago, Ye Bufan suddenly sent someone to summon them, which scared them. Fortunately, Ye Bufan summoned not only them, otherwise they would not dare to come. But even so, they were all looking nervous at the moment. However, when they saw the people in the hall who were summoned by the new Holy Sun just like them, they seemed to have thought of something and understood something. Who are the people coming here today? Jia Saitong's people. Yin Chofeng's people. To put it bluntly, all these people come from 2 major camps. What did Ye Bufan want them to do? It is obvious that Ye Bufan wants to win them over. But even though they knew Ye Bufan's purpose and knew that he needed something from them, the nearly 200 demigods present still didn't dare to even breathe. They didn't dare to use this opportunity to negotiate with Ye Bufan and seek benefits. After all, Ye Bufan was not Zhuge Ming, let alone Dongfang Chuyu, who was a madman who would kill people at the slightest disagreement. They didn't want to lose their lives in vain in this Holy Sun Temple. Deep inside the hall, Ye Bufan sat on the throne of the Holy Sun, tapping the armrest of the throne with his right hand. Seeing the last demigod from the 2 camps enter the Holy Sun Hall, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. Looking at the nearly 200 demigods in front of him, he said directly, Since everyone is here, I will not say any more nonsense. I just want to ask one question everyone, are you willing to submit to me? When Ye Bufan said this, nearly 200 demigods present were stunned. They had thought that Ye Bufan gathered them here in order to win them over, but they never expected that Ye Bufan would be so direct and actually ask them whether they were willing to surrender right away. That was why they didn't know how to answer for a moment. Why, you don't want to? Feeling the silence of the demigods present, Ye Bufan pretended to have a deep voice. The hearts of the demigods could not help but tremble. Ye Bufan continued, Of course, I am not the kind of rude and unreasonable person. It is entirely up to you whether you are willing or not. How about this? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, Those who are willing to submit to me can stay, and those who are not willing to submit to me can leave. Don't worry, I will never embarrass you. Hearing this, all the demigods present were stunned again. Those who are willing to surrender will stay. Leave without surrendering. Never force anything. Never make things difficult. Looking at Ye Bufan, the demigods didn't know whether what he said was true or false. Bang! But at this moment, one of the demigods suddenly knelt on one knee, faced Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, I, Zhu Zifeng, am willing to submit to your highness and will be at your disposal from now on. Bang! 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 Soon after, a second person knelt on one knee, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth. In less than half a minute, nearly 200 demigods present all knelt on one knee. Your subordinate XXX is willing to submit to your highness. Your subordinate XXX is willing to submit to your highness. Unified voices echoed throughout the hall, and in an instant, nearly 200 demigods from the 2 camps of Jia Saitong and Yin Chofeng all chose to submit to Ye Bufan without exception. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. A wise minister chooses his master to serve. Since you are all going to join someone, why not choose to rely on a powerful side? Although Ye Bufan had just entered the temple and was weak in the temple, His power could not be compared with the two deputy hall masters Zhuge Ming and Dongfang Chuyu, but Ye Bufan's rise was unstoppable, and everyone knew it, and if he refused the recruitment of the two deputy hall masters, they would definitely hate him, but they would never kill him. But Ye Bufan was different. Everyone knew that this son of God was not easy to mess with, and he did not play by the rules. Maybe after rejecting him today, you can still walk out of the Holy Sun Temple alive, but tomorrow, he will most likely kill you directly, and you may not even be able to walk out of the Holy Sun Temple today. After weighing the pros and cons, the half-bodies naturally chose to submit to Ye Bufan. Looking at the nearly 200 demigods kneeling on one knee in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then directly took out the Burial Heaven Palace and said, "Since you are willing to submit to me, then all of you enter the Burial Heaven Palace. I will take you to a place. Of course, if anyone regrets it, they can still leave directly. I still say that submission or not is entirely voluntary, and I will never force it. Even if you refuse me, I will definitely not embarrass you." Chapter 1278, a matter of one sentence. Since you are willing to submit to me, then all of you should enter the Heaven Burial Palace. I will take you to a place. Of course, if anyone regrets it, they can just leave. I will say the same thing again. Submission or not is entirely voluntary. I will never force you. Even if you refuse me, I will never embarrass you. In Ye Bufan's opinion, although the 200 demigods in front of him were willing to submit to him at the moment, who could guarantee that some of them would not have other ideas, such as their submission to him was just a temporary measure. Ye Bufan was in no mood to guess what they were thinking, nor did he have time to determine whether they were really willing to submit to him. What Ye Bufan wanted was absolute control without any surprises. How can we achieve absolute control? Falsify the memories of these people. Only by tampering with these people's memories can Ye Bufan trust them wholeheartedly. As for whether he would feel guilty for doing so, Ye Bufan could say with certainty that he would not feel guilty. After all, these people were planning to submit to him. Since they were planning to submit to him, why not tamper with their memories? After all, tampering with their memories would not have any other effect on them except making them more loyal to him. As for those who have other ideas, Ye Bufan can only say sorry to them. Expedient measures will not work for me. Once you choose to surrender, then no matter whether you are sincere or not, you have to surrender. Seeing the Heaven Burial Palace in front of them and hearing Ye Bufan's words, nearly 200 demigods present were stunned. Many of them even couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know why Ye Bufan wanted them to enter the Burial Heaven Palace. They also didn't know where Ye Bufan was going to take them. But, for those who have decided to submit to Ye Bufan, this was nothing, so after being stunned for a moment, they no longer hesitated and went directly to the Burial Heaven Palace. Seeing that some people were already heading towards the Burial Heaven Palace, those who still had other ideas in their minds no longer hesitated and followed them towards the Burial Heaven Palace. After all, they had no choice at this moment. Not entering the Heaven Burial Palace. Since you have already surrendered, why not move in? This inevitably makes people suspicious. Leave directly. Don't be ridiculous. If I leave now, wouldn't that be the same as rejecting Ye Bufan's recruitment? If Ye Bufan kills me directly, wouldn't I be doomed? You have to go in, and you have to leave, so the only option is to enter the Burial Heaven Palace. 1 minute later, nearly 200 demigods entered the Heaven Burial Palace. Call out. Ye Bufan put away the Heaven Burial Palace and disappeared on the spot. In the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan did not even bother to explain and directly ordered Feng Hen to forcefully suppress the nearly 200 demigods of the temple, and then tamper with their memories to make them completely loyal to him. More than 2 hours later, when Ye Bufan returned to the temple, nearly 200 demigods had completely surrendered. I am planning to subdue all the demigods in the temple. Do you have any good suggestions? Ye Bufan asked directly, looking at the nearly 200 demigods he had subdued in the hall in front of him. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Subdue all the demigods in the temple. It has to be said that Ye Bufan's ambition is extraordinary. But so what? As Ye Bufan's diehard fans, let alone if Ye Bufan just wanted to subdue the demigod inside the temple, even if he wanted to subdue the temple master Ouyang Xian, they would do their best to help him. Someone immediately said, "Your Highness, this is not difficult." The next second, a demigod stood up from the crowd. He looked at Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness is the holy son of the temple. You are second only to one person and above all others. In the temple, everyone should obey your orders. In addition, we have nearly 200 demigods here, which accounts for more than half of all the demigods in the temple. If your highness wants to subdue other demigods, just suppress them forcefully. No. Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan immediately refused, then he frowned and said, "This is indeed the fastest and most effective way, but I hope this can be done quietly, at least not to attract Yang Xian's attention." The master of the temple, Yang Xian. Ye Bufan didn't know much about him. Subdue the demigod and take control of the temple. This is definitely not a trivial matter. Ye Bufan didn't know how Yang Xian would treat his behavior, so in Ye Bufan's opinion, this matter must not be known to Yang Xian if it could be hidden from him. After all, Yang Xian was a powerful servant of the gods. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan can't afford to offend him now. If you can't afford to provoke, then you can only hide. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the demigod who had spoken earlier was stunned. So did everyone else. Can't attract Yang Xian's attention. This is easy to say, but also difficult to do. It's easy because although Yang Xian is the master of the temple, he doesn't interfere much in the affairs of the temple, so as long as there is not too much noise, Yang Xian will generally not be alarmed. The difficulty is that the demigods in the remaining two camps will never easily submit to Ye Bufan, even if Ye Bufan becomes the master of the temple in the future. After all, every major force has factions. In this situation, if Ye Bufan wants them to surrender, he can only rely on force to suppress them. But doing so would inevitably alarm Yang Xian. After all, Yang Xian was a powerful servant of the gods. Inside the temple, perhaps the slightest disturbance would not alarm him, but the battle between demigods would definitely attract his attention. Unless the battle between the two sides takes place outside the temple. Yes. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately said, "Your Highness, taking action inside the temple will attract the attention of the temple master, but not outside the temple. In this case, why don't we take action outside the temple? Do it outside the temple." Ye Bufan frowned and said, "I have thought about this, but how can we get them to leave the temple and go to other places in TianYTN?" Well, hearing this, nearly 200 demigods present were stunned. They looked at each other. Then, all the demigods looked at Ye Bufan again, and one of them said, "Your Highness, you are the holy son of the temple, and the acting master of the temple. It is not difficult to make them leave the temple. It is just a matter of your words." Just a word from me. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said in astonishment, "Will Zugming and Dongfang Chuyu's people obey my orders?" Ye Bufan knew very well in his heart that although the holy son of the temple was second only to one man and above 10,000 people, inside the temple, not everyone would obey the orders of him, the holy son, especially Zugming and Dongfang Chuyu. Although they did not dare to be his enemy because they were afraid of him, it was completely impossible to make them obey him. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, someone immediately spoke up. "Your Highness, under normal circumstances they will definitely not obey your orders, but there are exceptions to everything. If your Highness sends them to reinforce on the grounds that something happened on the battlefield, can they refuse?" Did they dare to refuse? They will definitely not refuse, because they cannot afford the losses that may be caused to the human race after refusing. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. Using public power for personal gain. Trick them into going to the demonic battlefield. Good idea. Just do it. Chapter 1279. Please send reinforcements from the temple as soon as possible. Catch the leader first. Ye Bufan originally thought about transferring Zugming or Dongfang Chuyu out of the temple, and then taking the opportunity to take them down. After all, whether it was Zugming or Dongfang Chuyu, they were both deputy temple masters. It would be too risky to attack them inside the temple, and there would only be one chance. Once they were alerted, it would be difficult to attack them next time. But it was different outside the temple. Without the concern of Yang Xian and the reinforcements of the demigods in the temple, would Ye Bufan take Yang Xian or Dongfang Chuyu seriously? Not at all. By then they will be trapped like turtles in a jar, unable to escape. Once Zugming and Dongfang Chuyu are captured, it will be easy to subdue the demigods belonging to their two major camps. However, how can they transfer Zugming and Yang Chuyu out of the temple? No matter what excuse he made, the two of them would definitely not believe it, and there was only one chance, so Ye Bufan didn't want to alert them. Now that the temple had just reminded him, Ye Bufan realized that he had been too habitual in his thinking and too self-evident. Although he, Zhuge Ming, and Dongfang Chuyu belonged to different camps and they might not obey him, he was still a son of the temple, and even if they didn't obey him, they would definitely not openly disobey him. In this case, it would not be difficult for me to transfer the two of them out of the temple. Just as the temple deacon said, it was just a matter of a word from him, and if they dared to disobey his orders, he could take the opportunity to deal with them. To put it bluntly, I am the son of God and I am afraid of no one. As the acting palace master, who would dare to disobey me when the palace master is not here? With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan no longer asked any more questions or said anything more. Be it Zhuge Ming or Dongfang Chuyu, he would transfer them both out of the temple as soon as possible, and then capture and subdue them. However, it is better to be safe than sorry, so Ye Bufan still planned to make some arrangements first. 20 minutes later, nearly 200 demigods had already left the main hall of the Holy Sun Palace. At this moment, Zhuge Ming and Dongfang Chuyu frowned and looked at Ye Bufan. Zhuge Ming even asked directly, "Your Highness, why did you ask us to come here? My temple is stationed in the army of the sixth heaven. The camp of one of the commanders was attacked by the heavenly demon clan. Now we urgently need our temple to send people to reinforce." Ye Bufan spoke directly without any hesitation. The commander's camp was attacked by the sky demon clan. We urgently need the temple to send reinforcements. Zhuge Ming and Dongfang Chuyu were both stunned, and then looked at each other. The next second, they both looked at Ye Bufan again. Zhuge Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I wonder which commander's camp was attacked by the Sky Demon clan." "Wu Zhengyi." Ye Bufan spoke directly. "How is that possible?" Zhuge Ming exclaimed, then looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, "Your Highness, how did you know this news? Also, is the news reliable? Who is Wu Zhengyi?" He was the commander of Zhuge Ming's lineage. But now, even Ye Bufan, the new Holy Sun, already knew about the Heavenly Demon clan's sneak attack on Wu Zhengyi's camp, but Wu Zhengyi did not contact him. How could he not be surprised and puzzled? Not only Zhuge Ming, but also Dongfang Chuyu standing beside him looked stunned. The news is certainly reliable. After Zhuge Ming finished speaking, Ye Bufan said, "However, the Sky Demon clan has not yet started to act, so you haven't received the news yet. But I believe that Wu Zhengyi will ask you for help soon. The demon clan hasn't started to act yet." Looking at Ye Bufan and listening to his words, Zhuge Ming and Dongfang Chuyu were stunned. Zhuge Ming then said in astonishment, "Your Highness, since the Sky Demon clan has not taken any action yet, then how did you know this news? What do you think?" Ye Bufan smiled meaningfully. "This." Zhuge Ming hesitated slightly. Then, he suddenly thought of a possibility, and looked at Ye Bufan, somewhat incredulously saying, "Your Highness, could it be that you have spies in the Sky Demon clan? Is it not possible?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "This." Zhuge Ming was stunned again, and then he and Dongfang Chuyu looked at each other. They both saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Is it possible that Ye Bufan has a spy within the Sky Demon clan? This was far beyond their expectations. But now is not the time to think about these things. Your Highness, since you have spies in the Demon clan, then I wonder when the Demon clan's sneak attack will begin this time. And how many demons will be involved? Looking at Ye Bufan, Zhuge Ming asked directly. Ye Bufan, the specific action is unknown, but it should start soon. As for how many demons will be involved, the information I got is there are only 10 demons in the semi-god realm who will join forces to launch a surprise attack. What? 10 demigods? Zhuge Ming exclaimed, and then said solemnly, "No, I have to send people to reinforce quickly, otherwise Wu Zhengyi and his 3 armies will be finished." After saying this, Zhuge Ming walked straight out. Etc. But at this moment, Ye Bufan called him. "What else does your Highness need?" Zhuge Ming turned around and looked at Ye Bufan with a frown. Ye Bufan asked, "Are you planning to send someone to reinforce?" "Yes, what's the problem?" "That's not a problem, but I hope you can lead the team yourself." "I will lead the team myself." Zhuge Ming couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes." Ye Bufan responded with a stern face, "I just became the Holy Son of the temple, and the Sky Demon clan sneak attacked my temple army. This is clearly a demonstration against me. Since they want to demonstrate, why can't I do the same?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "So, since Deputy Palace Master Zhuge is willing to take action, then please do it thoroughly. You lead the team and wipe out all the demons that come to attack this time. Don't spare a single one." This. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhuge Ming hesitated slightly. Why, you don't want to? Ye Bufan looked at him and said in a deep voice. I don't dare. Zhuge Ming's body trembled, and he said, just as your highness said, I will lead the team myself to destroy these blind demons. That's best. Ye Bufan responded, and then added, remember, I want to annihilate them all, leaving no one behind. If you let these demons escape, even if there is only one, I will never let you off easily, understand? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming's body trembled involuntarily. Clear, he responded, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Go ahead. Ye Bufan waved his hand. Yes. Zhuge Ming responded and left. Your Highness, I will take my leave now. After Zhuge Ming left, Dongfang Chuyu immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said. Ye Bufan nodded, and Dongfang Chuyu turned around and left. Outside the Holy Sun Temple. As soon as Dongfang Chuyu walked out of the Holy Sun Temple, he saw Zhuge Ming taking out a mother-child true essence stone. Then a light curtain appeared. In the light curtain, the temple commander Wu Zhengyi said anxiously, Palace Master Zhuge, the demons are invading, and 10 demigods have attacked our army. Please send reinforcements from the temple as soon as possible. Chapter 1280. Will you surrender or not? Palace Master Zhuge, the demons are coming, and 10 demigods are attacking our army. Please send reinforcements from the temple as soon as possible. Originally, Zhuge Ming still had doubts about what Ye Bufan said about the Heavenly Demon Clan's sneak attack on Wu Zhengyi, but now, with Wu Zhengyi's request for help, Zhuge Ming has completely believed it. After all, as members of the same faction, and even in a superior subordinate relationship, Zhuge Ming believed that Wu Zhengyi would never deceive him in any way, let alone treat such matters as a joke. In other words, what Ye Bufan said about the demon's sneak attack was true. In an instant, Zhuge Ming, who was already anxious, became even more anxious. Zhuge Ming may not care about a mere Wu Zhengyi, but what about the power of a war zone? The 12 commanders of the temple are in charge of the 12 war zones of the human race. Each war zone has 3 major legions stationed in it. Controlling the temple commander is equivalent to controlling the entire war zone and controlling the 3 major legions. Now, Wu Zhengyi belongs to his faction, so the 3 legions under his command naturally belong to him as well, but what if Wu Zhengyi dies? By then, the 3 legions under his command will inevitably be out of the control of his faction, and Dongfang Chuyu or Ye Bufan may even take the opportunity to seize power and seize the command of the 3 legions under Wu Zhengyi. If this is true, it means that his faction has directly lost 3 legions. This is definitely not what Zhuge Ming wants to see. Therefore, Wu Zhengyi must not be in any danger, and he must be reinforced as quickly as possible. As for the rest, as the saying goes, worry too much leads to confusion. The situation was urgent and Zhuge Ming had no time to think about other aspects. Where are you now? Looking at Wu Zhengyi in the light curtain, Zhuge Ming asked directly. Lingshu City. The 3 words Wu Zhengyi came out of his mouth. Reinforcements will arrive within 20 minutes. After leaving a few words, Zhuge Ming directly put away the mother and child true essence stones. Speed is of the essence in war. Instead of wasting time talking nonsense here, it is better to send troops to reinforce as soon as possible. Call out. The next second, Zhuge Ming's figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. At the entrance of the Holy Sun Hall, Dongfang Chuyu frowned as he looked at Zhuge Ming walking away and recalled the scene when Wu Zhengyi asked for help earlier, as if thinking about something. 5 minutes later, Zhuge Ming gathered 30 demigod deacons and stepped into the teleportation array together. 10 minutes later, Zhuge Ming and 31 other half-gods arrived at the High City after 3 teleportations. The reason for choosing New High City is that the teleportation array in Lingshu City where Wu Zhengyi is located has been destroyed, and New High City is the closest city to Lingshu City in the 6th heaven. When the teleportation array in Lingshu City was destroyed and could not be used, Zhuge Ming and his party could only enter New High City first, and then rush to Lingshu City from New High City. It can be said that this is the fastest route for reinforcement. 15 minutes later, Lingshu City. Standing in the air outside Lingshu City, looking at the dead silence in front of them, which looked like a ghost town, the 30 demigods brought by Zhuge Ming for reinforcement were all stunned. Even Zhuge Ming couldn't help but frown. The devil is coming. Where is the demon you promised? Where is the demigod? In the Lingshu City before us, not even a single shadow of the human race can be seen, let alone the demons. Is the battle over? How is that possible? Let's not talk about whether 10 demigods can capture Lingshu City in such a short time. Even if they have this ability, what about the bodies of the human members? Did the demon clan clean up all the corpses after they took over Lingshu City? That's even more impossible. In such a short time, the demon clan had no time to clean up the battlefield. Also, if there really is a demon attacking, why is there no sign of a battle here? Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. At this moment, an ominous premonition emerged in the hearts of Zhuge Ming and others. Palace Master Zhuge. Looking at Zhuge Ming, the 30 demigod-level deacons of the temple all had heavy expressions on their faces. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. It was obvious that there were big problems with Lingshu City, or Wu Zhengyi's request for help. They even sensed the atmosphere of conspiracy. Withdraw. Without any hesitation, Zhuge Ming shouted directly. If you don't hesitate to make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. His intuition told him that it was not advisable to stay here for long. The next second, everyone, including Zhuge Ming, turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded in Lingshu City. Master Zhuge, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Run. After hearing this, Zhuge Ming shouted without even thinking. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a shadow and ran away into the distance. As for who the person who was speaking in the city was, Zhuge Ming didn't care at all, because he was already certain that Wu Zhengyi's request for help was a trap to lure him to Lingshu City. As for the other party's true intentions, Zhuge Ming didn't know, nor did he want to know. He only knew that if he didn't leave at this moment, he might never be able to leave. Zhuge Ming thought so, and the other 30 demigods were no exception. Therefore, the moment Zhuge Ming fled, their figures had already rushed out. Unfortunately, just as they were about to turn around and flee, figures suddenly fell from the sky in the clouds. In the blink of an eye, 100 demigods blocked their way. Fell from the sky in the clouds. In the blink of an eye, 100 demigods blocked their way. Jin Juyu. When they saw the 100 demigods who suddenly appeared before them, and the old man at the